that you have to worry about without a doubt. If you want to prove that, maybe not prove, but at least keep this part all together, the idea that the Lakers are still beneath you or whatever you want to call it, you still own them. Well, then a game without LeBron James on it with the LA Lakers should be one that you just roll through. And I get it. Maybe it's still Luka on the court, and Luka's a really good player, but do you have their number or not? They still won from you. The last time you go out and play, big deal. Can you continue to thrust forward? Again, it's an odd place because the Nuggets are a team that is 4th in the NBA in wins, tied for 4th. The only teams better, at least in the West, is OKC. The only teams better in the East are Cleveland and Boston. Have to have or find a way to put things together tonight to build momentum back. They have a tough stretch of the schedule over the last couple of weeks, but they're 5-5 in the last 10. Can you get that tide turned around? Remember, they went on that nice little run before the All-Star break. Rattled off a whole bunch of wins in a row. They came back from it. They beat Charlotte. They went from a 28-19 team to a 37-19 team. They've been 5-5 since. Once the competition level has taken a little step forward. And in this, I think you got a last handful of games before you get towards the end of the schedule. And I wouldn't say it's easy, but certainly not that sort of gauntlet. LA, Washington, at Golden State, and then at the Lakers again. So you got a lot you can prove here in the next few games. But if you're handed a gift like LeBron James is not playing, it has to be a must. On the other side tonight, the Avs are playing against Calgary in Calgary. Calgary, not a bad team. Pretty good. Obviously, you got guys to worry about like Huberdeau. But this should be a game if, with the way the Avs have been rolling, rattled off a whole bunch of wins. I believe it was 10 or 11 straight with Vanachushkin in the lineup before that shootout loss to Minnesota, where you were still able to come away with a point. That game confused by a little bit of fatigue, along with just some bad luck. Like, there's a difference I have between the Avs and the Nuggets on any given night. I expect the Avs to win, no matter who they're playing against. I expect it. And if not, I would be surprised. Because the Avs have kind of thrust themselves in that position with the way they've played, even before they made some of these major moves at the deadline. But that has only now solidified the idea of how great that team can operate at its highest level. I mean, you talk about having a 100-point guy already, having 2 goaltenders that you trust on the back end. Mackenzie Blackwood, since coming over, his numbers are pretty great. Same thing with Scott Wedgwood. So Blackwood, since the trade, I'm trying to find the overall number here. So he is 11-5, 16-7, 18-7. 18-7-3 as a starting goalie for the Avs. That's a very solid number. You're getting a lot of the things that I think when you talk about being a Stanley Cup contender, the fact that you have a whole bunch of, I think, similarities that stack up to your team 3 years ago. Yeah, that's a big deal to me. And one of them is goaltending and how good Mackenzie Blackwood has been. Both goaltenders. But it was a perfect example of guy doesn't have super great numbers. And I remember we were sort of comparing them to Georgiev when the trade happened, and they weren't that far off. Those two guys' numbers throughout the course of the year. But you get Mackenzie Blackwood in a better situation, on a better team, with better defense, with better scoring opportunities and better scoring players. You saw it change almost immediately. The impact that he brought to the table here. So Calgary is another team that could be used as a stepping stone to continue to climb up the rankings here. Still 5 back of Dallas, as they have 86 points. You have 81. Minnesota up to 79. Now, continuing to keep pace and leave teams in the rear view. Remember, Calgary's at 71 points, and they're the second wild card. They're going to come out fighting tonight because they are tied currently with Vancouver in points. Utah's 2 back of them. St. Louis is 2 back of them. They have like a 4-team scramble trying to fight for that final playoff spot. So to them, every single game matters. They cannot take a night off. So you're going to get a pretty good punch tonight, but I think the Avs are capable of handling it because they have forever. There's a lot of free agency news that I do want to jump into. You know, we talked a little bit yesterday about Evan Ingram and him signing here, I think, is fantastic. It gives you an athleticism at the tight end position that I don't know has been here in a long, long time. Did you see yesterday Evan Ingram tweet out? It was some sort of a shush emoji, and he had a GIF under it of the Joker from The Dark Knight in the back of the cop car. So he is aware of this Joker thing? Does that mean that he had conversations with the coaches about this? It just seems so over the top, doesn't it? I've never seen the movie Mean Girls. Nelly, have you? My wife has tried to get me to watch it. I've fallen asleep twice. I'm sure it's a great movie.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I've never seen Mean Girls.
You've never seen Mean Girls?
I've tried. I'm not even saying I fell asleep because it was bad. I was just tired both times that I watched it.
Were you ever an adolescent in like 2003? How'd you never see that movie? That's a classic.
I've always been told. I just never have. But there's a scene that I do remember where it's like they're trying to stop trying to make fetch happen or something like that, right?
Yeah, because Gretchen Wieners keeps saying, that's so fetch. And they go, stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
I feel like this is the Joker thing. I mean, Evan Ingram is tweeting this out. I tried to get to the bottom of this yesterday. If somebody can explain to me in detail what constitutes that term for this coaching staff. And nobody's given me a good answer. Like, I was under the impression it's a guy who can line up at multiple positions and do multiple things. Again, if you're talking about Taysom Hill, totally understandable. It's like a Swiss Army knife. He can throw, he can catch, he can run, he can play special teams. Yeah, that makes sense. Evan Ingram's a good tight end. I don't think that that's what we're talking about. But obviously, somebody had the conversation with him. If he's tweeting that out, somebody, whether he is, quote, that thing or not, I'll tell you this. As far as
trying to find a goddamn Joker.
As far as offensively, you want to take your team to the next level? You want to take incremental steps forward? Tight end was a must. And that's why I think that if Ingram on this roster, along with, I need one other thing, I think. I mean, obviously a running back is part of this equation. But I've heard the rumors yesterday, and I want to get to them in a little bit.
The Loch Ness Monster.
No, not that. Would be pretty cool to have one of those out there, though. I don't know how good he is laterally. The guy who appears on this show a lot, Adam Schefter, was talking about a potential free agent. Well, not a free agent with potential to be on the Broncos, is how I should put it. And I want to talk to people for a second. I want you, if you're a doubter out there, to tell me why I shouldn't be excited about the idea of Cooper Kupp being on this roster if that happens. If what Adam Schefter says it's true is that there's a few teams out there, and there's 3 of them. I don't got them in front of me right now, but 3 teams that are sort of in the mix for Cooper Kupp, and the Broncos are one of them. Why shouldn't I like that idea? There's a lot of people that hate it. So send them in to me on the Shunt Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. I want to talk about this next.
Yeah, I don't think this is one of those bidding wars for Cooper Kupp. I just think he's going to get a bunch of offers. Some will be a little higher than he wants, some will be a little lower than he wants. I'll say this. I think if Cooper Kupp had his way, I think he would like to be in Denver. I think that'd be one of the places that would appeal to him. That I would say. I feel comfortable in saying that. Whether Denver's offer, if Denver's even interested, is going to be competitive enough with some of the offers is a whole other thing. If it gets 8 to 10, I'm going to guess Denver's not there. But if it's a little lower, I could see Denver being interested.
What's wrong with that? Adam Schefter yesterday on PhD. I need a good explanation to why that doesn't make sense. Because I've seen a lot of people that hate this. And some of the reasons why I think are a little too nearsighted. There has been some people have said he's got injury history over the last few years. That's true. There's some people that have talked about his game isn't the same. Maybe it's not at its peak anymore. But I just have one bottom line question to everybody that you could potentially bring on your roster. It's very simple. Does your guy help or not? If you put this guy on the roster, does he make your team at least a little bit better or doesn't he? And I think Cooper Kupp absolutely does. You bring him in for, especially at the asking price like that, you're telling me you're getting somebody who maybe he's not a 100-catch guy anymore. Maybe he's 50 to 60. But out of those 50 to 60, 25 of them are first downs. You wouldn't pay $8 million a year for that? Because I would. Well, what if he stifles the growth of some of the other wide receivers? Well, who cares? The best guy plays. This year's different. You just made the playoffs. I'm not into growth anymore of young guys and getting them on the field, even if there's somebody better, just for the idea of them getting snaps. I'm into winning. The Broncos have crossed over into a different threshold heading into this season. It is not about building towards a winner anymore. You're a winner. The question now is how much can you win? And if I put somebody on the roster who is a route technician and gets open, then why not? Tesher says you can make the same argument for Reynolds. How'd that work? That is not the same thing. Josh Reynolds and Cooper Kupp are not nearly the same person. You put Josh Reynolds on this roster in case the young guys like Devon Vele and Troy Franklin and everybody else couldn't play. Now, Reynolds ends up getting hurt and then getting shot. So that probably stifled a little bit of his production here in Denver, don't you think? Somebody takes a bullet to the back of the head. I think that's probably going to put a damper on your season from a statistical standpoint.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cooper Kupp, if you're listening, please stay away from shotgun willies.
Yeah, don't go to shotguns.
Yeah. Don't go there.
That's a very simple way to try and stay on the football field more. And again, nothing against Reynolds. It's not his fault that somebody shot him, okay?
Also, nothing against shotgun willies. Plenty of people have been there successfully.
Without being shot, that's right.
Exactly. Or they've done the shooting themselves,
It's
John
just,
Morant.
They've had two very major sports stories before, and both of them have involved guns. Now, Ja was more just waving a gun around.
Right. No, and I love, though, when the John Morant story broke and Shannon Sharp was talking, he was like, Skip, you know what happens there, Skip. You know, back in my playing days, it's known. People know what goes on there.
It's just a guy that can get open and move the sticks for you. How many times have we had, how many times have we talked about the Broncos on third down just weren't good enough? They had big play potential, but it was mixed in with a whole bunch of 3-and-outs, a ton of them. In 11 starts last year, Cooper Kupp had 67 catches for 700 yards and 6 touchdowns, 28 first downs. That sounds like something that would work for me. Yeah, he's not going to give you that almost 2,000-yard season he did, 3-4 years ago. But he can give you production. And again, if that comes at the expense of Devon Vele, well, then Devon Vele is not good enough yet. So what? If that comes at the expense of Troy Franklin, well, then he's not good enough yet. But he's a threatening player. I would love to have him here. Again, guys, if I give you this, think about this offense right now. I give you Sutton, Kupp, Mims, Evan Ingram at tight end, and then you find a running back in the draft, along with Bo Nix in that offensive line. You're telling me that's not exciting? Of course it is. All you need to know about Cooper Kupp, by the way, just so we're all on the same page, you ask Stafford what he thinks about Cooper Kupp leaving. See how happy he is about it. Because he was about to leave. Remember that? Rams announced Cooper Kupp is going to be either traded or released, and then Matthew Stafford is asking to go shop around a little bit across the league. Yeah. That's what he thought about it. You are in talent acquisition phase. You always are, for the record. You always are. But it hits a little bit different when you get a taste of the postseason, doesn't it? Because the last thing you need is a step back. The last thing you need is a 10-7 wild card season to turn into a 7-10 oopsie daisy season. And I don't play favorites. I would love to have young guys step up. There's nothing that would make me happier than Troy Franklin becomes so good that somebody like Cooper Kupp is an expendable asset. Are you kidding? That'd be great. But there is a known commodity of what Cooper Kupp is as opposed to what some of the younger guys are. We have hopes of what they could be, but we don't know. And I would rather take the known, I know this thing is at least good and could potentially be more than that, then, well, it was okay that first year. We hope that with a couple years of development, it'll get better and better. If you asked me the situation a year ago, do I think the Broncos should get... If this was the same thing but 2024, having this on March 14th would be difficult. Let's call it May, after the draft where you knew you had Bo Nix, right? Knew what the offseason looked like. And the same opportunity was available last year. And you said, Cooper Kupp's available and he wants to play for Denver. I'd be like, I don't think it makes sense. Because last year it wouldn't have. Because at that time last year, I thought they were going to be terrible. And there's no point in a bad football team signing a veteran wide receiver who might not have the same game that he used to. But now that I know that the Broncos are good and are a threat in the AFC, yeah, this makes sense. I don't get too caught up in, depending on what your role is, I don't get too caught up in age. If you're asking somebody to be a number one something, then yeah, age matters. If you're asking somebody to be a major piece of your offense, a key cog in it, then yeah, I think age matters. If you're asking somebody to help you here and there, totally different. What's that face for, Nelly? Go ahead.
That face was me determining that what I thought was going to be a slam dunk for drunk takes wasn't as fun when I actually slowed it down and edited it.
Sorry, when I have a take and I see you make a face like, nah, I was like, oh, if you disagree, go ahead.
No, I have a very expressive face. That drunk takes thing was going to go in the suds bucket. But
okay,
no, actually, okay, so I'm listening with one ear, I'm editing with the other, and I'll say, if you remember, Jeff Legwald said on our show yesterday that when people talk about veterans and potential veteran signings, they always envision them in their best possible form. So when people say the Broncos are signing Cooper Kupp, they think of receiving Triple Crown Cooper Kupp.
Yeah,
they don't think of
that's not me.
They don't think of guy who's injured and can't stay on the field. And so that's why I think some people are concerned.
Here's what I think. If Cooper Kupp could bring this to the table for me, almost exactly what he did last year. Certainly not the best version of Cooper Kupp. Could arguably the worst version of Cooper Kupp. Last year, he had 67 catches for 700 yards and 6 touchdowns. Yes. Now, that guy's not worth $25 million a year, but he's not going to get that. I'm not expecting 2021 where it's 145 catches for 1,947 yards and 16 TDs. That's not the guy you're getting. And I know that. In fact, if you sign Cooper Kupp, Courtland Sutton's still your number one wideout. That's what I think of him. But he's a pretty damn good number 2.
So let's make a deal. What is the right price for Cooper Kupp? And suppose whatever old injuries he has starts acting up and he can only play a portion of the season. For you, what does he have to do to at least get your money's worth? Sorry, that was a Moser level question, but you know what I'm saying.
Are you asking like contract-wise? Or are you asking numbers? I'm saying statistics.
I'm saying statistically, what does he need to produce to make the money worth it? And also, what do you think is a fair price to pay for him? I'm just saying, make me a deal on Cooper Kupp.
Anything 10 mil or less, and let's say it's a 2-year deal for $18 million, okay? And it's 14, 15 guaranteed. Somewhere in that ballpark. And if he does that, then you get me, 50 catches? You do that, I think we're all in the clear. And I think he's capable of much higher of that. So that's the other thing. He is capable of doing more. He's also capable of getting hurt. But if that's the case, then that's the case. And it's not like they've been risk-averse to signing guys who have had injury history this offseason.
And you have seen the rumors, by the way, that I sent to the group chat about how the Cowboys are now making a serious push to get him.
Yeah.
So we've seen the rumors. People on Twitch and text are reminding us. Right now, we're just talking as if the Cowboys are going to do what the Cowboys always do and screw up free agent signings, and assuming that Bo Nix has a better chance of coming to Denver. We're playing hypotheticals here. This is what happens when we don't have an Avs game last night, when we don't have a Nuggets game last night. We're playing football hypotheticals.
But
here.
I am confused on just why anybody would be against the idea of making your team better. Because that's one thing you can't argue with me. You can say maybe you don't like the fit. You can say you don't like his injury history. You can say that he's not the player that he once was. You can't tell me that he wouldn't make that room better. Because he would. And I'll tell you, maybe this is why I feel so much differently about the wide receiver room than most do. I've been sort of pining on this all offseason. Not that I think it's like an absolute must-have. If they don't, then they're stupid sort of subject. But it'd be really nice to get another wideout in here for this reason. I feel like there is a giant wharf, a chasm, a gap between the way I feel about the wide receiver room and the way that most Broncos fans feel. And I'll tell you very specifically what the difference is. I think we're all mostly on the same page with Courtland Sutton. He's a very good wideout that I don't think is quite a number one, but he's good enough for now. The biggest gap that I have with Broncos fans in that wide receiver room is this. Everybody's under the impression Marvin Mims is getting 90 catches this year, and I'm not. That's the difference. I would love to see it. I think they absolutely should try and get him 90 catches. But you can't convince me that through 2 years of his career, 5 weeks of the season, the final 5 weeks, is going to continue into week 1 next year. Because what the hell took so long? So you enter this season with Courtland Sutton, and let's say the reservations I have about what Mims' season is going to be, that I'm not convinced it's just a slam dunk breakout year, that he has one of those just sort of middling seasons. Well, then it's him, and then it's Vele, and then it's Franklin, and then it's okay. To me, it's not good enough. If Mims lives up to be what everybody thinks he is, then sure, fine. That works. But I'm not convinced of it. Because I'm taking a 2-year sample in which he's barely missed any time due to injury. And I'm saying if he was absolutely that guy, I think we would have saw it more than 1 month at the end of the year. And I've been the one saying, why aren't they getting the ball to Mims for the year and 3 quarters before the very end? And then they finally started doing it and they had success. But there has to be some sort of guarantee or commitment that he's going to be in that situation consistently. And I haven't seen it yet. So as a fallback option, I would like to have a veteran wideout I can trust to get open and just make a few plays a year. And if you sign Cooper Kupp, he's going to give you 50 catches. Probably more than that, but at least 50, assuming he stays quasi-healthy. And he's going to move the chains for you. That's stuff that I want. Just a backup option as a fail-safe in case the Mims stuff doesn't take off like we think it would. So 303-504-0925. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. A lot to get to. CSU with the win last night. I do want to discuss that a little bit, where that puts them in the tournament standings. They were going into yesterday as part of the first 4 out for Joe Lunardi. It's not an exact science with some of these bracketologists, but he's the preeminent voice on that. I still think they got some work to do to sort of guarantee themselves a spot in the field. But you know what? Win your conference tournament, and then you don't have to worry about anything. That's an option. So I want to get to that in a little bit, along with something else that caught my eye. And here's the funny thing. People are going to agree with the statement made by this person, but I think they're going to hate it because of the person who said it. We'll get to it next. Everything's so pretty. Yeah. That's one like this kind of music I never got into, Nelly. Puddle of Mud, like POD. Wait, were they did Puddle of Mud, was that the She Hates Me band? Do they have that song?
I don't know off the top of my head. Some of those all kind of run together.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I actually, a while ago, I made a playlist of all this stuff. It's all butt rock and new metal from like late 90s and early 2000s, just because I said, screw it, I'm going to put it all in one place. Turns out the joke's on me because that playlist is awesome. It's got Limp Bizkit, Creed, Nickelback. I threw some Linkin Park in there, Avenged Sevenfold, and now we have to sing the chorus.
Oh, I don't know.
My face.
See, couldn't get it. Couldn't get into this stuff. I really wanted to. A lot of other people did. Just couldn't bring myself to do it. Yesterday in college hoops, CU kept Houston at an arm's length, but just couldn't. Houston's just too good. I mean, they're the number 2 team in the country. And it was kind of like that 10 to 12 to 9 to whatever point range, basically midway through the second half, all the way through the end of the game. Just couldn't find a way to get enough stops to come back and jump on it. But overall, for a tough season that CU has had this year after a good one last season, nice little run in the conference tournament, and I think a good thing to kind of build upon heading into next year. CSU, on the other hand, played Nevada. They win 67-59. That game pretty close throughout, but Nick Clifford just kind of took over. 25 points, 14 boards, 4 assists. He was fantastic. They move on as they win to the semifinals, I believe is what's up for them next. I think so confusing with how teams go about, or how these analysts go about judging whether teams have made the tournament or not, but CSU should be in. I think if they want to guarantee, they probably got to win another game and really try and solidify themselves as we're in. So as of this morning, CSU is still in the first 4 out category by Joe Lunardi, which I think is silly. The way they've closed out the year has to matter. But again, just take care of business and you should be just fine. So CSU now moves on. They have Utah State tonight at about 10 o'clock if you want to stay up late to watch some hoops. It's going to be on the CBS Sports Network. So hopefully take care of that. And I think if they get past Utah State, they should be in great shape. So.
And I got to ask you, so I'm a CU fan. I went to CU. Mm-hmm. And whenever this happens, I'm torn because CSU has a good chance of making the dance. And if they do, I root for them because they are from the state of Colorado and that is good for the state of Colorado if they do well? Or do I not root for them because it sucks to be a CSU Ram?
I would never tell somebody if they hate another school to root for them. Like my parents went to Kansas State and their favorite memories, well, they get super jazzed up for Kansas State versus Kansas basketball because Kansas has dominated that. You will not find them for an instant, Nelly, rooting for Kansas if Kansas State is out of a tournament. Not for a second. So it's all up to you. Like, obviously, I don't have an allegiance to either one of those schools, so I root for both of them. I don't care. I want both of them to do well. But I would assume if you're a CU fan and you hate CSU, then yeah, I don't think you have to root for anybody.
I think my hatred is more of them in football. Basketball, I don't feel that same hate. It's kind of sport specific.
That actually makes sense too. Sure.
And I mean, they produce David Roddy. They have come up with some good talent in recent
Sure.
years.
No, I mean, look, man.
I'll do a darkness
Nico's
retreat with Aaron Rodgers. I will turn this microscope inwards, Brad.
I can't tell CU fans how to feel. All I'll tell you is I love Nico Medved. I think he's great. And he's done a fantastic job there, and he continues to. I got a quote for you. I'm going to read you this quote. Tell me if you agree or disagree. Here's the quote. Something's got to happen. The competitive imbalance in baseball has gotten to the point of ludicrosity now. It's an unregulated industry. The only way to fix baseball is to do a salary cap and a floor. With a cap comes a floor. For a lot of teams, the question is, how do they get to the floor? And that includes us probably, but on some sort of revenue split deal, I would be all in. Do you agree or disagree with that statement that was just made?
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Just give me a simple yes or no real quick on the text line. 303-504-0925. Yes or no? You agree or disagree? So I'll tell you where the quote came from once I get a couple responses in here. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that everybody agrees with it because we've all been saying this. The thing is, that's Dick Monfort who said that to the Denver Post. And here's what's funny to me. I think everybody agrees with what Dick Monfort just said, but they hate that Dick Monfort was the one who said it. But say what you want about Monfort. And I know a lot of people have a lot of strong opinions on that guy. Dick Monfort, and this is one thing I haven't understood, Nelly, if you've seen stuff like this, when I talk about the Rocks, and when I try and explain to people why I'm kind of excited about what this year could be for them from a developmental standpoint of some young players on that roster who look to be very good. And the first thing I'm hit with is, oh yeah, well, they won't pay him.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
And I'm like, what does that mean? They've paid a ton of people. My favorite one is Tovar. Oh, Ezekiel Tovar might be great, but they aren't going to pay him. I'm like, well, they just did. He's on a 7-year contract. Well, then that turns into, oh, well, yeah, fine. They paid him, but they'll trade him. It's like, well, yeah, maybe. If the team is bad, I guess, in a few years. Maybe. But he's not against paying. How many times have we gone through this? The payroll of the Rockies is always middle of the league. That's never been a problem. Their problem has always been where they spend the money, not if.
Exactly. It's the where, it's the how, it's the...
We need a full season of KB.
That's the issue. And you know, as somebody who grew up near Oakland, I can tell you, the Oakland A's fans were the same way, where anytime they got a good prospect, they said, we're just a farm team for the Yankees.
And that was true.
Because in a few years, we're just going to trade him away for a Kit Kat and a smack on the ass. You know, same thing with the Pittsburgh Pirates. You know who's going to look great in Yankee pinstripes in a year? Paul Skeens.
Sure.
Because they're not going to do anything with him. And that's the same way Rockies fans feel. You remember Yankees breakout star DJ LeMahieu, who the media fell in love with in New York? Let me check my notes here. Oh, he won a batting title in Denver, and no one gave a damn.
It's just something that I will point out that he is not averse to spending. They just haven't been very good at spending the money. So when he complains about baseball needs a salary cap, it doesn't matter how much of his money he would spend. He can't get close to what the Dodgers can do. He can't get close to what the Yankees and the Mets are doing. It is a different game that they're playing. But I see something like this, and I read the replies on Twitter, and it's always people that are like, oh, yeah, well, how about Monfort does this, this, and this? It's Rich. He's talking about too much money being spent. He doesn't spend any money. I was like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you're 13th in payroll in the league, and the league is more than 30 teams, then you're in the top half, and they've been there for like years. They just spend it awful. And I'm the first one that'll tell you, I hate the fact that they have gone through like 5 straight years of not spending money in free agency outside of the Chris Bryant deal. But that's the point, is that they spent the money on one guy who's been awful, terrible. So we'll jump back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Yeah, there it is. That's the puddle of mud. That's right. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch the show on YouTube. As we have our channel up and running, has been up there for a few weeks. Subscribe to that channel, and you can catch live shows from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., along with the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best moments from your favorite shows on Denver's #1 sports radio station. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. Back tonight with another what?
Double Dipperoo.
Thank you, Juice. Yes. Avs going to be on AM 950, the Nuggets on 92.5. And let's just start pretty much where we started yesterday. I want to talk about the Nuggets and the Lakers tonight. I know that LeBron is not going to play. To me, this is, I get it, no AG for you either. No excuses. You need this one tonight. I think it's absolutely like a necessity to get a win for that team.
Especially since the Lakers played last night and they lost in Milwaukee. Luka had 45 in that game, 7 threes. So they're going to be tired. They're going to be tuckered out. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. If your aspirations are to get the number 2 seed, if your aspirations are to make some cushion between you and the Lakers, this is a game you have to win. And frankly, probably the next game against the Lakers if they don't have LeBron as well.
Yeah. Little stretch here where it's Lakers tonight, the Wizards tomorrow, Golden State on Monday, and then the Lakers again after that. Like,
what's crazy about the Nuggets is you don't have to worry about the second game of that back-to-back. That's like automatic. They're 12-1. So the Washington game is almost like, oh, whatever. It's the first games of the back-to-back that give them trouble.
Always. Somehow, some way. But I'm telling you, there is, I think, a lot on the line is just as far as confidence. Confidence. You're playing against the Lakers team without LeBron. Are they still talented? Yeah, sure. You missing AG? Yeah. But you know what? At some point, put your foot down, and I think especially with them, because what they get? They get one win over, what's the record now? Is it like 13 for your last 15 against the Lakers? Is that the number?
Yeah, they've lost 2 times in the last 2.5 years.
Just continue to put that together and say that we own you, okay? We just got done admitting yesterday that there's another team that owns you. How about you own the Lakers and continue to for the next, few days?
It's such a different team, though. It's such a different team. It's not even this. They're not even related. Like the Lakers team that's coming in tonight, Moj, it doesn't even resemble the Lakers team they beat in L.A. by 25 early in the season. It's not even the same team. It's like
totally different. Yeah, totally different. It's so funny because anytime I talk to people about the Lakers, I think that maybe I overreact when I say, how in the heck did this deal get done, right? And I talk to people about the Lakers, and all I get from people is, how in the heck did that deal get done? How was that allowed to happen? And why is Luka, an LA Laker? That being said, it's more than just, do you want to finish in the number 2 spot? This is about pride. This is about who you are as a team. This is about going and getting those guys. That's what this is all about tonight. Period. End of story. You win this game.
I'm going to do an experiment for Altitude TV tonight because we're carrying the game. It's a 7:30 start. And my experiment is going to be this. I'm going to count up LeBron jerseys versus Luka jerseys. Who do you think will have more in attendance in Denver, obviously?
It's got to be out of those two? LeBron.
Yeah, out of those. You think LeBron, even though LeBron's not playing?
Yeah, I don't think there's been enough time for people to just buy a jersey as of yet.
Do you think that little Jimmy in Highlands Ranch, do you think his mommy's already gone online and got him a Luka Lakers jersey?
Oh, yeah.
You think so?
The Steph jersey's the Steph jersey's worn out, so he already cried about that. So replace that with LeBron, and then LeBron's not playing, so mommy bought him a Luka one.
Mm-hmm.
So transplant mommy just keeps providing jerseys for kids.
Hold on a second. I want to know how many Luka Mavs jerseys are there tonight, just because it's Luka. I'm curious about
There's
that.
probably a couple. There's probably a couple of those.
Oh, I guarantee
because people are dumb. That's why.
Yeah. So I'm going to keep note of that. I'm going to keep some tabulations.
Okay. Please do.
I think it's incredibly important, and I think it's maybe not equally as important, Moj, on the other side, but it's a big game in Calgary too, because you're going to get Calgary's best shot tonight. They are currently second in the wild card. They have 71 points. but there's 3 other teams within 2 points of them for that final wild card spot. You know that there's no nights off for a team like the Flames right now if they're battling for a playoff spot.
Brett, do you know what playoff hockey looks like, right? I mean, you've seen it with your own eyes.
Brett, are you aware of it?
You
Been here for a few years. Yeah.
Mark, I'm not sure.
You know, I mean, if you just saw 2 teams playing, could you tell if it's playoff hockey or not?
Mark, I'm honestly not sure this kid understands the difference.
Let's let Vic answer for me.
Mark, I've come to the conclusion he is just not aware.
I'm not sure he is either, Vic. That's why I'm asking the question. Brett, if you just saw 2 teams playing, could you tell if it's playoff hockey or not?
Gosh, you know what, Moser? I don't know if I could. I think Vic's right.
Well,
I think it's like something I'm missing. I don't know.
I think so. That being the case, Brett, watch the Calgary Flames tonight because every single night for them is a playoff. I mean, you can't treat it like that because your body's going to explode, but they're in a playoff run right now. I mean, because they've got, if you don't look at the standings all the time, Vancouver's right there for sure. But, man, Utah has crept up. St. Louis has crept up. They're 2 points out. I mean, they're right there. All of a sudden, it's a 4-horse race for that second wild card spot. It's pretty crazy.
It's huge. And the Avs, who were, what was the final tally, by the way? Games in which Val Nichushkin started, was it 10 or 11 game win streak?
They had an 11-game win streak until that overtime loss.
Until Minnesota, yeah. I think after
But they still have a unbeaten regulation unbeaten streak.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. But few days off. I think the team should be rested. I want to continue to build up some chemistry with those guys. You know what I was looking up, by the way, is the numbers of Mackenzie Blackwood since coming over here. And Nelly, do you remember what my final tally was as far as his record in the appetizer when we put it together? Because I don't want to do that again and try and do that on the fly. But it's really good since being acquired by the Avs. And what's funny is, I remember when the trade first went down. Do you remember this, Moj? That Blackwood's numbers and Georgiev's numbers were really similar, actually, by save percentage, by goals allowed per game, and they were just banking on the idea you bring him to a better roster and things would look different, and it obviously has. You know, it's where would you put, by the way, maybe how you felt about the Avs a couple of months ago as opposed to how we feel now, where I think we were all kind of sitting there like, I think they're making the playoffs, but I'm not sure. Remember that a couple months ago? And now it's like solidified. You know you're in, and you have higher aspirations. But if you go back then to where you are now, how much do you think the goaltending, with all the other moves that have been made, where does that stack up with the stuff that makes you most confident with this team? Where's that made the jump?
Really huge. I would put him up against, again, when you talk about Hellebuck, and Ottinger, really good goalies, really, really good. And there's plenty in the Western Conference. But the way Blackwood's playing, I would put him right there. I mean, he's an absolute gamer, and he's really good, and he loves being here. I'd put him right there, boys. Right with those guys. No problem at all.
18-7-3, by the way, is what he is since coming over to the Avs.
I'm just curious, even though it's been a couple years, what's the interaction like between Nas and his former teammates?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean,
is he still on the group chat?
I think he's off the group chat, but they all love him. He loves them. Listen, if he had his way, he would still be a Colorado Avalanche.
Right.
And here's the difference. There's a difference between Kadri and Ranton, and I don't want to get into that, but
well,
listen,
I do. I was going to ask you, what is the difference?
Listen. Everybody knew that this was his last contract. Everybody knew that the Avs could not pay him $7 million per year for the length that he got from the Calgary Flames. He earned the right to go free, and that's exactly what he did. And everyone still loves everyone. They knew it was not feasible. The Rantanen thing was feasible. It's just that he played hard. I don't want to talk about it. I don't.
The difference between Rantanen and Kadri is the same difference between, like, Jeremy Grant and Bruce Brown, right? Bruce Brown, everybody knew. They wanted to keep him. They couldn't afford him. He took off. Jeremy Grant, there was an offer made. He still took off. I understand the difference. But at the end of the day,
Grant signed for the same money.
Understood.
It was a dumb move.
At the end of the day, the player made the decision to go get money.
Correct.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you want to go get your money, me money, go get your me money.
Yeah, Kadri had it. Yeah, he just didn't have an option here. There was no me money in Colorado for Nazem Kadri. But let me ask you something, Moj. If you had to, give me a 1 or 2 sentence sort of synopsis on what you feel like Calgary is as a hockey team overall? Because I have a follow-up question, but just give me that first.
Good, but not a contender.
Okay? I just noticed something, and it's just insane to put these side by side. And I know that everybody understands the greatness of the 2 players that you got on the Avs, and Cale Makar and Nathan MacKinnon. So McKinnon's sitting here through 66 games at 102 points. Makar, as a defenseman, has 24 goals and 75 points overall. The leader, Moj, if you know this, then let Vic guess. So I just said the Avs have a 102-point guy and a 75-point guy. What do you think the leader in points for Calgary has? It's a tie between Huberdeau and Kadri. What do you think, Vic?
68.
48 points apiece.
No way.
Yeah. That's their leader. And they've played in every game, all 64.
How's that possible?
Which is what I wanted to ask Moj. How is that possible?
How's that possible?
They spread it up and down the lineup is what they do. I mean, they've got a lot of guys in the double-digit point range. They got, nobody's a superstar on that team. Huberdeau's paid like a superstar, but he ain't one. And they spread it around. They've got a lot of tryhards on that club, and that's how they get it done. And they play good D, and they try to keep you down, and that's how it goes.
I'm not crazy, right? Huberdeau was a 100-point guy in Florida, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was really good. They paid him like that in Calgary, too. And Hubie Dupes, he's had difficult seasons. Difficult.
Yeah, is it his play, or
seasons.
is it like the team that he's playing on as opposed to the Panthers, or what do you think is the reason for it?
I think it's all of the above,
Okay.
I think. I mean, you talk about other guys being shocked that they were traded. Dude was shocked he was traded.
Yeah.
In the Kachuk trade. He was shocked.
I saw that, Vic, and I was blown away. I was like, Cale Makar's got 75 points as a defenseman, and they got 2 guys where their leaders are 48 on the year, and they played in every game.
It's more of a share the wealth kind of team.
Yeah.
It is. Yep.
Well, they're going to be on AM 950 tonight. The Nuggets will be on 92.5, taking you guys into the weekend. So heard audio yesterday on PhD. They talked to Adam Schefter. And we did this for like a couple of minutes yesterday. I want to hone in on something, though, because I think I understand why my perspective is a little bit different than a lot of Broncos fans on this. Schefter was talking about how, look, from what it sounds like to him, if Cooper Kupp had his choice, if everything else was even, money, all that different stuff, he would want to come to Denver. That's what Schefter was saying to PhD yesterday. So we don't know what the money's going to be, what they have to offer him.
And can the Broncos find the money?
Right.
'Cause right now they've spent so much. I mean, there ain't much left.
But I'm still confused at one aspect of this. There's a huge swath of Broncos fans out there that are like anti the idea of Kupp being here, and I want to hone in on it. Get to the meat as to why people feel that way. We'll do it next.
Yeah, I don't think this is one of those bidding wars for Cooper Kupp. I just think he's going to get a bunch of offers. Some will be a little higher than he wants, some will be a little lower than he wants. I'll say this. I think if Cooper Kupp had his way, I think he would like to be in Denver. I think that'd be one of the places that would appeal to him. That I would say. I feel comfortable in saying that. Whether Denver's offer, if Denver's even interested, is going to be competitive enough with some of the offers is a whole other thing. If it gets 8 to 10, I'm going to guess Denver's not there. But if it's a little lower, I could see Denver being interested.
Schefter on PhD yesterday. That's music to my ears. I love to hear that.
Yeah, my question is, why is Cooper Kupp so interested in Denver?
I don't know. I don't have the answer. Maybe he thinks Bo Nix is really good. I have no idea.
I don't think it's me money, Moshe. I think he can make more money elsewhere. Overnight, the Cowboys said to be interested in Cooper Kupp as well. There are teams with much more money in their reserves right now left over than the Broncos. So I don't think it's just a financial incentive for Cooper Kupp. I really don't. Most of the time it is. Most of the time in this free agency business, it's all about that. I'm not sure that's all at play here.
Vic, this is his last contract in the NFL. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Or theoretically, I mean, he's over.
He could probably get 30. A couple one-year deals after this, but DeAndre Hopkins signed a 1-year $6 million deal in Baltimore, something like that.
Depending on the length, this is probably his last quote big contract. Then, over the age of 30, he's a great route runner. Maybe the wheels aren't what they used to be. Okay, fine. I would think that he would want the bread. I mean, that's what most guys do. That's what I'm thinking.
What do you think he's getting?
He ends up here?
What do you think he's getting? I don't think it's going to be that much.
Idea.
Well, you just heard Adam. He said if it's anywhere close to 10, it's probably unlikely he signs with the Broncos. I don't know what that number ends up at. I think he's a Bronco if it's somewhere between 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah, let's just say it's a 2-year deal for $16 million and 15's guaranteed or something like that, right? Or 14's guaranteed. And just hypothetically, the Broncos can get Cooper Kupp the money that he is satisfied with. There's still a group of Broncos fans out there that don't like the idea of him being on the roster, and I, for the life of me, can't understand it. Now, there's been a couple of different arguments. One is his health, and he has been hurt over the last few years. There's no doubt about that. Another that I've heard is, well, he's going to stunt the development of some of your young wideouts, your guys like Devon Vele or Troy Franklin or guys like that. And that one, to me, is like the one I care the least about. I cared about development of young guys last offseason when I thought the Broncos were going to be terrible. And then they weren't. They were actually good, and they made the playoffs. So now I'm all about bring talent on the roster. I don't care how old they are, what they look like, what anything is. Make the team better because you're in a place to compete now. Yeah. That's the next step. And if Cooper Kupp can walk in here and give me 55 catches for 700 yards and pick up first downs and touchdowns, then why wouldn't you want that on the roster?
Well, let's just say he does sign. All right. What is your wide receiver lineup? How does it look? You tell me.
I think it's Sutton, Kupp, and Mims. And then you can sprinkle in your Veles and Franklins after that.
So
I think that's what it looks like.
Receiver set right there.
Not to mention Evan Ingram, too.
So the only thing going against Cooper Kupp is Sean Payton's love with big receivers. He has the big receiver love thing going. And Cooper Kupp is not that. He's a possession receiver. I don't think there's anybody better in the NFL between him and Puka. How many times last year do we see those sideline patterns where he keeps both feet inbounds somehow, some way?
Yeah.
That's his specialty.
To me,
he's a real super safety valve for a young quarterback.
That's the thing.
He really is. And so I look at that and I'm like, wow, to have that kind of catching ability would be great, But again, I mean, I guess I'm not anti-Cooper Kupp, but I'm like, I could take it or leave it at the right price.
I'll tell you why, and I think out of everybody on this show, I have been the most into the idea of adding some sort of veteran wideout to the group, and there's one reason for it, and I think I've made the connection. I'm just not sold on the Marvin Mims is going to have a for sure breakout season next year. If he does, then I'm less concerned. But if it looks a lot like this year where some weeks he pops and then he's kind of disappeared for 3 weeks and then he jumps back again, like I'm not fooled by a final good month of the season for Marvin Mims in which he kind of burst on the scene. Because he's been here for 2 years, and it's the first time he was consistently used in the offense. If he is going to be that, then sure. I could do without Cooper Kupp, and you could just roll with those two and have the other guys sort of fill in where they need to. But I would need a guarantee that Marvin Mims is a focal point of the offense, which I'm not sure is the case yet. Like, is it fair for me to have some reservations on that subject? Because I think a lot of people operate under the idea that Marvin Mims is just going to be a guy who gets 80 catches this year, and I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, who the heck's thinking he's going to have 80 catches? I think he's going to be utilized in the offense in some manner, not only as a receiver. He'll play running back. He'll do a little bit of everything. I don't think he comes off as an 80 catch guy. He's going to be utilized in different ways.
How about touches then? 80 touches throughout the course of the year.
Gotcha.
Whatever. I'm just saying, like, they haven't done that up until the final few weeks where it got a little bit better.
Sure.
But it just wasn't consistent. And I don't want it to be, again, I guess what I'm getting at, I don't want it to be Cortland Sutton's on the field, and then you're looking for hopefully somebody else can give you 3 or 4 catches throughout the course of a game.
I completely agree. But what's interesting to me is it seemed like they had, a ton of wideouts and guys that were rotated in, little Jordan Humphrey and guys like this. All of a sudden, it looks like that wideout room could use some dudes. All
I thought that all season.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it looks like, boy, we got some openings here for different kinds of wideouts.
I am really excited about this Evan Engram signing. Did you see on Twitter, on social media?
Are you going to say the word?
I'm not going to say the word.
Oh.
He tweeted a photo of the it's not a
Heath
superhero.
Ledger's character in The Dark Knight.
Yes. With his head out the window. And he already understands what his role is going to be, and he tweets that out, and he says, ready to go. I love it. Hey, here's what he tweeted when he took the job. When he took the
why would he do that?
Why not? It's fun. He understands the game. He understands what he's doing. He understands his role. What's wrong with him doing that, Mose? What's your problem?
Well, I thought we came to the agreement that that's not his role, that he's really not that kind of player.
He's just having fun with it. He's having
just
fun
a
with
good
it. Let him have
tight end.
fun.
Okay.
What are you,
Okay.
fun police? No. He did
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
He did issue this release upon being signed by the Broncos. Quote, "It's all love, Jax," in reference to Jacksonville. It's all love, Jax. But they just let an MF dog loose. Excited for what's next. # be easy.
That dog loose. Be easy. Okay. All right. You know what I love about him, by the way, is I do think we were just talking about Mackenzie Blackwood. Like, if you put him on another roster, maybe his numbers look better. I really think that Ingram could be one of those guys.
I already like him.
Yeah.
I already like him. Again, all you have to do to tell me whether you like the guy or not, give me his numbers, his size, and his speed. He's 240 with a 4.42.
Yeah.
Moj, do you understand that? Do those numbers hit your brain? He's 240 with a 4.42 40.
He's a big dude who runs really well. I get it. Is he going to carry the football? No. But he's going to catch the football, and he's going to be good.
But here's what his greatest asset to me is. He's a tight end that if he gets an open space, he can do something, right? He's not, again, not to keep picking on this guy, but he's not Troutman, where he's got nobody within 5 yards of him, and he picks up 2 more yards, and then he's on the ground. It's like if he's in open space, he's athletic enough to go by people. By the way, do you guys have any interest? It's a periodic question that I have regarding this, because we were kind of into it last year. Are you guys following Russell Wilson on his visits to Cleveland, and now he's heading off to New York to talk with the Giants? Does this matter to you? Are you interested at all? Or do you just not care? Have we let go now?
I've resigned myself. I've recused myself from the Russell Wilson loyalty tour. I don't follow him. I don't know what's going on in his life. I'm sorry. What's happening?
He just visited Cleveland, and now he's off to New York to talk with the Giants about a potential job.
I couldn't care less.
Okay.
Couldn't care less.
I'm trying to think Yeah, I'm trying to think of things that I care about less than Russell Wilson's future. And that list is not very long. I couldn't care less about where he plays, who he plays for,
I think it was.
does, his
I
life.
think it was interesting.
I couldn't care less.
I think it was interesting last year, but I'm kind of with you, Moj. I don't care anymore. I don't understand what New York thinks they're getting out of this. Let's say that the Giants sign him. I'm like, what's the point? What are you guys trying to do here?
A bridge. Think about where we were 3 years ago. 3 years ago, we were doing, oh, my God, what if we got Aaron Rodgers? Oh, my God, we got Russell Wilson. Those two quarterbacks were on the Broncos' radar, front and center, every day.
Yep.
Russell came out of nowhere.
Well, yeah, it was more Rodgers.
It was Aaron Rodgers, primarily. Russell Wilson came out of nowhere to get on that. And now both of those quarterbacks are sort of out in the wilderness looking for a home.
It's a pretty crazy drop-off over just a couple of years span of what you thought a couple of – well, Aaron Rodgers was, and then he got hurt, and then he's also old. But what I thought Russell was going to be when he got here compared to what he actually was, and these guys are having hard times finding jobs now is wild.
Russell Wilson from a whole pack of Badgers.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Listen,
Go ahead. This is why I asked Jeff Legwald about it yesterday. I said, Jeff, look at all these dudes out there, including 4 former Broncos quarterbacks. I said, are all these guys going to be able to land gigs? I mean, it just feels like, and he said, well, the class isn't that good. Okay, fine. And then he brought up Teddy Bridgewater, who's coaching high school football, signed by the Lions late in the season. Okay, fine. But there comes a time when these guys just don't get gigs anymore, right? When their time is up. And
there's some
if it's
guys,
me,
some guys like that.
I'm not looking at them.
Here's the other thing. This is the beauty of where we're at. And can we just take a second to appreciate this? Because, Vic, you just brought this up. A couple of years ago, we were all talking about, Aaron Rodgers in the offseason, and then you get Russell Wilson and all this different stuff, right? We went through the battles of Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Locks and Joe Flacco's and all that different stuff. And you're done with it. Like, that's not conversation that you have anymore. You have a quarterback that you are talking about with confidence right now in Bo Nix because he's young, and he looked really good last year.
It's leasing versus owning.
Now take this for a second, because I saw this yesterday, and I laughed audibly. Pittsburgh, who is currently looking for a quarterback, and maybe they'll sign Aaron Rodgers. Who knows? Did you see the signing that they made yesterday? They brought back Mason Rudolph. And I'm just like, can you imagine being a Steelers fan? You're like, gosh, I feel like our team's pretty good. We just need a quarterback to come in and solidify things. Mm-hmm. And then you see the news. Former Steeler turned Titan and now Steeler again, Mason Rudolph back. And it's just got to be like PTSD for those guys. They're like, please don't. Not again.
You know what? I'm glad Pittsburgh's going through it. They had Big Ben for a good decade plus. They've had their quarterbacks. I mean, we've had them in Denver where you didn't have to worry about that position. Every franchise goes through this. Every one. It's cyclical where you're just going to be a revolving door of dudes who are washed up, old, young, up-and-coming, veteran, journeyman, whatever.
The most spoiled franchise. Like, if I say this out loud, do you think that this could ever happen again?
All right, let me think. You're going to pick a franchise that has had a collection of quarterbacks come through that have been just preeminent franchise-type quarterbacks that have taken the baton and held it for many, many years. Are you going to say Green Bay?
Yes. How is that even possible that they were able to do that? They go from – when did Favre start with them? Was it like 91, 92, something like that?
Something like that. He got traded by Atlanta to the Green Bay Packers, and the rest is history.
It's been over 30 consecutive years of they have a quarterback, 3. They've gone through 3.
Yeah.
Favre to Rodgers to now Jordan Love, in which they've said immediately this is our guy for the next decade.
That is probably the cleanest resume in all of football. You won't find anything like it. I mean, back in the day, the Niners came close when they had Montana and Steve Young. The Broncos didn't have that carryover, but I mean, when you go from Elway and a few years later to Manning, that's pretty damn good. And Plummer in between.
It was more like a decade.
But Plummer
in
and Cutler in
between.
between weren't they weren't slobs.
No,
okay?
that's a pretty good transfer of power right there.
It was more than a decade in between. And Jake was great. Don't get me wrong. Well, it wasn't seamless. It was more than a decade. They went through a bunch of dudes.
I understand. How many franchises have 2 Hall of Famers within, 12 years?
No, it's
At that position?
very, very rare. It's very rare.
Yeah, it's wild. Just quickly, before we get to a break. So last night in college hoops, CSU gets the win. I just looked this morning on Joe Lunardi's bracketology. They're still in that first 4-out category.
He says they may have to at least get to the final of the Mountain West and may have to win it based on what other teams do. But
that sounds insane to me.
I know. Nick Clifford, by the way.
Oh, what a player.
What an improvement he has made since his days at CU. I mean, he stayed in school. He's one of these older players in college game, right? And he saw fit to go back to play the college game. But he's flat out an NBA player. He's going to be a first-round pick.
So he had 14 boards, I think, yesterday, right? Like,
He
not
is a
just 25
first-round
points.
pick.
Yeah.
He is a first-round selection. He will be in the NBA, playing NBA basketball at this time next year.
So CSU gets the win. Hopefully they can get a couple of more. And if they aren't in the tournament, especially with how good they've played at the end of the year, would just blow me away. CU, by the way.
If you're a 23-9 team, I mean, just the record alone feels like a tournament team.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
It does.
Mountain West is not getting a whole lot of respect, so to speak.
CU, on the other hand, they were having this nice little run, the Big 12 tourney, after a rough regular season, but found a little something here in the early portion of the tourney, but they get matched up with the number 2 team in the country. They hung in there with Houston.
Yeah.
They hung in there
with Houston.
It was always arm's length, but not quite close enough to actually throw a punch on them.
Yeah, but that to me, that's a positive, man. You lost by single digits to the number 2 team in the country, right? And you got an opportunity to build on that. You got a bunch of young dudes who are going to learn from that. I like it. I mean, I know it wasn't a good year for them overall, but I thought the tourney run, a couple of wins, a little confidence, it's something you can take and build on.
I totally agree. I think that's huge. What is this? What are you doing? Why are you doing Justin Bieber hands to me?
I'm doing the heart thing.
Why?
I don't know. I've never done that before.
Why did you just decide to do it now?
I don't know. I just saw my hands and I said, let's do the heart gesture. I'm not sure why.
Dynamite drop in, Monty? Yeah.
Humble apologies. Moshe, can you do the heart gesture with your hands?
I just did. Yeah, I just did.
See, you've done it before. You know exactly what to do.
Yeah,
Why do you
I
think
have
that
done
this
it.
is a difficult thing to do? This
It
isn't.
just seems very hard for me.
Can you do the blood on your hands?
The hell is that?
Nelly, you know what I'm talking about, right? There's a big trend in high school, especially if you came from a suburban area.
What is that?
You would do the gang sign for blood. I never could do it. I never wanted to either.
You spell it with your
Bloods
fingers.
and Crips? Put it up, Nelly. Did you just do it?
Hey,
Did you do it?
I come from a time where you don't do that.
Yeah, no kidding. I didn't do it either.
You don't, you don't do that.
Exactly right. That's what I was saying. But a whole bunch of kids who grew up in suburban areas of the country thought that it was cool to learn how to do that with their hands. And
I mean,
said,
that
"I'm gonna
escalated. I
pass."
give you a love signal, and you start giving me gang warfare back. What is going on here?
It was very Malibu's Most Wanted vibes.
Yes,
those
exactly
Those were
right.
the only kids that actually did that.
Yes. Have you guys seen that movie, by the way? It's awful. It's a terrible movie, but it's kind of fun.
Hey,
Jamie
don't-
Kennedy.
Don't be
right?
hating.
Jamie
Don't be
Kennedy.
hating.
Yeah. All right. So when we return, there's a lot I want to talk about, especially with the double dipperoo tonight. But there's a quote that I think everybody's going to agree with, and they're going to absolutely hate the messenger who brought the correct message. We'll get to it next.
I got something for you, boys. I got something for you. Tonight, at Ball Arena. Tonight, the Nuggets host the dreaded L.A. Lakers. Present at that game will be Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. I will be interviewing Bo Nix during the game on Altitude TV. What do you want me to ask?
Bo Nix. What to ask Bo Nix heading into this offseason? Ask him if they can change the name of Joker because he's watching Joker play.
Okay, that's a ridiculous question.
Why?
Just a waste of my time.
Why?
Because I'm a serious journalist. Moj?
You called him Mr. Sting once.
That's true. And I called him a pass guy instead of a quarterback.
Vic, that's a great question. You kind of put me on the spot. Well, I mean, you're obviously going to ask about the moves the Broncos have made.
Evan Ingram.
What it does to what it does to have that guy as part of your team now, and here you are. You're 1 year in Denver, so to speak. I mean, almost 1 year when we get to draft time, but virtually a year in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question for you.
I mean, generic crap.
I got a question for you.
See, you just turned it into generic crap. I don't want it to be generic crap.
Okay,
I got one question that when you're done with yours, there's only one question to ask a guy like that. But you go ahead.
I am actually genuinely curious what he thinks about this because he's somebody who's really good at using his legs. What does he think the proper number of rushing attempts in a game for him is? How many times he takes off and runs?
Sure.
That's a football question. What you want is to have a happy-go-lucky, fun-time interview at a Nuggets game.
Brett doesn't understand how this works.
Well, I just asked, could you change the name of the Joker thing? And then you said I'm a serious journalist. So then I went serious journalist. And then
Brett,
you said
went
it's
too
much.
serious. Brett, you're breaking down. We're not at the combine, Brett. We're watching a Lakers-Nuggets game, and he's talking about three-step drops.
Let me defend Brett here for a second, Vic. It doesn't even. You're throwing out. We could say, "Hey, ask this question. It's the best question to ever ask Bo Nix in his life," and you'd still throw it in the garbage because you're going to do your own thing anyway.
True.
So this whole damn thing is rhetorical. You're not even
100%.
real about it.
Yep.
But we have gotten some good suggestions on the text line. Multiple people on text and Twitch have said that you got to ask Bo Nix what that thing do.
Okay, yeah, that's a consideration.
And then another good one from the 303-995. Ask him who's a better passer, him or Nikola Jokic.
That's exactly what I had in the top of my mind. There are two questions I'm definitely going to ask. I'm going to ask about Joker's arm. Who throws the better long ball, Bo Nix or Nikola Jokic? And can he learn a thing or two? See, that's journalism, Brett.
It's
Brett,
already.
Do you know what journalism is?
I feel like that's what everybody's asked who's a football player going to a Broncos game.
That's the Katie Wingy. That's the Katie Wingy. Yeah.
I'm not doing that voice because of Katie. It was just I was doing a dumb voice.
Done.
You said Katie right then. So let me change that now so I'm not insulting Katie because it's not what I'm talking about. But every time there's a Broncos player, Vic's like he thought he just reinvented the wheel here. Cortland Sutton, you're at the game. Would you love to catch a pass from Nikola Jokic on the football field? Everybody asks that.
So let me get this
Journalist.
straight. Brett, during a Nuggets-Lakers game, let's say it's a fierce battle, it's a close game, it's really tight, people are watching the game. Brett wants me to go up to the quarterback of the Broncos and say, so you only average 3 carries per game. Do you think you should increase that number to 6 or 7? How do you want to use your wheels? I mean, are you crazy?
Yeah.
What do you think so. This is?
I think you should ask him, hey, Bo, what happened on that interception in the end zone? Were you just not getting the read you wanted?
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
Here's the question that must be asked of any professional athlete that attends a basketball game. And it's one that you guys simply overlooked. Can you dunk a basketball? And when's the last time you dunked? That's it.
Wait, is this true? It texture says Bo Nix is a Lakers fan, by the way.
Oh, I'm gonna have to rethink this.
Wait, is that true?
I'm gonna tell producer Andy right now we may have to rethink this interview. You better do your due diligence on this.
Hang on. I'm reading a story.
This is not happening.
Hold on, let me get
this. This changes everything.
He's almost dead to me at this moment.
Here's a headline. True. Now, I don't know what the hell this site is. It's essentiallysports.com. headline from March
It comes
20
from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
March 27th, 2024. So this is before the draft last year. Quarterback Bo Nix and wife show up in L.A. to back King LeBron James and the Lakers. That's the headline.
I'm sending a message to my producer.
Maybe times have changed. Maybe things are different now. What is the tie between one Bo Nix and LeBron James? He's not from L.A. He never lived in
I'm
L.A.
seeing a
Probably
lot
trained
of
there, I don't
pictures, a
know.
lot of pictures of Bo Nix and some Lakers stuff, dapping it up with LeBron.
No.
Okay, forget. We're not
Nope,
doing
nope.
it then. No.
Nope.
Interview
I
off.
rescind
Interview's off.
all suggestions, everything I asked. Take that last 5 minutes of this radio segment, take it off the air.
I like this one. Here's a suggestion from a texter. Ask him why his name is so short. Hey, bro, it's only 5 letters. What you got going on
What
here?
you doing?
Here's the quote I wanted to give you, by the way. I'm going to read the quote first. I'll tell you who said it afterwards. Something's got to happen. The competitive imbalance in baseball has gotten to the point of ludicrosity now. It's an unregulated industry. The only way to fix baseball is to do a salary cap and a floor. Would you agree with that quote?
Say that one more time.
Of course I do. I've been saying that for years and years and years.
The competitive
Yes.
imbalance in baseball has gotten to the point of ludicrosity now. It's an unregulated industry. The
Yeah.
only way to fix baseball is to do a salary cap and a floor.
Dick Monfort told Mark Kisla that, I believe.
That is correct, yes. I think everybody agrees with the statement, but I think they're going to hate the messenger who brought it in. That's
Why?
Look at the responses to the article.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
He's absolutely 1,000% correct. Just because it's Dick Monfort who said it doesn't mean it's not true. Why don't you like Dick Monfort saying that? Listen, there are very few owners in baseball, period, who have the money to compete with the LA Dodgers and the New York Yankees. I mean, period. It's ridiculous.
The financial wherewithal, the difference in just plain money in baseball ownership is severe. It's severe. Cohen, the owner of the Mets, right? What's his first name?
Steve, I think.
Cohen. That dude can do whatever he wants whenever he wants with money. He is me, money, me. Now compare him.
I think that people think there's an unlimited supply of billionaires who can own sports teams out there and just throw money to the wind. There's not as many as you think, and some are richer than others. Listen, say what you will about Dick Monfort. He's not incorrect in this regard at all. Period. End of story.
The thing that drives me nuts about this, though, is a lot of the responses I saw is that Dick Monfort doesn't spend money. We've been over this before. They have been either midway or in the top half of the league in spending every year. They just don't spend it very wisely. Like, they take the money that they have and they get Chris Bryant, and we're all like, well, why would you do that? That seems silly. Now, I am annoyed that over the last 5 years, the only free agent you've signed to a multi-year contract is Chris Bryant. For 5 years, that's a wild
We're
sort
hoping
of
that
stat.
the veteran slugger's Bryant.
Listen, you could be critical of what the Rockies have done, and we have been, all right? But you can also come to terms with the fact that the ownership of the Rockies and most franchises, they don't swim in the same waters as the Dodgers
Correct.
ownership and the Mets ownership. They just don't. It's not the same game.
Could you imagine if the Penners, the Walton Penner group, had a baseball team? Like, they could be the Dodgers if they wanted to. They could.
Yeah, but they don't. But there's also smart people. They're not just going to throw, $1 billion at the wind.
Yeah, that Cohen guy just throws money.
They're not dumb.
He pays money, doesn't matter, doesn't care, right? Just recklessly at times.
Right. Here's the thing, though. When people talk about, and I've seen this a lot, when I tell you guys, hey, I'm excited about some of the young players on this roster for the Rockies, and I think that this could be a fun year despite the record. Maybe, you aren't going to win 95 games, but I think it would be fun watching the development of young, talented guys in this roster. And one of the first things I'm always hit with is, well, they won't pay them. And I go, that's not true. It's just not true. They go, well, Zeke Tovar's really good, and he's going to be gone. I go, well, Zeke Tovar just signed a 7-year deal last year, so that's going to be pretty difficult.
Did Charlie Blackmon get paid?
Yep.
Did Todd Helton get paid?
Yeah.
Listen, they will pay guys. Okay?
Nolan got paid.
Nolan got paid. It's just
Nolan got paid for not playing here.
Right. They also paid some of the wrong guys. Look, I have my issues, and have had my issues with Dick Monfort over the years. We put it all to bed, essentially, at one point in the dugout some years ago, and that was good before the season began. And I've got my issues with him and the ownership and so on and so forth, but he's not wrong. You know, if anything, I want to be able to give Dick Monfort sort of a puncher's chance in all of this and give other owners a puncher's chance in all of this because the top is so top-heavy, it's inequitable for the rest of the league. And that's a fact. That's the truth. And you can say it's no excuse if you want to. I think it is. I just don't like the way baseball is structured whatsoever in that regard. I think it's a dumb plan. I think it's dumb for the game.
All right, back to the matters at hand. I'm going to give Bo Nix an opportunity on a live mic tonight to rescind his Laker and LeBron loyalty and come over to the
Did you already set this up, or is this just something that you think you're going to do?
Oh, no, it's set up.
Okay, so it's already set up.
I like this question. Can you ask it like this? Hey, Bo, do you renounce the Lakers and all their works and all their ways? Do it just like that. Mm-hmm. Make it almost like an exorcism.
See, it's got to be hard for pro athletes who come into town with their I'm trying to get in their shoes here. So you're a pro athlete, you're from a part of the country, or you have certain loyalties. You move here, you represent a city and a team. Do you bring those loyalties with you? Do you trash those loyalties and start over? How does that work? I don't know how that works because I've always been here. I mean, I've been here for now, I've been back home. I grew up here. So I don't know if you can carry that baggage around the country like these guys have to do that.
I think you support the town that you're in, but if you have loyalties, you have loyalties. Vic, when you worked in Austin, Texas, and if the Nuggets were playing the Mavs, you weren't rooting for the Mavs.
I would never show up. Again, this is where the line is drawn. I would never show up at the stadium wearing a Nuggets jersey in the Mavericks.
That's
arena.
totally fair.
Ever.
But you, despite living in Texas at the time, would not be rooting for the Dallas Mavericks. You'd be rooting for the Nuggets because that's where your loyalties are.
As a professional journalist taught not to root.
Oh, you shut your mouth.
He's making a point.
I get it.
You got to... people like you who live
I was
on
a professional journalist. I would never choose sides at a sporting event. What do you think this is?
You know what you were, dude? You were a young geek who got a job in Austin. You weren't even a journalist yet. You didn't even know what the word meant. And people like you who live on technicalities drive me insane.
As a professional in this business,
you drive me absolutely bonkers.
I was taught certain things, certain standards of professionalism that I displayed.
I don't think those apply anywhere. You ever heard like an actual journalist? I'm talking about journalist. That's like, I have no bias politically. And you're like, You can just say I'm going to do my best not to show it. We all know.
Everything I just said is tongue-in-cheek. Let me tell you something about that, and I'm going to get off my soapbox after I make this statement. If you ever hear anybody in our business, in the broadcast business, tell you that they're right down the middle, that they have no bias, that they have no affiliation, they are lying through their teeth. Okay, I want you to know that first and foremost. Okay, no matter who says it, no matter who they represent, no matter what they think they're doing, no matter what they tell you, everyone is biased. Everyone has a feeling one way or the other. They may think they're not biased. They're biased. The end.
Now, the difference is, if they say something, this is why I try and say it this way. I'm going to do my best to be as fair as possible. But there's some people, we've talked about this before, Vic, I will be biased to Jared Bednar because I like him, okay? I will be. That's just the truth. I will do my best to be fair on things. I will. But I have biases.
And then, Vic, in answer to your previous question, do you remember Nick Bonito is a big LeBron James fan, and I think that's because he grew up near Miami, so he probably caught some of that heat wave. So when the Nuggets were playing the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, and route to the championship, he tweeted out like, yo, LeBron's my dude. That's crazy. He's playing my boys. And he got murdered.
He got killed. Well, good. You got to know. You got to know when is a good time. You live in Denver now. You represent this town, my town. This is my town. You will do what my town wants of you to do.
So this now fun lovey-dovey interview in the middle of the basketball game is going to turn into an interrogation of
No,
Bo
it's
Nix.
not.
That's what it's going to be.
You know I'm joking.
All right. So tune in for that tonight. By the way, I got some audio, basketball-wise, and I think that all of you don't like this team, but I think you're going to want to defend them next. Hey, Moj, just quickly, before we get to this audio from Brian Windhorst on First Take that I want to get to in a second, just saw this about 15 minutes ago. If you remember, Mackenzie Blackwood signed an extension with the Avs. I believe it was was it five for five-ish, somewhere in the ballpark?
Yeah, something right around there. Yeah, great. A good number, I think, for everybody. Yeah.
The Vegas Golden Knights just signed Aiden Hill to a contract extension. 6 years for $37.5 million. So a little over 6 for Aiden Hill. What do you think?
That's probably a pretty good ticket for both sides.
Okay.
I would say that's a pretty good. I mean, he won them a Stanley Cup championship.
Yeah.
But you're not throwing out $10 million per. I think Blackwood's getting just over $5 million per. And you're not breaking the bank with a 10 per. You're not going full Bobrovsky, Shesterkin, so on and so forth. Now, again, you're talking about the Rangers with one of the best goalies on the planet in Igor Shesterkin, but what's that getting them? They ain't doing crap. You know what I mean? So it allows you to take some of that money and get more guys up front or on the blue line or whatever. So I think it's probably a pretty good ticket for Vegas, right around there.
Do you think Vegas is going to be firmly in the mix come playoff time, Moj?
Yeah, I do. Okay. You know why, Vic? Because their blue line is so good. Their blue line is it's just big and it's tough, and they're not the wagon they were, when they won a couple of years ago, but they're always there and they're always doing stuff, right? I mean, they're always making moves. They got Riley Smith back, so he goes back home and he's very familiar and comfortable there, but they just got a big old tough back end. I mean, Theodore's terrific. Petrangelo's still going strong. He's in his mid-30s, but he's still there. Braden McNabb is in his 30s, but he's big and mean, as we all know. They got Hannafin. They got a bunch of dudes back there, so they're always going to be, I think, a team to be reckoned with. Yeah.
Here's some audio. First Take yesterday. We've lived this. When the Nuggets in 2023 were making their run towards their first ever NBA championship, did it feel like they weren't taken seriously by people outside of this market?
Of course. Yes.
Well, if you recall, the Lakers were still heralded as the team to beat, even when they got to the Western Conference Finals.
Yep. So they weren't. The Cleveland Cavaliers, does it feel like a team that has 2 15-game win streaks this year has been taken seriously?
They've been taken for granted as well, 100%, and for the same reasons. But the same but different reasons. Here's the difference. The difference between Cleveland and Denver, Cleveland doesn't have that multiple MVP. The Nuggets had Nikola Jokic, who carried some cachet. The Cleveland Cavaliers are they're riddled with talent. It's Donovan Mitchell is arguably their best player, but take a look at their six-man rotation.
Garland, I always forget the dude with the fro, their big center who I love, Jared Allen.
Jared Allen.
He's great. They got a whole bunch of great players on that team, a lot of them. But are you surprised to hear this? I got 2 different clips for you. Brian Windhorst yesterday on First Take.
Stephen A., I don't mean to have to be the guy who is defending Oklahoma City day in and day out on this program. I'm not even arguing that they are a lock or that they are one of the great teams of the last decade. But my God, is there an incredible amount of disrespect for this team. And Mad Dog, it's not just you. I hear it every day. I hear it implicitly from other people I talk to in the league. I hear it implicitly from players out there who are like, yeah, we'll be all fine on the same side of the bracket as Oklahoma City. They just don't respect them.
That's surprising. That Brian Windhorst is saying he's talking to players and executives around the league who are not worried at all about Oklahoma City.
Well, they should be. They should be. I think it doesn't surprise me because, again, it's a small market, and they haven't won yet. That's why.
So this motion, second part.
Talk about all. You can talk about all this as fool's gold in the regular season.
Second part real quick. This is the reason he gave.
And I go, why? This team is absolutely capable of winning a championship. Now, I get it. They're the youngest team in the league. And you look at any league in any sport, you're never going to respect the youngest team. I'm not expecting the people to cower from them. But my gosh, I can't believe how little respect there is paid to a team that had 57 wins last year and is on the way to 65, 67 wins this year.
That's what's crazy. This isn't the first time Oklahoma City's been good.
Yeah.
They were great last season, too.
You know, you could be one of two things. You could be on the cusp of greatness. You can be on the cusp of a great run. Or you can be the Atlanta Hawks. Do you remember that run that the Atlanta Hawks had where they won the Eastern Conference, they had the best record, they had Paul Millsap, they had Al Horford, they had George Teague. Do you remember those teams?
Yes.
Yes.
And then come playoff time, they sucked.
There's a difference, and you mentioned it earlier, Vic, between Cleveland and Denver. What's the difference that I'm going to make here, the distinction between OKC and that Atlanta team you're talking about?
The difference is they have Shea. They have that guy.
That's the guy who is likely to win the MVP this year.
Yeah, they have the guy. And usually if you go through the course of history, when you have that guy in the playoffs, the team with that guy more often than not wins.
I mean, the exception to tell me if there's any other ones. The only exception I can think of to that, Vic, is the Pistons teams of the early to mid 2000s.
That's what makes them so unique.
They were the only team that didn't have the absolute no-doubter dog top three guy in the league sort of
That's what
player.
makes them go through the list of NBA champions. The only other team that comes close is Toronto with Kawhi.
But Kawhi was great.
I know he was. There aren't many teams that fit that mold.
But OKC's got it. They got the guy that everybody's talking about as the MVP over Joker, despite Joker's numbers. Like, they have that dude. I don't get this. I don't understand it either.
Let me tell you what it is. Let me tell you what it is with OKC, and I think why there's a lot of doubt. It's a young team with a very deep rotation. They go 10 deep. And they play so hard. Defensively, their numbers cannot be refuted. You look at their defensive numbers, they stop teams, they hold them to the fewest points in the NBA. And I think a lot of folks in the NBA look at them and say, yeah, they're try-hard guys in the regular season because they're young and they got legs. But in the playoffs, we all play that way.
Yeah.
You see what I mean by that?
It's fine, but they're deep in ways that teams aren't.
But did you see what I just said?
Yeah.
You know, they're doing in the regular season what other teams just don't want to do yet.
See, I'm always careful in making the assumption, and that's, Vic, I think you're right. I think a lot of people play that game, though. I think people have played it with the Nuggets this year, where it's like, well, when the games actually matter, then we'll – and I'm like, I don't think that that's something you can assume. That just, when the playoffs start, trust me, their defense is going to be miles better than it is now. I don't know about that. Maybe they aren't. I'm not talking about the Nuggets specifically, just any fan talking about their team that way.
No, I think the makeup of your team at this juncture is what you are. I don't think you change the way you play.
Yeah.
You can change the intensity of your play, but not the way you play. Like the
I
Denver Nuggets.
I want the Nuggets. Why, Vic? I want them to go all the way, and I hope that they do. I mean, they have their own issues, but I hope that they do. But what gets me is that, honestly, I think if it ended up Cleveland versus OKC in the final, I think that the league would be mad. And I don't. That's one thing I don't get. You know what I mean? The league would be unhappy. Adam Silver would be disappointed, right? Maybe other guys around the league, players in the league, are like, "Oh man, it's Cleveland and OKC. Come on, man." And I just don't get that. It blows my mind that you. I think you have people openly rooting that does not happen.
Does the NHL have that? Like obviously, every league has their preferences on what would be my ideal championship matchup. Like, yeah, I'm sure the NHL would want Toronto in there. Yeah.
Versus Los Angeles.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure they'd love to have that. But if they got San Jose versus Columbus or something, would they be upset?
I mean, yeah, if it's Florida versus Florida versus Seattle, nobody's openly pissed about it. You know what I mean? And in the NBA, people get openly upset that there's not big
This
guns
goes back to my
final.
Goes back to my monologue, my rant about biases in media. You know, I remember when the NBA finals were here. And I remember when the Nuggets and the Heat were involved. and you get national guys who say the Nuggets just aren't compelling. Do you remember
Chris
that?
Mannix,
Right.
who we'll never have on here ever again.
Remember that narrative? And I remember hanging around with a lot of these national media types who were just sort of, oh, how boring. You're biased.
Yeah.
You're biased. And you're from the East Coast or you're from L.A. And we're boring to you because we're not from your part of the country. And if anybody thinks that's fake, you're blind. I've seen it.
Real.
I've lived it.
It's
Moser,
real.
you've lived it.
Yep.
You go to the East Coast and you talk some East Coast hoops with some of these guys, we're dead. We don't even exist in their eyes.
Yeah.
This part of the country doesn't exist. I'm telling you, it's real. So whatever narrative that's out there, that ESPN trots out there, that FS1 trots out there on their shows, that's a narrative born of geography. 100%. Nick Wright, for example, he's a Kansas City honk. Why? He's from there.
Mm-hmm.
Biases exist in our business, and they don't go away. And in Denver, when it comes to the national scene, we're not very well represented here. Neither are the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Yeah, could you imagine Roger Goodell being openly pissed that Green Bay and Buffalo are hooking up in the Super Bowl? You know, you can't even imagine that, but that's the way it is in the NBA. And so Windhorst is correct that they get poo-pooed all the time, which is why Barkley went on his big rant.
Do you remember Stephen A. Smith last year saying he didn't want Denver to get to the finals because he didn't feel like traveling to Denver again? Do you remember that?
Yep. He didn't want to come here. Yes, I remember that.
Well, and I always wonder if OKC had the same team, and I said the same thing when the Nuggets were making a run at the championship. If OKC had the same team, but that exact roster was playing in L.A., does the narrative change about how much of a threat that they are?
They'd be
to
doing
a champion?
documentaries
Of
about
course.
the dynasty. Yes, of course it would. I mean, that's a rhetorical question. You knew the answer before you even it exited your mouth. Of course. And if Nikola Jokic played in New York, he'd be deemed the greatest player ever in the history of the game.
Yep.
Already. I mean, obviously, geography matters because it goes back to those biases I told you about. It's so funny you bring this up. I am sitting in the media room before the game the other night, and there's this dude from New York City, a writer, who's doing something, and he's talking, and I'm sitting there talking, and he's talking about the Knicks and and I felt like saying, dude, I don't care about your Knicks. I'm striking a conversation about the weather in Denver. Shut up.
The Knicks are actually okay this year.
I know, but it's just so funny how they travel with that bias.
Yeah.
It travels.
Yep. Just curious, because I thought the same thing as you guys. I'm just like, I can't believe that people are dismissing the Thunder, and it's got to be just because they reside in Oklahoma. It's the only thing I can think of. Because there's nothing about that team that looks like they're weak anywhere. Anyway.
But part of me too, Brett, and this is my insecurities with Denver over the years and people calling us flyover country and all that kind of thing. Part of me wants those young guys in Oklahoma City to love the city, to love the franchise, that not seek their way out. Let Oklahoma City, like Utah was for a long time, let them be sort of a juggernaut, so to speak, and let those guys grow together and let that market thrive. I'm tired of the bias. I want the goodness for all the teams. I mean, I guess that's what you want if you were running a league. You'd want every franchise to be healthy, but part of me kind of wants that, even though it would affect what the Nuggets are doing.
Knicks fans who are listening, I know there are a lot of you out there, and you'll be at the game tonight like this, talking like this. I know you're going to be there. What was that from? I know there are going to be a lot of Lakers fans at the game tonight. That's going to be fun.
How do they talk? How do they talk
Good
like,
Lord.
Vic?
They don't talk.
LA? The
Yeah.
traffic on the 405 is bad?
They don't have accents because a lot of them are from here.
They are.
And they're the worst.
That's the worst part.
Again, I'm
That's
gonna
the
make
worst
this
part.
claim. If you're from here, if you're a native and you're a Lakers fan, you're the worst person on earth. And I'm not exaggerating.
Hear that, Moj? It's Chairman Mao, it's Stalin, and then it's you.
Yeah,
That's the order.
Pol Pot, you got nothing on Lakers fans, brother.
Oh, my God.
If you're
Dude.
a Denver native and you are a Laker fan, there is something wrong with you.
Let me back Vic up on this. You're probably a really bad person. You probably did time for something. You know, I would agree with that. I mean, part of me says, yeah, that's really the case.
It's you know what? It's the same thing with Denver natives who are Raider fans, because I grew up with them. They wanted to be the rebels, the black sheep. Look at us. We grew up here, but we're going to go for the Raiders. You're the worst.
What's the line from The Office, Nelly? It's, if I was in a room with Toby and Osama bin Laden with 2 bullets, I'd shoot Toby twice.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Reminder to you guys, our Not Another Bracket contest. You don't pick all 67 games. You pick 5 teams. 5. And with each win, you gain points. The lower the seed, the more each win is worth. And the grand prize at the end is 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner for 2 at the Denver Chop House and Brewery, a catered party for 30 with Brothers Barbecue, and a brand new big screen TV. And you get all of that for just picking 5 teams. You can enter starting on Sunday night after the field is announced on AltitudeSportsRadio.com. All brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it all for the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. And Brothers Barbecue, let them cater your next event and take it to the next level with their award-winning catering service. That is Brothers Barbecue. You can sign up after Selection Sunday on AltitudeSportsRadio.com/NotAnotherBracket contest. Get to a lot more Nuggets, Avs, double dipperoo. Back after this. All right. Double dipperoo tonight. The Avs will be on AM 950 taking on Calgary. The Nuggets on 92.5 as they take on
Tonight.
the Los Angeles Lakers.
What time is your game, Moj? Denver time.
My game's at 7 o'clock. What time's your game, Vic?
7:30. Is it also
Really?
on ESPN tonight? Do we have one of those? Let me see what we got going on here. Nuggets. Oh, it's on NBA TV and Altitude. So does that serve as a national television game? Because we know their record on national television and has not been good. Just want to establish that beforehand. I guess it would be a national television game.
Tonight.
Yeah, it's on NBA TV. It is.
Does that count as national TV, NBA TV?
Yeah, it's open to the nation.
Can I offer you a question, Vic, that is not so much the Sophie's Choice that you brought up the other day? But
Well, there's no more choice left, right? The choice has been made.
Well, I'm going to give you another one because it's something we talked about before.
Sophie didn't have the choice in her hands anymore.
If I tell you that the Nuggets are going to go
Hold on, was that
Meryl
was
Streep.
that Meryl Streep? Who was in that?
Yes.
Was that Meryl Streep?
Yeah.
If I tell you
okay,
the Nuggets,
whatever.
if the Nuggets are going to go 1-1 in the next 2 days, would you prefer a win over LA and a loss to Washington, or the opposite?
Am I a clown? What am I? Do I come off as a clown?
You're a clown. Yeah.
Do I amuse you?
I know a lot of people think I'm a clown, but do you think I'm a clown?
Here's
you,
the
my
here's
good
the
friend.
Here's the reason I ask. I've said this for a long time. I would prefer the Nuggets this year if they had the exact same record. But it looked like a couple of years ago where they would drop some clunkers, some absolutely inexcusable losses to teams that they should have throttled.
Sure.
I would trade those losses for wins against teams that are really good in this league.
100%. The year that the Nuggets, I just saw this. Who had this? I want to give credit where credit is due. Somebody came up with this, and I think Vinny did. Vinny from the Gazette looked up the numbers of the Nuggets against the elite teams the year they won an NBA championship. And they had a winning record against the elite teams. They were like 7-3 against the top two in each conference, right? The elite of the elite. Outside of their 2 wins against Oklahoma City this year, and those are nice, they have not fared well, not against the East, not against the elite teams in the East. They have yet to beat Cleveland, 0-2, 0-2 against the Knicks, 0-2 against Boston, 0-1 against Milwaukee. So it's not been the same. Yeah, you want to bring your best against the best. Yes.
I'll give you a number, by the way. Just look this up now. The Nuggets' record this year against teams that are 500 or better, okay? They've played 30 games. What do you think the record is?
Against 500 or better, I'll say they're
15-15?
Yeah, close to 500.
13-17.
Okay, they got a losing record against winning teams.
They are 29-7 against teams below 500.
Okay.
I go back 2 years ago, the year they won the title.
Yes.
They were 29-18 against teams that were 500 or better.
Yeah.
But they were 24-11 against teams below 500.
The difference.
So they would trade the losses to teams that were not very good.
Yes.
Maybe they'd sleepwalk through the game and blow it.
Yes.
But when it came time to play against the elite competition, they showed up.
What's the smell test? The smell test for the Nuggets this year, and the reason why perhaps we haven't been on that bandwagon like years past is it's right in front of us. They're just not at their best against the best.
See, and this is where, Brett, I didn't have that empirical data in front of me, the stuff that you just threw out there. But everything about my instincts in watching this team and watching how they behave this season and the feeling going into certain games was absolutely backed up by the data that you just threw out there.
The reason is, Moshe,
it doesn't feel the same. You don't have the same belief. You know, you're begging for a quality win here. They gotta outscore all their problems on a nightly basis. That's all backed up by what you just said.
By the way, that 29, just quickly, Vic, that 29-18 record against teams 500 or better 2 years ago was by far the best in the West. Like, not even close to anybody else.
And to add to what you just said, Moshe, remember it was just a couple weeks ago before they made that 4-game road trip and they beat Indiana. Remember that they won a couple quality games on the road. We wondered what's their signature win, right? They didn't have one. And now they've got a couple since then. The OKC one certainly qualifies as the win. That's the signature win. But you could have, the year they won it all, and you trot out that record, you could have given them 10 signature wins that season.
Yeah. There's always, it's a very simple thing to say, but Moj, I think you'd agree with me on this. A very simple barometer of how good you think your team is, or if you think they're championship material, is just this. You take whatever team in whatever league we're talking about. So let's just stick with the Nuggets. Give me a random NBA team that's really good. You say Boston, you say Oklahoma City, you say whatever. And you go, do you think the Nuggets win tonight? And I go, yeah. And if somebody says, why? And I go, because they're really good. Like, it's a very simple way to put it, but when you're in that, and I was in that category 2 years ago, where it didn't matter who you told me they were playing that night, if it was a back-to-back, if they're 3 days rest, no days rest, whatever, I'd be like, yeah, I think the Nuggets win because they're really good. Well, and I think they'll beat them.
If you look at the Colorado Avalanche,
same thing.
Last Saturday, what did they do? I mean, the Toronto Maple Leafs are one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference, right?
Yep.
Knocked them off. If I say, hey, the Avs are squaring up at the Panthers, going to win this game? You go, I think they probably will.
Yeah.
I mean, you see what I mean?
It's that confidence. It's that inherent confidence.
Yeah. I mean, the Caps or Carolina or whomever, you're like, oh, yeah, they got them. Or, hell, this is probably a pretty even game, but it wouldn't surprise me if they won. With the Nuggets going to Boston, would it surprise me if they won? You're damn right it would have surprised me if they won that game.
So
and
here's the
obviously did
question.
not.
Because we're being very cynical right now, and we're throwing out the data, and it started with a data dump by
Vic,
Brett.
I'm not being cynical. I'm being realistic. I mean that's who they are.
And
right?
we're not saying they're bad. They're just it's just different.
Call it what you want. Can that trend change? Can it change before the playoffs?
Absolutely it can. But you better you got to getting on it right now.
I'm in the camp of what you said earlier, Vic. I think you kind of are what you are at this point in the season. That's what I think.
Okay. Well, then how is a team like, and the reason I bring it up, how's a team like Dallas last year? They get to the playoffs, and suddenly they're world beaters. It changed for them. It changed for them.
I mean, I know they beat Minnesota.
They got to the finals.
I know they beat Minnesota in the Western Conference Finals.
Brett, they got to the finals. That's all you need to say. You can't qualify by who they beat. They got to the finals. As a what? What were they? A 5th seed?
They were a 5, yeah. And they were 25 and 27 against teams 500 or better last year. So I don't know. Maybe you catch lightning in a bottle and things go well for you. I don't know. Don't know.
So you just answered my question. Can you turn it on? Yes. Do you need some help? Yes. Is it about matchups? Yes. Do I want the Nuggets to face Minnesota in the playoffs? No.
Gosh, you want some more numbers? Here's the Nuggets records from last year, doing the same categories. So they played 52 games against teams 500 or better last year. How many wins do you think they had? 52.
52 against 500 or better 1 year ago, where they tied a franchise record 57 wins in a season. I will say in those 52 games, they were 28, and you do the math. What's the rest of that math?
Really close. They were 29 and 23.
Okay.
What do you think they were in the 30 games against teams below 500 last year?
I know.
They were 28
25 and
28
22. There you go.
Yeah. Demolished them. But even in that category, like, they were better against teams above 500 even last season. So it's like every year it's taken a little bit of a drop, but this one is a pretty precipitous drop. I mean,
by the way, Aaron Gordon was upgraded to questionable yesterday.
Do you like that?
I don't know. I mean, look, it's not up to me. It's
well, you said you think you would have shut him down for like a month. That's what you were talking about.
He knows his body better than I would know his body, and doctors know his body. I mean, if he can play, he can play. But if it's going to be a reoccurring thing.
But did you tell him, AJ, hey, Vic here, listen, I'm really good with legs. I really know quality legs when I see them. You have quality legs. Do you mind if I mess around with your quality leg a little bit and try to get you back? Did you explain it like that?
No, but he's listed as questionable. Doesn't mean he's going to play tonight, but we're all in agreement with the Lakers coming off a game last night. They lost to Milwaukee, good. Luka had 45, took a lot of shots. He became the center point, the focal point of the offense. I don't know if you guys watched that game. It was just Luka one-on-one half the time. He's going to be a little tired, you figure.
Yeah.
This is a must-win. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. No excuses, nothing. Must win tonight.
I agree.
Aaron Gordon, I will say this. The other night, he was wearing a hat, a Nuggets hat that I'd never seen before. Had a blue bill with the red, and then it had the two pickaxes like this on it. Did you see that hat, Vic?
I did.
That was a pretty damn
I liked
good.
it. You know what I noticed, Moj? Is that I was thinking about it. I almost never see guys wearing hats when they're playing on a given night.
Yeah.
When they're on the bench like that, I almost never see it. It should be a bigger trend.
Pretty good hat. Pretty good hat, dude.
Good hat. Very good.
I'd like to get me one of them.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
Vic, do you want to make a prediction about tonight in terms of the fan makeup? Why do I get obsessed?
You know what?
Why am I obsessed with
why are you
Lakers
guys
fans?
Why
obsessed
do
with
you
this?
rile me up?
Yeah,
See,
stop.
I'm already you all you do is you get me
Yeah, just stop.
angrier than I should be about that.
But on Monday night, the Chicago Blackhawks stink, right? They're not very good right now. And when they're winning 3 Stanley Cup championships, oh man,
Moser.
that damn song playing all over my head every time they scored a goal. But dude, there was so much red in that building on Monday night. It was unbelievable.
Why do you guys do this to yourself?
Moser,
Like every
I'm sorry.
time?
Let us now he's got me in. Now you
But
reel me
no,
in.
I don't want you to
So
get
Moser,
in. I
so the
want
other
you to
night-
get out.
I'm doing the shows from Ball Arena because we're doing Nuggets and Avs that night, and I'm
Right,
sitting
right.
there. I'm,
Yeah,
I'm
you were
ready
there.
to leave,
Yeah.
and they're about to do an intermission report for the Avalanche. And right there at one of the tables, right nearby, it was a table of 10 Blackhawks fans sitting next to the intermission report with Kyle and Johnny. And I'm sitting there going, "What? What are you doing?
Did they
here?
all have leg chains? Did they all have leg chains to each other?
What are you doing here? What? Why are you here?" So I felt like saying,
Yeah.
Excuse me, ma'am, ma'am, why are you here?"
God, I hate this song so bad.
What is that song?
I hate it.
What is that song?
Chelsea Dagger.
It's Chelsea Dagger by the Fratellis. And Moser, it's a shame. This is a damn good album.
I actually like the song.
But the song has been ruined by the Blackhawks' reign of terror.
Do you know how many times? What year did that song come out, Nelly? Can you tell me?
I think this album was 07.
Do you know how many times I've heard that song in my head at the United Center as, Jonathan Taves and Patrick Kane and Sharp and Campbell and all the Seabrook and all these dudes are pumping the puck in the back of the net on my team. And it just
You know what? All the small
Over
things
and
probably became
over
that
and
for
over.
a whole bunch of teams in the league a couple years ago.
So what? Screw them.
By the way, sources telling
Deal with it.
Altitude 92.5, sources, the Broncos are really not in on Cooper Kupp.
Okay. That's fine. I would like for them to get more in on Cooper Kupp. See, Vic was in on talking about people wearing other uniforms. I'm in on Cooper Kupp on the Broncos. That's what I want to happen. I want to see that.
Yeah, but at what price? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Who cares? Sign him to a short deal. Anywho, can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
Just sitting here drinking my coffee, wondering how I'm going to install those lights that my wife bought for the outdoor, for the porch, and knowing full well that I don't have the capability, the knowledge, or the wherewithal to do that one bit. So I'm just going to call AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric because they do it all, and they do it well, and they do it quickly, and they guarantee a 2-hour arrival window on time so you don't wait around all day, whether there's plumbing, HVAC, electrical. They're on time. They get it done. And right now, end-of-season tune-up special for your furnace. $49 furnace tune-up special if you get a hold of them and schedule an appointment. And you can do that at AAAtoday.com. It's quick and easy. That's AAAtoday.com.
I got a question about you. Vic, if you had to ballpark it, how many baseball games have you seen in your life in person?
In person?
Yeah. Over 100?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Are you talking about major league games or a baseball?
I would say
all-encompassing?
just higher level. Let's say major league, minor league, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, professional
I've seen
baseball.
probably, hundreds.
Never seen this before, so this happened in college baseball yesterday. Minnesota was playing against Kansas in college baseball. And for some reason,
Sounds like a real barn burner.
Well, I'm still trying to figure this out. Minnesota's college baseball team is playing in the Minnesota Vikings Stadium. And I don't know why that is. But they
Wait,
don't have
what?
any dirt on the field. They're just playing on the Vikings, like US Bank Stadium, that big, like, beautiful cathedral
playing
looking
on the turf?
Yeah, they're playing on that. I don't know why. But something happened when they were playing against Kansas yesterday. Kansas went back to back to back to back to back. 5 straight homers. I'm just curious, how many consecutive home runs have you seen in a baseball game? What's your max? I've seen a game that had 3, a back-to-back-to-back. Can you guys top that?
You're talking about in person?
In person.
I've seen back-to-backs.
Yeah, at Home Run Derby at the All-Star game a couple of years back, I saw a bunch of those.
Yeah, I'm sure you did, yeah. It's not a home run derby. This is an actual baseball game. 5 people went up to the plate, and all 5 of them hit a home run consecutively, which feels like an impossibility in that sport.
Well, they supposedly play at Siebert Field.
No, this highlight is at the Minnesota Vikings Stadium. I will
so maybe
say,
it's too cold outside to play at their outdoor
maybe.
field, so they're playing inside for now.
Maybe that's it.
Well, how short's the porch? I mean, what are we talking about here?
I have no idea. It was just weird. I was stumbling across Twitter, and it came up on my timeline. Now, can I say something that's going to sound really dumb? Are you kind of nostalgic like I am?
You do that a lot.
I'm kind of nostalgic for the old Sebastian Janikowski kick off the infield dirt. I kind of miss those. The old shared baseball, football stadiums that they had to force. You know what I mean? Where, look, the Raiders had that. Did the A's also do that?
Old Mile High Stadium had that all the time.
And the Giants and the Niners shared Candlestick.
That's right, yeah. I like a kicker kicking off some infield dirt every once in a while. Is that too crazy of me?
Games against the Raiders were always a trip because you would see coaches purposely. I remember one time they went for a field goal on 3rd down only because they were on turf and they didn't want to go to the dirt of the infield.
And then what they would do, for those who don't know, is when the baseball season was over, then they'd get some sod out and they'd sod where the infield is and then try to turn it in. It was always a big mess. It never worked.
Hey, Brett, the old Mile High Stadium, before they moved into this one,
yeah,
they used to move the east stands. It was like on I don't know how they moved it.
Like track, on a track.
It was on a track. So the Denver Bears played baseball there. There was an infield, and then they would move it backwards. It was crazy.
Well, that's what the Metrodome used to do, right?
Yeah.
When they shared it with the Twins and the Vikings. I still remember when that thing was about to shut down, my brother had a baseball tournament that was there. By far the coldest walk ever to a baseball game in my life was going into the Metrodome to do that. They didn't turn the heat on inside the dome either. Thanks a lot for that, guys. There were rats running around my feet. You could tell, though, that place, the Metrodome turned into a dump in a hurry. Really quick. God, do you guys remember when the roof caved? Was that the Metrodome, right? Where the roof caved in from the snow?
Caved in. Yep.
That was like apocalyptic stuff.
Have you seen the Rays Stadium recently?
Oh, God, yeah.
Well, that sarcophagus they have there. Have you seen that Major League Baseball is trying to force the owner of the Rays to sell? Have you seen that? Because he can't get a new deal worked out for a new stadium, and they're going to play in that AAA park for a couple of years while they're fixing up the sarcophagus or whatever it is. They're trying to force this guy to get rid of the team.
How do you do that?
I don't know.
How do you force it? Like they did that with
Google it.
Sterling, right? In the NBA, but that was a little different circumstance.
Yeah, they did it with Dan Snyder in the NFL.
Again, different circumstance.
Sure.
Those are like mischievous deeds is why they made him get rid of it. They're just looking at this guy like, hey, I don't think you're very good at this.
Guy's name is Stuart Sternberg.
Good old Stu.
Here it is. The Tampa Bay Rays, citing hurricanes and costly delays, will not proceed with the development of a $1.3 billion baseball stadium in St. Petersburg. So they're not moving forward with the new stadium plans, and baseball is having kittens about it.
One other question before we get to keys to the game. Did you guys see what Steph Curry did last night? He is now the first one of your founding fathers into the 4,000 career three-pointers made club. Second place, by the way, in all-time three-pointers is, can you guys guess? Who's second all-time?
Klay Thompson?
It's not Clay. Clay is fifth.
No.
Okay, let me guess
it
again.
KD?
Who?
It's not KD, is it?
No,
No.
let me
KD?
think.
No.
Let me think. Who came up in the last few years? Devin Booker? No. No, he's too young. It's someone older. Ray Allen?
Did you say
Jim
Bibby?
Les.
Ray Allen is third.
Okay, Ray Allen's
Second
third.
place is
Who's Bibby?
current player.
LeBron James.
LeBron seventh.
Okay. so
Current
hold on.
player. Hey,
Current
similar part of town.
Similar part of town.
You said LeBron, similar part of town.
Oh, for the Clippers, it's James Harden.
James Harden is second with 31-27. So he is still almost 900 away from Steph. Here's my question. I know that Boston's throwing up 60-some three-pointers a game now, and this is a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
Are people going to break Curry's record? Or is Curry so good at this that he's going to hold this for a while at least? Just with the way the NBA is being played now, is this like some record that's going to take a while to beat, or could it get beaten quickly?
I think it'll be beaten in the next 10 years only because of the volume of three-point shots. However, as a corollary to your point here, I have a solution. I was talking about this topic with somebody the other day. I have a solution on how to fix the NBA's three-point barrage problem. And my solution doesn't change the rules. A lot of people have solutions that will change the rules. More on this a little bit later.
Okay, yeah,
but I have a solution for this.
Save this. We'll get to it at 9 o'clock. In the meantime, double dipperoo tonight. Let's get keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Moser, let's start with the early game. The Avs and Flames, 7 o'clock. You can hear that on AM 950.
Avs are a pretty big favorite tonight going into Calgary. Flames are a desperate hockey club. Doesn't mean they're good, but they are desperate. When I look at what they've done over their last 10 games, they just can't score the puck that much. They put 3 up against the Vancouver Canucks in a loss. They lost in a shootout, but they're averaging about 2 goals a game. If you get to 3, I think you've got a pretty damn good shot to win this tonight. The big key for me is get the power play back on track. Since it was switched up, since Brock Nelson came to the top unit, it's looked good. It just hasn't scored the puck yet. Get the power play kicking, get the 3 goals, you're going to win. Come home with 2 points to get ready for Dallas on Saturday.
Vic, 7:30 at Ball Arena, Nuggets and Lakers. You can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Curious to see if the Lakers employ their ABJ tactics again, the anybody but Joker defense that we saw the last time they played. I'm not sure if they will or not, but if they do, then it's pretty simple for me. Jamal and MPJ have to score tonight because Joker's not going to get the volume necessary. Those guys are going to have to score in the 20s. Simply put, score. Those 2 players, those 2 guys have to score for the Nuggets to win this game.
Keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Vic has a solution to the NBA's three-point problem. We'll bring it to you next. All right, Vic, before you give your solution for three-pointers, I got one on the text line if you'd like to hear it. Somebody said eliminate it.
Well, since I've been banned from the text line, maybe you could be my source. Are there any other ideas?
Move the three-point line back by 2 feet. Somebody says both of the shooter's feet must land outside the arc is another one.
So you can't land inside the arc. That's a tough one, though, because
it is tough.
Yeah, see, a lot of those would be changing the rules of the game. A lot of those, like I've heard some people say, make the corner three a 4-pointer, or bring a 4-point line, or don't do the 3-ball in the fourth quarter, all that stuff. I got a simple solution. I was talking about this with the guy the other night, and it's very easy. What is the
This better be good, because you've been building it up now.
Okay, what's the easiest 3-point make in basketball? Corner threes, right? And so the way NBA teams design their offenses, they'll leave a guy in the corner, just sit in the corner. Hey, you go in the corner and just stop there.
Call it the old P.J. Tucker.
Exactly right. The P.J. Tucker rule. Just sit in the corner and make that corner three. And it's almost easier. It is statistically an easier make than maybe like an elbow jumper. More guys make it. So the solution is simple. Just eliminate the corner three, and this is what the 3-point line will look like from now on. It just stops right there. So there is no corner three. It stops at the end line. So if you want to make a 3-pointer in the NBA, you don't get to go to the corner. You make a 3-pointer from the top of the key, that circle, that little rainbow around the key, and that's it.
Who drew that?
I did. It's good art. I wanted to.
It looks like the same guy who did the artist sketch of the leprechaun.
Yeah. That wasn't one of the kids on spring break right now that did that, like a little third grader?
Do you want me to pull Bear's portrait of me? Because I could have commissioned her to do this. I just didn't have time.
Hear me out. 2 balls. How about that?
No, I mean, seriously, what do you think about this? You don't have to alter the rules.
Close. That'll make the game
There's
close.
no scoring changes, nothing like that. You just eliminate the corner three.
Well, why not? I mean, it's going to be kind of funky when you're over there next to the sideline in that little tiny wedge.
You just don't go there.
The pointy part.
You don't go there. Look at that sketch. Shut up, Nelly. Guys, it would change basketball for this.
Artist sketch.
You're not allowed to hide players in the corner anymore. You're not allowed to do that. Now, guys, you have to respect where players – it's going to draw out an offense.
I actually like it. Yeah, I like it.
I'm serious, because now here's what you get in the NBA. Like the James Harden offense, the Luka Doncic offense. Here's what you get. Guys go one-on-one, maybe a pick and roll. Who knows? You put 2 guys in the corner. If Luka gets in trouble, what does he do? He just goes to those guys in the corner, jump shot, 3.
Yeah.
The other night we watched the Minnesota Timberwolves. What happens? Anthony Edwards one-on-one. He gets in trouble. Jaden McDaniels, corner 3. No more. No more bailout threes. You got to move as one. You cannot bail out with that. If you want to take that corner shot, take it. It's a 2 now. It's not a 3.
Would you listen to my wife? I mean, would you listen? Good job, Vic. Any art is good art.
Thank you, Bear. I put myself out there. See? I put my vulnerabilities out there for all to see.
Right, get that out. Get that out of here. Get that away from me right now. Any art is good art.
But the key's lopsided. The top of the key's lopsided there in your little art project.
Yeah, it was. You know what?
Anyway.
That's a good point, Moj. If you were to make the 3-point line like that, Vic, then you're going to have like a 35-footer on one side of the court and a 22-footer on the other. Do you at least make it proportional?
I couldn't figure that. Would you want to bring a compass out? A ruler?
Yeah, I would love that. When's the last time you guys used a good compass, by the way? They taught me how to use a compass, serious. And I'm like, when am I ever going to use this?
Yeah, when I'm doing my drafting. Hey, I'm dead serious, though, Vic, and help me out with this. Does the NBA have a problem? Is the proliferation of the 3-pointer a problem for the NBA? Yes or no?
Depends on what you deem a problem. I think it's getting out of hand. I do. I think it's become too much of an outside game.
Okay, so if that's the case, A, does the NBA have an appetite to do something about it? And B, would they ever actually have the nerve to pull it off? And they may have the appetite, but do you have the nerve to pull off, what you're suggesting or any other rule
Why not?
or change or anything like that.
Why not? They've
I
made
don't
changes
know.
before. I mean, the NBA's made rules changes. We've seen rules change with first
Because
of all, they
a lot of
implemented the
guys are
three-point
a lot
line.
of guys are a lot of guys are making big time money because of the rules. They're not going to want it changed.
Okay, the NHL made changes. The NHL made changes to lines, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did that affect people and money? Did that affect people, teams, the way they play?
Well, it
I'm
made
just
them more
curious.
money because you take the red line out, dude. All of a sudden, there's no more two-line pass.
I say this all the time.
And you can start. You can really start opening the game up.
I say this all the time. I am totally down with leagues making changes based upon aesthetics, okay? It's my argument for why the tush push should be banned. It's boring. I don't think there's anything wrong with banning something that's boring in your league. And watching a team take 63s is boring. It's a boring game. It's a boring way to watch. If that's what they want to do, like I'm down. If they said today, Vic, that there's no more corner three and we're going to do whatever more proportional version of what you've just illustrated on that piece of paper, then yeah, I'd be down for it because it would make the game, I think, more interesting. You would have to use more actual basketball skill than waiting in a corner and waiting for the open kick out after a dribble drive. Yeah. I like it.
I mean, it's just an idea that I think when you ask the question, will Steph Curry's record ever be broken? Not if the NBA changes the rules or the structure of the court.
Yeah. Moj, can I ask a weird question in regards to the Avs as they take on Calgary tonight? And, you're doing some standings watching, and we're saying, hey, it looks like a collision course between you and Dallas in the first round and all that. We understand. Mm-hmm. What do you think the goal is with the Avs right now are 66 games in. They get 16 games left. What do you think their goal is with 16 games remaining?
Well, I think the goal would hopefully be to catch Dallas and pass Dallas. I mean, can you win a series with the Stars having the home ice? Absolutely. But I think you would enjoy the home ice better. I mean, I think that's a carrot that's out there. Now, again, you're talking about 16 games. You're going to have to win a lot of games because Dallas is going to continue to win. Now, at what rate, I don't know, and that's why Sunday's game is so big in my eyes for a number of different reasons. But I think that would be your carrot, Brett, that, that's what it would be, that you're out there and trying to catch those guys and go into the postseason playing good hockey.
By the way,
why? What do you think it should be? Winnipeg is checked out. You're not going to catch them.
You're not going to. Dallas could. Dallas is 8 points back of Winnipeg right now, but they have 2 games in hand. They also have 2 games in hand on you, and they're up 5 points on you in the standings. So,
correct.
Dallas, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they can try and get the 1 seed either. Winnipeg might be out of reach for you. I don't think it is for Dallas at all. Am I wrong there?
Yeah. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I got to see if they play each other because, look, you can play good hockey, but eventually you just run out of time is what you do. You just don't have enough games to
they
make
play
up
Winnipeg
that.
tonight.
There you go. Okay. That's a 4-point game then. Big one.
And they play them on April 10th as well. So they got a couple more against Winnipeg. I think they got a shot.
Moj, we're not going to speak to you, obviously, until Monday again. What do you think it's going to look like at Ball Arena this Sunday around 1:30 when Mikko returns with the Dallas Stars?
It's going to be weird. It's going to be weird. It's going to be weird. Did you guys happen to hear Landeskog at all on Spittin' Chicklets?
Yeah.
I think we played some of it yesterday.
Yep. A couple days ago. Yeah, where he said they're gonna go out to dinner and air it out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you think that something needs to be aired out, or do you think it's all just okay? You're there, and that it's all said and done. It's over. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be like from the crowd. I from what I've seen and just anecdotally people talking about it, it feels like it's going to be about 50-50.
50-50
I don't know
in what? Like support versus
cheer him versus boo him or whatever the case may be. And why would you boo? Why would you boo? I mean, look, I
just don't understand booing him. You may root against him. You may not want him to win. Clearly, you don't want him to win. Clearly, He plays for Dallas. But the booing part is just, it doesn't feel right to me. Brett, you're more objective than Moser in this. Would you boo Mikko if you were at that game?
I wouldn't.
Some people call him the Moose.
I wouldn't either.
I wouldn't. But,
I don't get it.
But Vic, this is where I'm sort of in between. I understand why people would, and it's just because make no mistake, Vic, he chose Dallas. He chose them. He chose the rival of the Avs.
That's fine.
And he chose to sign an 8-year extension with that team.
So beat him.
Understood, but I think that's why some Avs fans were probably upset.
Guess what? His move, made the Avs better. Thank you for that choice.
Ultimately, yeah.
Thank you. It was a gift. The Avs were stale. We talked about it. The team we saw on the ice 6 weeks ago was not winning a Stanley Cup.
But again,
they needed a shakeup. He caused it. He sparked it.
If Jokic didn't sign an extension with the Nuggets and he hits free agency and he signed with the Lakers, would you expect some fans to boo? Because I would. I'm not saying I would do it, but I would expect some people to go that route.
I would never in my life tell a fan what to do when you pay hard-earned money for your ticket. Never. I'm just telling you what I would or would not do. That guy helped you win a cup.
Mm-hmm.
He was a loyal soldier on your team.
He's a great guy, too. He really is.
He now plays for the enemy, and you want him to lose. But booing him, I don't get it.
Oh, this one's tough. A texter says, I wouldn't boo him. I named my freaking dog after him, is what they said. That's a tough one. You get a dog named
Time
Mikko.
to change the dog's name.
Can you do that?
Well, have you ever adopted a dog, Brett?
Just call him Mike after this?
Your dog, Layla, right? You adopted
my
that dog.
My sweet baby Layla, yes.
What was her name before?
It was actually Layla. I liked it. That's what it was on the website when they first had her, and I was like, it actually sounds pretty good.
Okay, but you think that's what they called her, or do you think the previous owner named her Layla? We got a dog.
I think it's just a name that they put on the website. Like the other dog, Josie, my sweet little Josie.
Sweet little baby boy.
Her name on the website was Pinky, and I go, that's not going to happen.
Okay. Does she know her name is Josie?
The adoption website.
We got a dog named Disco. Disco the discount
I like
dog.
that name.
It only costs $10. Yeah, Disco, the discount dog. But, I mean, her previous owner could have named her Diphole for all I know. I mean, she may answer to Diphole. Maybe. But my point is that if you change a dog's name, the dog will know that you've changed the dog's name. How many nicknames do you have for your dog, Brett?
Here, Diphole. Here, Diphole.
I do call her idiot. Dummy.
Okay. I mean, the point is...
that one's fun, by the way. Dummy. Get over here.
Yeah, she answers to all of her nicknames, okay? Same with Rick. I mean, he does as well. So you don't have to change your dog's name.
You guys say
on the Stars.
You guys claim I'm not close to my dogs like you are with yours, but
you're not.
You aren't.
Okay, fine.
That's not a claim. That's a fact.
Okay, fine. I can look at one of my dogs, Roxy. I can just give her a look, and she'll come right over to me. I don't have to say a word.
Your dog's like a cat. It's like 2 pounds.
No, but I can look at her. I could give her one of these.
Not that one. That one's a little bit bigger. It's the little puffy white one that's like 2 pounds.
Can you do that though? That magic trick?
I can give my dog a look, and my dog will sit.
I can give my dog a look, and she'll pee right on the carpet again, like she does all the time.
If I was getting dog? The next dog that I get, by the way, I'm caught in the middle because I'm trying to think of names because I do think it's important. And part of me just wants to go with a name like Bob or Dave. Because I think very human names for a dog are funny. I also want to just go with like Benito or something like that.
Again, my son's cat's name is Mr. Bill, which I think is
perfect. I think is great, yeah. But what if you guys came to my house and I was like, yeah, this is my golden retriever, Benito?
No, I think Giancarlo.
It's actually Benito Santiago.
If Stanton can go from Mike to Giancarlo, my dog can be a Giancarlo.
Wait, that's better.
That's a good name.
That's better, actually.
Giancarlo's a good name.
I think you got to go first and last name, and every time you address the dog, it has to be first and last name. Benito Santiago. Sit.
Vittorio Giuseppe Lombardi. Sit.
Exactly.
Is your dog good at playing fetch? He's got to be good to play. Got to be good at fetch to
Oh,
be Benito
yeah.
Santiago.
Of course.
Those are some big paws to fill.
Maybe I throw I throw a tennis ball up in the air. If she catches it a couple of times, I'm like, all right, you're a catcher, Benito Santiago.
Pudge Rodriguez, my cat.
Yeah. I like it. That should be the next one.
When we come back, sources telling
More
Altitude
dog
Sports,
names. No, go ahead.
Sources telling us that the Broncos may not be as in on Cooper Kupp as the reports indicate. And we'll tell you why.
Hey guys, there are a few things more wonderful in life than intimacy, but if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, it's harming that intimacy. It can have devastating effects on your relationship. If that's you and you're tired of the frustration and the embarrassment that ED can cause, do yourself a favor, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they're total pros. And their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Treatment success rates well over 90%. You are going to get fixed. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade. Successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult. Go find out what they can do for you. Your initial visit, only $99. Includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, the T and the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that test dose doesn't work, then your office visit is free. But you know it's going to work, and you're going to get your life back. An expert staff, like I said, they've got 5 locations in Colorado from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call today. Get yourself fixed. No reason to be embarrassed. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
was looking up some of the names from the Key and Peele East-West Bowl sketch. Maybe that's next dog should be that. Name like Bismo Funyuns. Bismo Funyuns? He's got to be a first and last name. Has to be. Or a favorite of mine, J.R. Jr. Jr.'s Jr. How about one of those?
Disquarius Green Jr.?
Yeah.
We should just focus on random 80s baseball players.
Oh, here's a great one. This is a great one for a dog. Again, from the Key and Peele sketch. The Pez Poopsie. How about the Pez Poopsie? Anyway, Vic, you got some info on Cooper Kupp and the Broncos?
Well, a lot of people suspecting that Cooper Kupp is very into the Broncos, but are the Broncos into Cooper Kupp? First of all, do they have the financial resources with what's left of their free agent lot? They've spent a lot of it already. Could they make room? Yeah, they could make room. They could, reassign some contracts and turn some longer terms into bonuses and all that stuff. But do they have enough money to compete with some of the other teams? The Saints now are said to be interested. Bigger than that question is whether or not he would fit into a Sean Payton offense. And this is what we know about Sean Payton. He wants to let his younger receivers grow into those spots. He does. He does want to let them grow into those spots. So he would be taking a position away from a younger receiver. And they do have Vele, Franklin, and Mims. Okay, they have 3 young receivers who, if Cooper Kupp came into the fray, those guys, one of those guys at least, would miss out on reps. That's the one factor. Number 2 is, does he fit the Sean Payton profile for a receiver? What is Sean Payton like?
He likes tall receivers. But I'm okay. On those 2 subjects, here would be my retort to both of those. I'm all for getting guys reps and having them grow into roles. I'm also into winning. And the Broncos are in a winning mode now. They aren't in a building mode anymore. They're into winning.
Hey, you won't get me to object to signing Cooper Kupp. There's no objection here. I'm just giving you reasons.
I'm just laying it out there. Here's the second. The second point was prototypical receiver for Sean Payton's offense. Here's what I look for in a prototypical receiver. Is he open? Cooper Kupp gets open. Whether he's 5'2" or he's 6'10", he's open. And it's not like Cooper Kupp is short, by the way. That's the weird thing. We're talking about him like he's a tiny guy. I think he's like 6'2".
I think so. I remember watching some high school basketball video of him.
Yeah,
he played against Zach LaVine in the high school championship game.
He's 6'2". That ain't short.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's the 2 things. It's like I get it. I know that you want to develop some young guys, and Vele showed some promise, and they got high hopes for Franklin. But what if they don't get to the point that you want? Then what? Like, I think having him as an option would be great. And given Kupp's health history, probably going to get some playing time anyway for some of those guys. I don't know. But I guess we'll see.
Hey, your Lions just re-signed Tim Patrick.
I saw that. Good for Tim. Have you seen what the number is on that?
No.
I was really nervous about Tim Patrick last year. I didn't know what the prospects would be for him. Now, look, he played. I remember saying this throughout the course of the year that people were talking about Tim Patrick like, wow, we'd like to have him back. I think he had less than 20 catches last year, but he was impactful. I'll say that. I'm happy for him, though. For what he went through for 2 straight years with a knee and then an Achilles, only to come back and still find some work in the league and get some playing time, I think is really cool. By the way, now that Moj is back, I can tell you something that you're going to like, Moj. Bailey Fuzzy is the new backup quarterback in Kansas City. How about that?
Cool, Carl.
No, he's not.
Well, he's re-signed with a 1-year deal with Kansas City.
Did you miss it yesterday who the backup quarterback is?
I thought Minshew was going there.
Gardner Minshew is the backup quarterback.
Oh, so he's the depth guy there?
Yeah.
Where's Wentz? Did they just wave goodbye to him? Is he on a roster now?
He's completely free, which is, again, I go back to my question to Legwald. There's a bunch of dudes out there looking for a gig. I mean, a bunch of dudes that, you're like, Carson Wentz, how old do you think he is? Brett, take a guess.
I think he got in the league, I'd say 30?
31. He's 31 years old. And a guy who at one point, before he got injured that year, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. he was being looked upon as like an MVP type candidate, wasn't he? He was having a heck of a year for Philadelphia. Gets hurt.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know Foles comes in, wins the bowl, the whole 9 yards. But he was, he was looked upon as a damn good quarterback, and now he can't really find a gig at the age of 31. It's kind of crazy.
It's a good question from a texter, by the way. Vic, so you said those things about Cooper Kupp and maybe the reasons why the Broncos aren't as interested as a guy like me would hope. Do you think the same thing applies to all the other sort of veteran free agent wide receivers out there? Your Coopers, your Keenan Allens, guys like that. Do you think the same thing applies with the Kupp argument to them?
What do you mean? The same
Well,
factors?
you were saying that Cooper Kupp, like he wants to develop young guys like Vele and Troy Franklin. Kupp would take away reps from them. And
No,
he's
I think the right fit matters. I think there's other elements of Cooper Kupp's game too. I mean, is he as fast as he once was? Does he fit the Peyton profile for what he's looking for at that position? I don't know. Would he have to go against the grain? I mean, I don't think I'm thinking about Sean Payton's Saints days, because that's, you always compare it to the. Did he ever have a possession receiver like a Cooper Kupp, or was it all Blazers who got down the field?
You had him. There's somebody who is called a slot merchant that caught like 140 balls a year for 3 straight years, and Michael Thomas that played a role kind of like that. Catch a ball on a slant, take it 8-9 yards, and
pretty damn good.
Do that 13, 14 times a game. I mean, it seemed to work pretty well there. But going back thinking about those wideouts, it's Marcus Colston's tall guy, big wide receiver. Was he already gone by the time they took Olave? Was he gone then when they took him in the draft? They might have.
I don't think so. I think he's still on.
No. I was saying, was Peyton there when they took him in the draft?
We will have the answer to this question by tonight, I think. I think the Kupp decision will be made. And tonight at the Nuggets game, I'll have the opportunity, because he'll be in attendance, to interview Broncos quarterback Bo Nix, who will be at the game. And I can't wait to get his take on the new personnel and how he feels about this team. And Evan Engram, who is going to make Bo Nix's job a lot easier.
And you are attempting to do an exorcism on his Lakers love, right?
Well, I don't know for sure if there's love or it's just,
was he invited to a game
just a
and then
LeBron
hung
fan?
out?
Is he? Yeah.
See,
is
there are
he a
different
LeBron fan, or is he, what is he?
You guys have to understand the difference in fandom, because we've talked about it on the show today. There are LeBron fans and there are Laker fans. There are Nikola Jokic fans and there are Nuggets fans, and they are mutually exclusive.
How many of those do you think exist?
A
people
lot.
who are just Joker fans.
Way more than you think.
Really?
Way more than you think.
I guess I would have to, if you're on the road, and if you're Katie or Scott or Chris or whatever, and you're on the road, you probably see those Joker people in other buildings. They go to that game just because they're a fan of Joker, not necessarily
100%.
of the Denver Nuggets. We definitely see it here in town. You got Curry fans, you got LeBron fans. You got
guys think
Luka
that Joker
fans.
is that same thing? He's in the LeBron, Curry, Luka.
I think
if Joker left,
yes.
If Joker left and he played for the Bulls,
I've
these
seen
fans,
this.
Oh, hang on. These fans would switch to be Bulls fans because Joker now plays there.
Brett, do you remember the video I tweeted out when I was in Miami just a couple months ago, whenever I was there?
It's a big Serbian population, though. That's different.
No. This was an Italian man from Rome who flew to Miami simply to watch Nikola Jokic. Didn't care about the Nuggets.
If I narrowed that to American fans, because I do think internationally it's different. Internationally, they'll take pride in somebody. Certainly, Serbia is going to follow Joker wherever he goes, and they'll be fans of whatever team he plays for.
Well, you're telling me some dude came here from Italy to watch Joker play hoops.
100%. I'll send you the video right now.
Here's what I'm asking, though. You guys keep talking about little Timmy, who wears the Curry jersey to Nuggets games, even though he's born
Why
and
do you
bred.
make this sound like this is a big deal? We saw this with Peyton Manning. When Peyton Manning went from stadium to stadium, they weren't Bronco fans necessarily. They were Peyton Manning fans.
I don't think Joker's as much in that category as the others. And maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I've been on the road with him. I've been on the road, so I've seen it. I know it.
Okay. All right. I'll take your word for it. I mean, you're there. I'm not. I'm just saying it's hard for me to get my head wrapped around a kid who's born and raised in Milwaukee that wears a Jokic uniform to a Nuggets and Bucks game because he loves Joker and that's it. And if Joker left, he'd buy the jersey of the next team he played for.
I don't know why this is such a far-fetched idea. It's the same reason there's a kid that is in Highlands Ranch that's going to go to a Nuggets Golden State game Monday night and cheer for Steph Curry.
That's what I'm saying. But Curry,
it's the same thing.
But I guess it's this. Joker isn't out there like that. He doesn't strike me as social media icon that little kid follows around everywhere. Does that make sense, Moser, what I'm getting at here or not?
It makes sense, but I think he probably has more of that Brett than you realize.
Okay.
That's my
fair.
guess. I think a 3-time MVP is going to garner those fans of just that MVP.
We just saw a dude from South Korea show up at a Nuggets game with a Russell Westbrook fascination, not because he plays for the Nuggets, but because he's a Russell Westbrook fan.
Again, though, Vic, I'm talking about American fans here. Internationally, it is different.
You are really underrating the popularity of Nikola Jokic, even here nationally. You really are. Just because he's not active on social media doesn't mean people don't appreciate who and what he is.
Vic, in fairness to me and the way my mind is thinking, every time that Jokic is brought up in a discussion, like I just saw on ESPN where they're talking about MVP again, shocker, there seems to be a lot of American basketball fans that try and downplay his accomplishments, is what I'm telling you. That's why I think you know what I've never heard before? Steph isn't as good as you think he is. It's never been an argument. LeBron has never been said, not as good as you think he is. It's always like, he's not as good as Jordan, but everybody knows how good he is.
I think you're having some fake argument in your own brain that I don't know what the answer is. I'm just telling you, there are Nuggets fans and there are Nikola Jokic fans. And they are mutually exclusive at times.
Okay.
And that you can apply that to any team. Give me a team and I can give you somebody. And that's just what basketball's become. Now, I don't subscribe to that. I told you I've never
Me
had.
neither.
There are LeBron fans and there are Laker fans.
Would you do me a favor tonight, Vic, as you're patrolling all over Ball Arena? Full report, please, on Monday. Would you go to those Lakers fans that have Doncic jerseys? And I guess I'm guessing there's going to be Doncic Lakers jerseys all over that.
And I guarantee you, Moj, a lot of them came over from the Dallas train.
Okay, will you ask them where they're from?
Sure.
Say, where are you from? Where are you born? Where are you raised?
I do that often anyway.
Take that L on the way out.
You do? You just walk up to people, hey, where are you from?
Well, when you're having a conversation with somebody, you never go back to, hey, what high school did you go to? I love the Irv Brown.
Not really.
Irv Brown used to ask that question all the time to people.
Yeah, because Irv knew every human on the planet.
Yeah. By the way, if you guys are just tuning in, both games tonight, Avs, Flames, Nuggets, Lakers. Nuggets will be on 92.5. The Avs will be on AM 950.
Double Dipperoo.
That game at 7 and the Nuggets at 7:30. Just out of curiosity, by the way, because I wanted to look this up. And look, I've conceded. I guess you guys are correct on this. It's just there's something in my head that's just not. Synapse is not firing correctly. How about that?
Because you're still tied into that NBA argument, the MVP argument, and all that. It has no application to world popularity or American popularity.
I was more focused on American popularity. Yeah. And so I just looked up top jersey sales in the NBA this year. And could you guys let's see how many in the top 10 you can get right now. Top
all right,
jersey
number
sales.
1, LeBron James.
He is number 2.
Number 1, Luka Doncic.
He is number 3.
Number 1, Steph Curry.
He is number 1.
Okay, we got our top 3.
Jason Tatum.
He is 5.
Giannis.
He is 4.
Joker.
He is 10.
Wow. Okay, the top 5.
That's what That's what's going on in my head. It's very popular, yes. Yeah, but that's what's going on in my head. That's all.
Still, he's top. At least he's top 10.
He's 10.
Okay, Shea.
Shea is. Wow, Shea's not even top 15. He's not even listed.
Okay. He's out of there. He ain't winning the MVP. His jersey sales aren't high enough.
Keep going. Let's see if we can get it.
Would Cat be there for the New York market?
Anthony Edwards.
No.
Jimmy Butler.
Jalen Brunson.
Jimmy Butler is 15th.
Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid is
11th. Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Brunson is not on this list.
Nope. Not a big enough name just yet. Wow, this is a great. Wow. So these are jersey sales. Hold on a second. Anthony
Wembanyama.
Davis.
Wembanyama.
No Anthony Davis. No Wembanyama.
Okay, Kevin Durant. Got it.
Hang on a second. Hold on.
You messed up, didn't you? You messed up. Yeah, you did. This is from like 2004.
It's 2023. Let me go back.
Oh, my God.
Jesus God.
Hang on.
What is wrong with you?
I thought it was weird when I saw Jimmy Butler's Heat jersey was in the top 15.
Come on, man. Dude, why
All right,
would you do that to us?
So hang on. I'm checking the date on this. This is January 24th of 2025. Okay.
I'm not doing this whole thing over again.
No, we are
Just
doing
give us
it
the
again.
top 10.
Okay. Jokic's still 10th, by the way. He's still 10th on this list. Okay. Curry is still 1. LeBron is still 2. Then it's Tatum, Brunson, Wembanyama, Ant. Ja Morant is 7. Luke is 8. Giannis 9. Shea is 11.
Durant's not even in the top 10 anymore, huh?
He's 13th.
You know why?
Yeah.
You know why, Durant? He's too much of a journeyman now.
Dude, I knew Brunson would be there. I knew he had to be. I knew Ant had to be there. You just completely screwed it. Wembanyama had to be there. You screwed us up.
Look, $2, that's fine. I'll pay the $2. I did a bad thing. I messed up. I looked at multiple sites. One was hard for this year to read the list, so I went to an easier one, and it was from a couple years ago. Sue me for $2.
I will sue you.
Hey, Vic, I'm looking at the...
Jokic was still 10th.
Hey, Vic.
Yeah.
Give me the top baseball jerseys. I got Greg Maddux. I
got Ted Williams.
I got Randy
Bob
Johnson.
Feller.
I got Barry
no,
Bonds.
Mose, hang on.
I got Yogi
Oh,
Berra.
wait, crap. I'm looking at 95. My bad.
Do you actually have that list in front of you, Moj? Because I would love to try and guess that list.
I don't.
95
Dude, that would be
top-selling jerseys in baseball.
Why don't we do that coming back?
Okay,
That would be a
let's do
hell
that.
of a contest.
I'll find it, and I promise
All right.
it will be accurate this time. I'll find a mid-90s baseball season, and you guys tell me the top jersey sales of that season.
I like it.
We'll get to that in Drunk Takes next. College hoops, double dipperoo between Nuggets and Avs tonight. So much available on the Circus Sportsbook. Why not make your Friday night a little bit more interesting with some of the lines you're going to find as the conference tournament slate is in full swing in college hoops. Plus, Nuggets and Lakers, Avs and Flames. You can find it all on the Circus Sportsbook with the best odds in the game, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service. If you can't make it out to Vegas for the NCAA tournament and check it out from that beautiful stadium swim over at the Circus Sportsbook, then download the app and do yourself a favor. So download it right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Spent the whole break trying to figure it out. Couldn't find it. Can't find a single site that gives you the accurate depictions of this. It gives here's some of the most popular. I want a list. I can't find a list. So we can't play the game.
Okay.
I tried. I'm sorry.
Hey.
I could make it up like I did the last time. You guys want to play that? Let's do that game.
How is your mental makeup today? Like between yesterday and today. Yesterday was a beautiful day. Today's not so much. Do you feel less enthused on days like this, or is that just me?
Yep.
What do you mean?
Well, you're not here. You're in Calgary.
It was like 65, sunny, beautiful yesterday. I was in shorts and a T-shirt.
Yesterday. It was just one of those days where you're outside, the sun's out. It's and now you're back to the.
We get now it's like 39, little
Wind's
snow,
blowing.
rain, wind.
Yeah. It snowed here yesterday in Calgary, and right now it's 17 degrees outside. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, come on, man.
Well, you're in
Give me some
Canada.
sun.
There's a justifiable reason. You're in Calgary.
Yes.
Just give me some sun, man. Come on.
I mean, I don't know what's going on here. I'm in the Arctic Circle, and it's cold, and it's ridiculous. Can't take
Calgary's not that. Calgary's not that far up. Edmonton's a lot further. I mean, and Winnipeg. The reason it's so cold, it's just over the border from Minnesota.
What does not
But the
that
reason
far
it's
up
so
mean,
cold-
by the way? Like, Minnesota is not, quote, that far up, but it's pretty cold in Minnesota.
I know because coming from the Arctic, it just comes sweeping down the prairies. There's nothing to stop it. There's no anything. It just beats you.
I'll be honest. Anything north of Fargo is like the North Pole to me. It's just everything has to be. It's like a cold 10 months out of the year.
Well, it ain't Yellowknife.
No idea what that is.
It's a city way north in Canada.
Anyway, how do we feel about tonight?
Carl.
Nuggets and Lakers. We'll start there.
I feel that the Nuggets rightfully should win this game. First of all, this is a 2-game stretch. If you look at their schedule, the Lakers are coming off a game last night. They're going to be tired. They don't have LeBron. The Nuggets need to win this game.
What do you think
You should drill them. You should drill the Nuggets. You should drill the Lakers tonight. You should.
What do you think the spread is tonight? Nuggets Lakers.
It's off the board right now, but I would say
I got it right in front of me. Circus Sportsbook.
Oh, really? I would say Nuggets by 7,
6.5,
13.5.
Yeah. Well, that's everybody looking at the circumstances and saying,
yeah,
here's the situation,
and the Nuggets should drill them. They really should.
13.5.
What do you guys think? I mean, sometimes I'm too close to the situation.
100% they should win this game, and I don't think there should be a doubt about it. And I think it should be comfortable.
And there's many reasons why, right? There's many reasons why. You just came off, you just got clobbered by Minnesota.
Yep.
You're not happy about that. You're in a race for that 2 seed. You desperately need to win as many as you can down the stretch. This is one of the teams chasing you for that 2 seed. And last but not least, and most importantly, it's the freaking Lakers.
Yeah. And they like playing the Lakers. They do. They say it all the time.
They should have every single motivation in the world to win tonight.
Do you think J.J. Redick and company will employ the same defensive tactics tonight, or might they just go back to a little more?
I think they just, I don't think they do it. I don't think they show their hand again. I think this is a night where they know what they're up against, and maybe they're just willing to eat a loss tonight, and they don't want to do anything about it. Ugh.
Because it takes a lot of work, right? And they played last night. Remember, the last time they played the Nuggets and they employed those tactics, they had rest before that game. They had plenty of time.
Correct.
They started working on that game plan. So maybe they lay off a little bit in this one.
I hope they do, by the way. I want them to do it. Give me as many looks at that as you can.
I agree with you. You know why? I don't want the perfect game tonight is if Joker scores 18 points and has 15 assists.
Yeah.
That's the perfect game.
Yeah, well, I want to come up with a way, to defeat that tactic. So let's keep working on it. I hope that they do it. I really do.
They I mean, I know the really simple answer is like, if you can't do that, then you have to make shots. Okay, fine. But I don't know if you can just rely upon that. So I think if you give Joker a couple more looks at that defense, he's going to figure it out, and he's going to know what he can do. Now, Vic, I've said this. When they have that fronting thing, I know they want to get Jokic the ball sort of in the paint, or at least near the free throw line. Why don't they just have him do like a DHO on top if they're trying to front him like that? Just if you're just looking to get the ball in his hands, and why not do that? And then they can bring a double team, and then you can find the open guy and do something from there. But if it's just about getting him the ball, it feels like there's an easier way to do it than try and fit it between two guys in front and behind him.
Listen, that stuff works once or twice, but Joker will figure it out. He always figures you out.
Yeah.
He will. Not worried about it. I'm really not.
Moj,
what about Calgary?
Yeah, for Calgary, what you got?
Well, again, it's a Flames team that's desperate, man. They have not only are they in a wild card spot, sure, but they've got the same amount of points as Vancouver, and they've got two teams that are right on their butts. Utah and St. Louis are right there. Can they sustain? Can they hang on? I don't know, to be honest with you. They have a winning hockey record in their last 10 games. They're 4-2-4, but it's not a prolific scoring team. They've had some overtime losses and some shootout losses, but it's not a team that can bury the puck in the back of the net like the Avalanche. I think the Avs, if I'm just thinking out loud here, the Avs have like 50 more goals than they do this year, right? So they win a lot of squeaker games due to the Calgary Flames. I would say if you're going to get it done tonight, jump on them early and take advantage on the power play, because the Flames will take penalties. They take almost 9 PIMs per game.
Calgary, to your point, Moj, has scored the least amount of goals in the entire NHL this year.
How many is it?
167.
What do the Avs have?
220.
Okay, so that's
53.
That's 53. Yeah, I was right. I mean, empirical data is out there for you, but that's what it is, man. They just can't put the puck in the back of the net a lot. If you get to 3, you got a pretty dang good shot.
We were just talking about the Avs have a guy that has 102 points. They have a defenseman that has 75. They have a guy who doesn't play for them anymore in Mikko Rantanen that had 61 by the time he left. The leader for Calgary right now is 2 guys tied with 48.
Yeah, Hubie Dupes and Kadri. Yep.
They don't score all that often.
Calgary played 2 nights ago, and I watched that game, the Vancouver game. Kadri had a beautiful goal in that game. I mean, unreal skill type of cutting in, little backhand fakey, boom. Really, really nice goal.
Again, the Avs will be on AM 950, the Nuggets on 92.5, and then obviously a couple of big ones coming up here for both of these teams. So the Nuggets will take on the Wizards tomorrow as they have a back-to-back, and then the Avs will see Mikko Rantanen on Sunday at Ball Arena.
What time CSU play tonight? They've got Utah State. Again, that's a must-win.
9:59 p.m. on CBS Sports Network.
Who told you? Is it really that late?
Yes.
Wow.
9:59.
Must win. If you want to keep your
your
madness hopes alive, got to win this.
So if you didn't hear earlier, Joe Lunardi has them still in the first 4 out category and thinks they probably need to make at least the finals in order to solidify a spot in the NCAA tournament and maybe win the entire thing. I think that sounds ridiculous, but this guy knows more than I do about college hoops, so go Rammies, keep it going. Nick Clifford with a great game last night.
Dude,
he does it again.
Dude, he left CU because just didn't see the opportunity there anymore, to CSU, to thinking about going pro, to returning to the college game, to now he's a first-round pick.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. Good for him. All right, let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes. Shout out to our friends at Lariat Lodge Brewing. Those beautiful locations, Littleton and Evergreen. Great food, great brews. Go and check them out. And drunk takes or clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
That team's a wagon, bro. Dude, wagon. Dude, do you understand the depth? Correctly, please. Don't just say wagon. That team is a wagon. No, the mother trucker's a wagon.
Hey, it's a wagon. Huh?
No,
They
it's a
have
wagon.
I don't know why you're trying to church it up, son. Your name is Dirt. What's next?
Nuggets related. I gave
Do
you
you
a
wanna
choice.
save it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's a Sophie's choice. I'm gonna give Nuggets fans a Sophie's choice.
Okay. Never watched that movie.
Me neither. But I know about the Sophie and the choice.
There's a Sophie and there's a choice. Pick one. What's next?
The difference is the Giants are at least respected from a trash. Brett, trash.
Yeah.
You let Saquon walk to Philly, a rival. You're trash.
Well, the biggest thing there.
Both of you can't even name your team after the city you play in. You're trash.
That is shameful, and I think it should be illegal. You cannot call yourself New York if you're in New Jersey. It's not even a different city. It's a different state. Different state.
And there's two of them. At least one give New Jersey.
Yeah. What's next?
I have no idea that we have to actually help Raj with his addiction to ammonia.
Raj is just huffing ammonia the entire time.
Oh, we're going to have an intervention.
Look out, Raj. Intervention. You have one of those for you, Raj.
Well, you almost said pneumonia.
I almost said pneumonia. I caught myself. I almost did say pneumonia.
No, that's funny.
All right, what's next?
I mean, look at my face this morning. Okay, it looks like I got hit with 10 pounds of meat all night.
You got a 2x4 to the face 6-7 times.
I'm trying to think like.
Just say?
It didn't come out right.
What's my favorite about that? Like you saying I got hit with 10 pounds of meat, like that's just something Moser says. The fact that you added all night on there, I think is what killed me.
Well, the fact that the coach of the Avalanche got involved in that.
Yeah. Said, don't know what that's like. Yeah. All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
Does it feel like you got hit with 10 pounds of meat all night when you get in late like that? That's Moser's description.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't know what that feels like. That doesn't happen to me.
Little double dipperoo tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Lakers are in town, but the Nuggets are like 13-point favorites tonight because there's no LeBron. Aaron Gordon gets upgraded to questionable. At this point, I'd hope that he doesn't play this evening. Make sure that guy is completely healthy. Avs take on the Calgary Flames this evening. You can hear that game on AM 950. The Nuggets are on 92.5. 7:30 tip for the Nuggets. 7 p.m. puck drop on AM 950 for the Avs and the Flames. Flames are holding on to a wild card spot right now in the West. There was traction with Cooper Kupp yesterday, and then we wake up and Schefter tweets out that there's the Dallas Cowboys who are now in the mix. Vic said on the morning show there's rumblings about how the Broncos aren't exactly as high on Cooper Kupp as some national insiders would lead you to believe.
I'm very happy that the Broncos aren't as high on Cooper Kupp as some of the national insiders believe, because the body is not ready for $20 million over $20 million per for 2 years. I'm telling you.
Right. So the question is with Kupp, what is the number and what is the term? That's the big question.
1 year, $14 million.
I do it. But if you're Cooper's camp, a 1 year deal seems a little sketchy. You want to kind of guarantee money in 2 years. That's the big thing with Cooper Kupp. I'm not comfortable giving him 20 a year. I'm comfortable guaranteeing him 14 in year one and 5 in year two.
Raj, is there a chance, just a small chance, that maybe at Christmas dinner in the Walton family, the massive Walton family Christmas dinner, like talking about their teams that they own and get share a little conversation about different players and it's a little bit of insider information maybe about Cooper Kupp isn't fully prepared for 2 or 3 years on $20+ million on an annual contract.
About how that good old boy, that golden retriever that was so good to you and so energetic for so many years is starting to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, old Lassie, old Yeller, going to have to take her all out back.
It could have been a conversation. I am enamored with, and I know this about myself, I'm enamored with numbers, and I'm enamored with previous successes. That's the reason why Devontae Adams got me so excited as a 33-year-old. That's the reason why Cooper Kupp, if he can stay healthy, gets me so excited if you can get him here on a 2-year deal and keep him under $15 million on an average annual basis.
See, the problem is I think there's other franchises that don't view him in that same light. They look at him way more favorably.
Right.
And the perfect guy for it is none other than Mr. I don't want to use the term because this would come across as ageist, but we'll say he's not as sharp as he once was in Jerry Jones.
Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys being the team that swoops in. And again, this is Schefter tweeting out at like 5 o'clock this morning, Mountain, that the Dallas Cowboys are this dark horse that are very interested in the services of Cooper Kupp.
It makes sense.
What do we know about the Cowboys? They will overpay aging, injured veterans if it gives you some sort of splash factor. Cooper Kupp gives you...
What's your point?
My point right now, Jerry, is that...
It's actually Jera to you, sir.
Is that you like popularity, and Cooper Kupp's a popular dude, and he'd sell tickets, right? He would make sure that you, as the Dallas Cowboys, if you sign him today, are the talk of ESPN for the next 48 hours, right? Probably going into next week as well.
The other thing, I think that the last time the Cowboys were really, really competitive in the postseason, and really you felt like they were a real team, that's the last that Jera can really remember. And that's when Cooper Kupp was balling. And you were following that. Who are the other top players that are competing against our top roster, which 2, 3, 4 years ago, that was Cooper Kupp before the injury history started to mount. So I do think that you could overpay, and I can see a situation in which this ownership group, which is Jerry Jones, would overpay for Cooper Kupp.
And what we know about this ownership group right now, I don't think they're willing to get into a bidding war unless they are all in 100% on the player.
And I think it's Sean Payton's all in, George Payton's all in, and then, of course, ownership is, because the last time...
They got to be lock and step.
The last time that maybe you weren't fully lock and step was Russell Wilson.
Well, I don't know if I can put the Russell Wilson experience on this ownership group. They came in, it was just like, okay, here's the quarterback. You have to pay him. Like, it was trial by fire for the ownership group going, all-star quarterback, Super Bowl champion, he's here now. You must re-sign him to a long-term deal. I feel like they were brought in blindfolded.
But all the pieces weren't firmly in place like they currently are. Head coach was brought here to get who? To come play quarterback for your franchise. Nathaniel Hackett was brought here to bring in Aaron Rodgers. Didn't happen. So then you throw a massive deal at the next best thing. Ironically, are we still in the Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson conversation? 3 years later? In terms of where they end up, we had this discussion yesterday. So I think that having a George Payton firmly entrenched, the ownership group very, very strong, and the relational equity they've built up in that building with players, with every aspect of the building so strong. And then the biggest one is you have an alpha in Sean Payton. So I don't think you're going to see this franchise make horrific decisions as it relates to overpaying players that potentially could be on the last leg.
So now we get into the point of the offseason where there's 5 veteran wide receivers that were available to you in some way, shape, or form, right? Devontae Adams, DK Metcalf, Chris Godwin, now Cooper Kupp. You can throw Stephon Diggs there, and if you want to extend it to a couple of other players, I'd throw Amari Cooper into that mix too. So maybe you can make it a 6-player list. At the beginning of the offseason, we were talking about which one of these veteran wide receivers would you be excited about having. And the midday show brought that conversation from who would you be excited about having to if they're not in on one of these wide receivers, will you be disappointed? And the overwhelming answer to that question was, yes, we will be disappointed if the Broncos aren't in on one of these veteran wideouts. It looks as though they're not going to be in on any of the 6. So are you, Coach, disappointed?
I am not. I am good with the group of wide receivers that you currently have on your roster. I think that if you go best player available at pick 20, and it happens to be a high value wide receiver that for whatever reason slips to pick 20, if it's Tet McMillan and he slips all the way to 20, yeah.
Tet McMillan's not getting to 20.
You never know.
He's the number one wideout. Someone's going to grab him.
I agree. He's not going to.
He won't.
In the event it does happen.
Sure.
Yeah, then you go out and get your superstar.
If he's at 20, he's probably the best player on the board. And that's kind of the way that you're migrating right now into the first round.
Is there a bit of a devaluation of bona fide superstar number 1 wide receiver and the value of winning a championship? Because like the one that you could say in the Super Bowl this year, A.J. Brown is that guy.
Stud.
Is he really a top 5 number 1 wide receiver in the National Football League? Statistically, you would say no. There's more of a move back to the age of running backs having value, at least some value. There was none 3 years ago. No value for the running back position. You're just looking at those guys as expendable parts.
All right, so then give me your top 5. Jamar Chase, you don't have to rank them. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson,
Devontae Adams,
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yes, absolutely.
And who's number 5?
I would throw T. Higgins as I think they have 2 of the top 5 wide receivers.
You throw him in there over.
I think I put Terry McLaurin personally over A.J. Brown.
Do you put him over Brian Thomas?
He had production as a rookie.
Do you put him over what Malik Neighbors projects to be? He had 1,200-yard season as a rookie in New York with Daniel Jones and Drew Lock throwing him the football this year.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Neighbors could be
I don't
there.
know. I mean, A.J. Brown statistically, how did he where was he at?
1,000 yards, 97 receptions. Sorry, 67 receptions on 97 targets and 7 touchdowns.
I don't think that's.
He kind of, the season he had.
That's top 15 wide receiver production.
You know the season he had? Cortland Sutton's season.
You're exactly right.
Cortland Sutton had 2 more yards. Granted, AJ only played 13 games. Right? Cortland played every one of them. 2 more yards for Sutton, 1 more touchdown for Sutton, and 14 more receptions for Cortland.
If we're looking at the numbers.
But in 4 more games played.
We did this, Raj. We looked at the numbers because part of your numbers are also availability.
They are. I'm not going to live in a world where like I bury my head at guys don't play. I can't do that. If I like data, I have to like all the data.
We broke down where is Cortland Sutton the last 2 seasons from a wide receiver standpoint.
Dude's been on the field.
He is a wide receiver 1 in the top 15 in the National Football League. Is he not?
Statistically, yeah. He's right there. He's on the back end of it, obviously.
Yeah, but top 15. And that's where I put A.J. Brown. Physically, he's top 7. Production-wise, he's top 15, just like Cortland Sutton is.
Now, Sutton didn't get all-pro votes. A.J. Brown was a second-team all-pro receiver this year. Again, a 1,000-yard season.
Also
13.
dominant team, too.
Yep.
Right? I think that
you'll get that shine a little bit more.
Yeah, it comes with it, whereas the Broncos were a bit more of a revelation to the National Football League in their resurgence.
Rank the three remaining veteran wide receivers on the market. Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs. In terms of who you would rather have here in Denver. Because all of them come with big question marks.
Here's my power ranking for those 3 receivers. Okay, say their names again.
Amari Cooper,
okay,
Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp.
All right, for the
Broncos.
Okay, for the Broncos. Number 1, Cortland Sutton. Number 2, Devon Vele. Number 3, Marvin Mims Jr.
Those aren't the same names.
Don't need to touch any one of those 3 guys. Do not need to. And then go find you a Brian Thomas. When was he drafted?
I thought Brian Thomas was the first round draft pick. I'm almost positive Brian Thomas.
But was it not? Was it early? Like, was it top 10? I thought it was
23rd.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's 23rd pick in the NFL draft. Like,
that was a heavy wideout draft, though, right? That was last year
it was good.
Harrison, Adunze. Was Thomas the 3rd or the 4th? He was the 4th wide receiver taken off the board after Harrison, Neighbors, and Adunze.
Yes, that was a really good class.
A good wide receiver class.
Last year I picked the right combine to go to. There were dudes.
7 wide receivers taken in the first round?
Who were the other 3?
Can you name the other 3? They were all taken after.
Xavier Worthy.
There you go, pick number 28.
There was another LSU guy. Oh, no, it was Brian Thomas.
That was Brian Thomas. You love one of these players. Absolutely love him. And he had a really rough start to the season.
I love Adunze.
Rough start to the season off the field. Number 31 overall to the San Francisco 49ers, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault.
No, it wasn't.
Poor
guy got shot before his rookie year.
I was sitting like, who got a DUI, man? who caught a case?
It's a shame that's where your brain goes. And then finally, the last pick of the round, Carolina at number 32.
Xavier Legette.
Xavier Legette.
My guy. I love Xavier Legette, man.
The best piece of audio in the NFL.
Which one? Every single one of them.
He's got the top 10 highlights.
The guy eats raccoon. He's Xavier Legette, 7 wide receivers. Here he is. You got some Legette for me?
You raccoon. You what?
So yeah, 7 wideouts in 2024. And all of this brings it around to, am I obsessed with the ghost of Cooper Kupp past? Yes, I am.
It's hard not to.
It's hard not to.
He's such a smart
Triple
player.
Crown, Super Bowl MVP.
And he did show a little bit of flash during the playoffs this year.
The flashes that he shows, those toe-tapping, sideline catches, the ability for him to be, and I think I used this term yesterday, a safety blanket for a young quarterback who's now coming up into arguably the toughest year that you have as a pro, right? Might not be rookie year, the sophomore year when everyone has your tape. I don't hate the idea of giving him a safety blanket as long as that blanket is washed, dried, and on your body. If it gets ripped to shreds by the dog, then the safety blanket sucks.
Speaking of second years, are you familiar with the work of the great Keith Jackson?
I am not. Why don't you tell me about it on the other side? That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Don't go anywhere today. 303-504-0925 on Denver's #1 for sports talk. That is the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Friday rolling along, double dip on Denver's number one for sports talk. Lakers Nuggets 92.5 tonight, 7:30 tip with Kaz, 7 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli on AM 950 starting at 6:30. I will have your pregame show leading up to Calgary Flames and the Colorado Avalanche, 7 p.m. puck drop with Connor McGahey as they look to garner 2 points and continue climbing in the Central Division. Coach, before we get into the double dip, you mentioned a name that I was not familiar with, and I'm giving away my age. Keith Jackson?
Oh, Keith Jackson, the voice of college football from 1978 to 2007 or 8.
If I heard a call, I might know it.
Think of Whoa Nelly. Big Whoa Nelly guy.
All right.
But my favorite thing is we were talking about Bo Nix and the season that's coming up. I love the way that Keith Jackson talked about the second year of a college career. It was never sophomore. Bo Nix, the sophomore from Eugene, Oregon.
You have been using sophomore over the past 2 days.
I love sophomore.
It's like athlete.
So good. So yeah, Keith Jackson, man, I know a lot of people, if you're over 40 years old like I am, Raj, you're not. KJ, you're not.
I'm getting there quickly.
Yeah. You know Keith Jackson. He's a part of your childhood. He's a part of your affinity for the beauty of college football in and of itself. You will go back today on YouTube and look up some Keith Jackson famous calls. He was fantastic.
Little double dip here for you, Coach, today. Nuggets and Lakers. Nuggets are like 13-point favorites, 13.5 in some books this evening. No LeBron James. This is one that you should bounce back and win. You should find a way to get this W. And if you want that second seed, allowing this one to go by the wayside you cannot have it happen.
This is a very, very interesting game because the Nuggets, for whatever reason, when they know there's a back-to-back coming, have been very poor. When, Raj?
On the first of the back-to-back.
The first, right? The first. And I got a little audio clip that I thought about in terms of the Nuggets' approach to the first leg of a back-to-back, because they've been unbelievable in the second leg. What does that tell you, Raj, maybe about the approach mentally for the Denver Nuggets when they go into the first leg of a back-to-back? What are they potentially doing?
Do you think they're sandbagging the first game?
I mean, are you a raw data guy or no?
I guess I am. But data also comes with circumstance.
Raj, you ever heard of a 1990s film called Gattaca?
No.
Really, it's a genetic, kind of a scientific genetic altering film.
Who is in Gattaca?
Ethan Hawke.
I like Ethan Hawke. Ethan Hawke's still going strong.
So
Gattaca.
There's two brothers.
82% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's solid.
Very, very, very good film. There's two brothers. And the brothers have a game where they swim as far out into the sea as humanly possible until one of which is going to tap out. Well, the one that has all the giftedness and the high level of DNA and genetics, everything, that one always loses. It's the other brother that does it. So you're going to hear this little clip here.
I was going to say, where are we going here?
This is about where the Nuggets need to be. They need to think about it as a back-to-back, as a swim out to sea. And they need to approach the first and second game with this mentality. Hit that kid.
Vincent! How are you doing this, Vincent? How have you done any of this? We have to go back. Oh, it's too late for that. We're close to the other side. What other side? You want to drown us both? You want to know how I did it? This is how I did it, Anton. I never saved anything for the swim back.
Life lesson right there, Alex Ryan-Emmy.
If there's any game to not leave anything for the swim back, it is tonight. Because like the second leg of the back-to-back this evening or this weekend, the second leg might be the easiest one. And it's Washington coming in as a 14-win season. That might be the easiest version of making sure that you go 13-1 on your 14 back-to-backs this year. So if you empty the tank tonight, I think that they can find a way to win both.
Yesterday, I had my tail tucked between my legs because I felt like somebody else was the father of the team that we talk about a lot here and love, the Denver Nuggets. We showed that the Timberwolves are a bit of a parental figure in the Nuggets' lives.
They're not a good matchup. I still hold with what I said about it yesterday on the show. Calling them your daddy feels a little premature.
Well, good news is that you have your actual son coming to town tonight. Okay.
It's amazing how it comes full circle.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of father-son relationships discussed in Denver Nuggets basketball here over the last 48 hours. I'm glad that the Denver Nuggets are playing the Los Angeles Lakers. And I do believe this. Yesterday I said, lose every game so that you don't have to play the Timberwolves in the first round of the NBA playoffs. I'm off that now. I had my little wake up. I woke up this morning. I had my cup of coffee at 5:15 in the morning. My wife is probably going to call me out. I don't think I woke up at 5:15 this morning. But anyway, it was early. I had my cup of coffee, and I'm ready. The Nuggets, go win the next 16 freaking games. I don't care about the Minnesota Timberwolves. Their mentality needs to be, you're swimming out. Pacific Ocean, I don't care. Like the Chatfield Reservoir, you're swimming and you don't freaking care what's on the other end. You swim as far as you can. And if this team shows that type of mentality for the remainder of this regular season, and they show that during the postseason, this is an NBA championship team. The Denver freaking Nuggets. Save nothing for the swim back.
Can I ask a question?
No, I felt like I was Tony Robbins for a second.
How does Gattaca end? Do both brothers make it?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you haven't seen the movie?
The best part about it is this is a clip that I've used my entire coaching career. I have no idea about the actual movie itself.
Oh my God.
Coach. Here's a spoiler for the 1991 film Gattaca.
It was 97, wasn't it?
It's something like that. It's forever ago. At this
KJ,
point.
I said this to KJ this morning, or was it last night or this morning?
This morning.
Yeah. I was full of piss and vinegar, man. I was ready to roll, baby.
It is all time that you're pulling this movie clip and you haven't even seen the film. You've been using this thing for 15 years. You have no idea what the plot's about.
It started in 2007, so is that 18 years ago?
All right, here's how it ends. Anton challenges Vincent to a final game of swim chicken as the two swim out at night, which you guys just heard minutes ago. Vincent's stamina surprises Anton, so Vincent reveals that he won by not saving energy for the swim back.
Correct.
Anton turns back and begins to drown, but Vincent rescues him and swims them back to shore. So, Coach, the analogy works. The Nuggets are going to make it.
The Nuggets are Vincent.
They're going to make it.
The old Nuggets, the Nuggets to this point, have been Anton. They've been saving for the freaking swim back. That's why they're so good on the back side of a back-to-back. Because they don't full send the first game. And you know where else that starts bleeding into? It's how you do anything is how you do everything. And I do truly believe that if they can get out of this saving mindset, you're in the point of your career of your season where you can just go. You got to go. You got to go play the kind of basketball required to go win a dang championship. Now's the time, Raj. Now's the time, Denver. Jamal Murray, now's the freaking time. Save nothing for the swim back. Go. Just go. What's there to sandbag for? Aaron Gordon, different story. When he's fully cleared, we already know Aaron Gordon's built that way.
Aaron Gordon is to the Nuggets as Val Nichushkin is to the Avalanche.
You betcha.
Without those players, you cannot win. With those players, you can. Now, are there question marks with other teams in the Western Conference for both of these sports? Yes. Like, even with a completely healthy Aaron Gordon, completely healthy Avs and Nuggets teams, I don't think it's a slam dunk. Like, I don't think both of these teams went 16-4 on their way to their respective championships. That's not going to happen this year for either one of those teams. The West, both in basketball and in hockey, are so competitive, especially through the middle, like 1 through 5. Ultra competitive in both sports. They're not going 16-4. even if they're completely healthy, I still go, there's a couple of toss-ups in there. Like the first round matchup for the Avs could be a 7-game series against a damn good Dallas team. Your second round matchup for the Nuggets, like there's a possibility that, yeah, you run easily through your first round if you end up getting the second seed. Right? You find a way to hammer the LA Clippers or something like that if that's how this all comes out. But your second round matchup is a possible meetup with a 41-win Houston team or maybe a completely healthy Lakers team. That's a toss-up to me at this point because of how well that LA has played after the first 2 games of the Luka experiment. When healthy, I think they can beat anyone. But I'm not as confident as I was 2 years ago and 3 years ago in either one of these teams because I think the landscape of both sports has changed. It's more competitive. There's more teams that are of championship caliber. In the NBA, I think Oklahoma City is one of those. I think LA is one of those. I certainly think Denver is one of those. Golden State's one just because it's Steph Curry. And by the way, did you see Steph Curry last night?
I did not.
He creates the 4,000 three-pointer club.
That's insane. That's nuts.
He'd have to play another 4.5 years or so at his current clip to make the 5,000 club. He's the only player in NBA history to hit 4,000 threes. I'm never going to bet against that guy until he's done. It's kind of the same way that I thought about Tiger Woods for all those years. Is like until Tiger is done playing professional golf, there's always a little bit of part of me that goes, well, what if he gets hot? What if that body stays right? That's the way I think about Golden State. So I'll throw them in there as that fourth and final team in the NBA. You guys know my 5 teams in the West that can win a championship in the NHL. Colorado, Winnipeg, Edmonton, Vegas, and I'll throw Dallas in there as well. Those are my 5 teams. I didn't feel that way 3 years ago.
Back to my analogy of the Denver Nuggets and saving nothing for the swim back. Catching some strays here on the text thread here. It's okay. Dumbest analogy of all time. Sweet.
It's my favorite analogy. The fact that you made it an analogy without knowing, without having ever seen the film is my favorite thing ever.
I never saved anything for the swim back.
All time.
So, do we agree that there might be a mental makeup problem that gives a lot of us here in the Nuggets fan base pause to believe that the Nuggets can repeat 2 years later as world champions? That it's more of a mentality problem than a talent problem.
A buy-in problem?
Overall mentality. Jamal Murray. Or is Jamal Murray always playoff Jamal, as we all know him so affectionately here between the bubble and the 2022-23 campaign postseason? Is he always that guy?
No, you saw flashes of it last year. Like there were Murray flurries and he hits the shot over Anthony Davis. You go, oh, it's playoff Murray. And then he disappears down the stretch against Minnesota.
Is Michael Porter Jr. always confident? You always have the belief in himself, that intestinal fortitude that I am going without anything holding me back.
As of right now, no. That's the reason why, and I see the text, like you're scared. Remember, that's the reason why I'm scared. That is the reason why I'm scared, because I don't know what version of Jamal I'm going to get. I don't know what version of Michael Porter Jr. I'm going to get. The only thing I know for certain on a nightly basis is that Nikola Jokic is going to be the best player on the floor. And the rest of the 7 or 8 dudes that touch the floor for the Nuggets in any given night, I go, what's going to happen?
How many games are left, Raj? Is it 16?
16.
16 games remain.
How dare you disrespect Christian Brown?
I do know what I'm getting from Christian. I do understand that. I will be pleasantly surprised when he goes off for north of 16. But I do know what I'm getting from Christian Brown. I'll give you that. Okay, throw him in there.
We also know we're getting from Russell Westbrook. And it's going to be wild.
It's going to be a roller coaster.
He definitely does not save for the swim back. Russell Westbrook he saves nothing. He goes.
I never saved anything for the swim
back.
back.
He goes every night. And you know what? I respect the heck out of that. It can be a little bit of a challenging watch at times. But I think that these Denver Nuggets have what it takes inside of the talent compilation. What you have from a team perspective can win the title, and I think should win the title. Make the decision. Everything you got, unload the tank for the remaining 3 months and I think you hold up another Larry O'Brien.
I hope that Jamal Murray makes me sound like an idiot. I really do. I hope that this whole season and last year's offseason was just, guys, why am I here going balls to the wall for 82 games and then in the offseason with the Olympics and all that stuff when I'm really not going to play all that much for Canada? I'm not completely healthy. Why am I doing that when it matters, I become this freak? I become this guy that is unmatched. I hope that's the case. But I still feel as though I need one more postseason run, one more vintage Jamal Murray postseason run to go, oh, okay, that's a light switch that can always be flipped at any given time. I don't know if I'm convinced yet because of what happened last year. I hope he makes me eat my words. I really do. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. It's Friday. 10:45 is coming up. That means it's time for an NHL Hot Lap. I'll tell you what's going on the ice next. Don't go anywhere.
What's good, Colorado? We're here, and we find ourselves in the meat of the great month of March, which means all of the chaos of March hoops is upon us. So you got to get to Circus Sports Colorado and download that app or go to circusports.com today. You've got all the odds of conference tournaments. You got the Big 12 tournament cooking, ACC tournament. There's a lot of action. Hockey, basketball. We got the double dipperoo tonight between the Nuggets and the Avs both playing in the same evening. Everything in between. Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures, going forward for the draft, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Friday at 10:45. That means it's time for an NHL Hot Lap. Avs take on the Calgary Flames tonight on AM 950, 7 p.m. puck drop, 6:30 p.m. pregame show with yours truly. Hey, Isaac from Castle Rock says, shut up, Brad, by the way.
Me?
Yeah, it's Isaac from Castle Rock tells Brad to shut up. That's all I'm saying.
Who is Brad?
I had no idea. Text line. You text, I deliver. All right, big game tonight. Avs taking on the Flames. Flames are holding on to currently one of the wild card spots. And I think the best possible thing for the Avalanche to happen, Coach, is the Calgary Flames match up with the Winnipeg Jets. And what that means is that you need the Avs to win this evening so that you can ensure that Calgary is the 8th seed this year going up against who will win the Western Conference in the Winnipeg Jets. I think that is a terrible matchup for them. Dustin Wolf is playing very well. Dustin Wolf should be a Vezina finalist right now as Calgary's goalie. He's a stud. He should win the Calder, but he's not going to win the Calder. Macklin Celebrini's probably that guy this year. Calgary's a tough team, and that rivalry, I think, gives Colorado the best benefit going into the second round if they can get through Dallas.
Dustin Wolf of Gilroy, California?
Dustin Wolf, I think he was a super late round pick and then just blossomed into this awesome goalie
Gilroy,
prospect.
California.
I don't know where Gilroy, California is.
It is home of the Garlic Festival.
Oh, I like me some garlic.
It's kind of just south of San Jose, California. And they have an amusement park that is themed around garlic. Gilroy Gardens.
Just keep out all the vampires at that point. Okay, the other thing that I saw, did you know it has been 31 years since what has happened in the National Hockey League regarding awards? 31 years. And it's something that the Avalanche can do this year.
Top point getter and top defensive.
Super close.
Okay.
Super close. It's been 31 seasons since a team in the NHL has had both the Hart Trophy winner for MVP and the Norris Award winner for best defenseman in the league. It's been 31 seasons. Now, Chris Pronger did it by himself. He won the MVP and the Norris in the same season in 99. But it's been 31 seasons since two teammates have done it. The last two teammates to do it, the New York Rangers in 91-92, when Brian Leetch had 102 points on the blue line to win the Norris, and the great 6-time Cup champion, one of the greatest leaders in all of sports, Mark Messier.
Let's go.
Had 107 points that year. Nathan MacKinnon currently sitting at 102, paces the league in points, and is the odds-on favorite to win the MVP. The only one who can screw this thing up. Only one who can screw this up.
McPickles.
No. His teammate. Leon Draisaitl, who leads the league in goal scoring right now, is second in the league in points. Draisaitl can screw this up. The guy on the opposite side, on the blue line, who can mess it up for Cale Makar, for the upstart Columbus Blue Jackets, young American defenseman Zach Werenski out of the University of Michigan, having a stellar season, without a doubt his best year. And he also has the narrative going for him. We remember what happened in the offseason, the tragic passing of the Gaudreau brothers. They lose their best player, their best offensive player in Johnny Gaudreau, to a tragic drunk driving and bike accident. Columbus is currently in a playoff spot as we sit, which is incredible. Werenski's largely the number one reason for that. But if the Avs continue to win games and they look as dangerous as they are, and Nathan MacKinnon continues to carry the torch, because there was one thing that's always going against Nate, right? It's funny. It's the opposite thing with Nikola Jokic. Nate's so good, but he's always surrounded by these amazing players, right? He's always surrounded by Mikko Rantanen, a Hall of Famer, a 55-goal scorer. He's got Cale Makar in his blue line. So why should Nathan MacKinnon be the MVP when he's got all of this supporting cast? Nathan MacKinnon's gotten better since Mikko Rantanen left this team.
Yes.
Think about that. He lost a 55-goal scorer off of his wing, not another line, his wing. And the Avs have gotten better. And he's continued to put up points and pace the league.
How steep are the odds right now for MacKinnon to repeat as a Hart Trophy winner?
Let me open up my ESPN Bet app, Coach.
Yeah. While you do that, I'm going to open up my Circa betting app. And both of us are going to turn off the KSC Wi-Fi because
we're not allowed to use it.
Because it prevents us from looking at odds.
Hart Trophy winner right now. Oh, wow. So he's not the odds-on favorite. I guess I misspoke there. He is the favorite according to NHL.com's
you know what, Raj?
Like 3/4 poll mark.
Raj, don't ever let the facts get in the way of a good story.
I like my data. According to ESPN Bet Sportsbook, Nathan McKinnon is plus 450 to win the MVP. Connor Hellebuyck is plus 140, and the leader in the clubhouse is Leon
Connor
Draisaitl
Hellebuyck
at
as
Miners.
the MVP.
Hellebuyck's having a hell of a year, man. He's having a heck of a season. But the writers at NHL.com have McKinnon with like an overwhelming lead on both Draisaitl and Hellebuyck. So the odds, this actually might be a decent futures to get in on right now. Plus 450, I'd take a peek at that. McKinnon's the best player in the world. He's the best player on planet Earth, man. He's going to win the Art Ross. Cale Makar's the best defenseman on the planet. I think they both get it done. I think Colorado makes a super deep run in the playoffs this year. Some contract news in the NHL. The Vegas Golden Knights have re-signed Stanley Cup champion goaltender Adin Hill to a 6-year contract extension, just over $6 million on an average annual basis. So really good deal for them. Vegas continues to keep their cup window open. That's a scary team that I don't want to see. Yeah, I don't want to see them until the cup or the West Final, man. I really don't. That's a team that I think is built to beat the Avs. They are mean up the middle. They are long on the defensive side, and Adin Hill, when he is right, is a good enough goaltender to win you a cup. He showed you that he can level up when they won 2 seasons ago. The other thing that we're looking at, Coach, the great chase, 9 goals to go for Alexander Ovechkin. He does not score last night in a 3-0 shutout loss to Quentin Byfield and the Los Angeles Kings, who are also holding on to a playoff spot as we speak.
I don't believe that Connor Hellebuck's going to win the MVP.
He won't win MVP. I think it's McKinnon or Draisaitl. It should be McKinnon.
Draisaitl might win it.
But why? That's my question is why? Like, if McKinnon had all these knocks against him of having Mikko Rantanen play on his wing, like Draisaitl arguably has, and again, I don't think that this is the case right now. He arguably has the best player on planet Earth playing with him at almost all times. McKinnon right now is the best player in my mind's eye, a lot of people here in Denver, but Connor McDavid's a freak. And a lot of NHL players, Nathan McKinnon included, will tell you the best player in the NHL is Connor McDavid. So why is Draisaitl not getting this knock against him? Draisaitl, it's not like he hasn't won the award. Draisaitl's got an MVP to his name. This isn't a lifetime achievement award that the Norris Trophy grew into over the course of like the last decade. Whereas, this guy doesn't have one yet. It's his turn to win it. I think that's nonsense for awards. It's kind of what's happening in the NBA with SGA and Joker. Oh, SGA's been really good for the past few years. He doesn't have an MVP. Joker has all of these, so even though he's the best player in the world and statistically having one of, if not his greatest season, we're not going to give it to Nikola Jokic because this other guy has his due. I think it's dumb. Stupid.
The SGA piece is also the scoring title is going to be clearly won by SGA.
And the scoring title, for at least for goal scoring in the NHL, will be won by Leon Draisaitl.
Correct. That's the justification more to me than a lifetime achievement for either one of the players. Now, do I believe in the justification? No. I think that Leon Draisaitl, to your point, has greatly benefited from his line mate being one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. I also think that SGA, man, I mean, dude, SGA and Nikola Jokic are both, I believe, completely deserving of winning an MVP this year.
I think they are head and shoulders above the next player.
Not
and
close.
Luka's probably the next player, or Giannis at this point. Luka was very, very close last year. Relatively speaking.
Right. We're going to get Nikola Jokic and Nathan McKinnon again.
It's funny.
SGA is going to win.
SGA is going to win it.
Yeah.
McKinnon's on the outside looking in right now, according to the Vegas odds, but for the sports writers, and that matters, McKinnon is leading in the clubhouse. So I think Nate wins his back-to-back. I don't think Nikola gets one this year. The crazy thing that could happen, and I hope it happens this year, is that you get 2 parades. And both those guys walk off with an NBA Finals MVP. McKinnon gets his Conn Smythe because Cale already has his. That would be all time.
Oh, how unhinged would Denver get with a double parade?
Unhinged, man.
And then might as well just go up and draft Ashton Genty, pick up Terrence Ferguson as a tight end of the future, and go win the Super Bowl. Let's have a triple.
Would you want 2 parades in one day, or would you want back-to-back parade days?
I want 2 separate.
No, I want 1.
No,
I want 1.
I want the opportunity to get completely unhinged 2 different times.
But we probably need a day in between. Maybe a Tuesday, Thursday thing. You know how worthless that work week would be for people? You have a Tuesday parade, a day off, a hangover day on Wednesday, let's be honest. And then we have another one on Thursday?
Yeah, but sometimes the best solution, man, is that you got to grab the hair
Just
of the
keep
dog
going,
that bit
baby.
you. Yeah. Find the hair of the dog that bit you, then the very next day.
Don't leave anything for the swim back, coach.
Save nothing for the swim back.
This is the morning sprint on Altitude. Watch all of your favorite Altitude Sports Radio shows on YouTube. Subscribe at Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily Podcast, which brings together all the best things from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford. Double dip coming up on Altitude Sports Radio tonight. We're talking about the Nuggets and the Avs, whether or not they can have back-to-back MVPs. And I got a text here before we move back into Cooper Kupp and whether or not he's actually going to be an option here. Like he wants to be here, but do the Broncos actually want him to be here? We get this text. Raj needs to quit calling Mikko Rantanen a Hall of Famer. Josh, I hate to break it to you. Mikko Rantanen is a bona fide hockey Hall of Famer. Right now, he has a cup to his name, a 55-goal season. He has 690 points in his career, and he probably has 8 years left in his career. Maybe a little bit more, it depends, but probably has 8 years left in his career. If this dude averages just 80 points a year, we could even bring it down to 70 points a year over the course of the next 8 seasons, and he has 3 or 4 elite years left in him. If he averages just 70 points a season for 8 years, he's going to have 1,250 points. There's not a single player in NHL history that has 1,250 points and is not in the Hall of Fame or very much on track to be in the Hall of Fame. The only players who have at least that many points and are not currently in right now: Anze Kopitar, future Hockey Hall of Famer; Patrick Kane, future Hockey Hall of Famer; Evgeny Malkin, Alex Ovechkin, and Sidney Crosby, future Hall of Famers. I know it hurts, and I know he wasn't Peter Forsberg, and that's always going to be the thing that Mikko Rantanen is compared against here in Colorado. He wasn't Pete. He wasn't. Peter Forsberg was a better player, more physical, more demanding, and unfortunately, it cut his career short. The fact that he wasn't Peter Forsberg and he was a Robin to Nathan McKinnon's Batman doesn't make him not a Hockey Hall of Famer. That's what he is. Hate to break it to you.
All right. Well, Raj, is he a Hall of Famer if the career ends today?
Probably not. 690 in a cup, probably not. There's not many guys that could make a Hall of Fame case in 10 years. There's a few of them, like, Draisaitl would make that case. McKinnon could probably make that case. Makar by year 10 would make that case. Part of Hall of Fames in any sport, it's a counting measure, right? A lot of getting into the Hall of Fame is not only taking into account what your peak was, but it's what your longevity threw out there as well. I think it's the main reason why the LeBron James versus Michael Jordan debate, you can make the debate with LeBron that he's doing something that we will never see again in the history of not only basketball, but in professional sports. His longevity it's unrivaled.
It is.
What he's done since the time he was 18 years old. He has stayed healthy. He has scored at an unbelievable clip. He's been a very good defensive player. He's been a champion, regardless of what you think, and him chasing championships in Miami.
3 teams?
3 franchises, 4 different stops. Because he went back and forth with.
But I'm saying 3 championships. Championships with 3 franchises.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
That's impressive. So while if you were to ask me who's the greatest basketball player of all time, I still say
Michael
Mike.
Jordan.
But if you want to make the argument for LeBron because of longevity, and it matters, it does matter. What did we say about Cooper Kupp earlier on in the show, Coach? I love my data, right? I love my numbers. There's a number that matters. Availability.
Yep, it hasn't been there the last several years. It was incredible.
Right?
Yep.
So part of the LeBron, the LeBron thing is that he has been available forever. Mikko, at this point, if you're talking about if he's a Hall of Famer, if his career ends today, probably not, because he doesn't have the counting statistics. But he's got 8 more years left in him. Again, 70 points. That's like a really good second line center. This is a 55-goal scorer in the league. Guy's going to have 1,200 NHL points. He is a walk-in Hall of Famer. He will be the second or third greatest Finnish player ever to play the game when it's all said and done, behind Teemu Selanne and maybe Jari Kurri.
Mikko Rantanen did not look like it fit in Carolina.
Nobody looks like it fit in Dallas. And I hate that.
He does.
I hate that.
Just two appearances as a part of the first line for the Stars. He's already got 3 points.
2 power play goals, if I'm correct. What a game that's going to be, man. I cannot wait.
1 power play goal, 1 power play assist.
Oh, okay. All right. 2 power
3
play
points,
goals.
though, in just 2 games.
Yeah, he fits. It still remains to be seen what he can do without a true superstar. He's got a really deep team around him there in Dallas. He does. But is Jason Robertson a superstar? Question mark. Is Wyatt Johnston a superstar? Question mark. If those things come true, and if Miro Heiskanen stays healthy, he is, for my money, Heiskanen's like a top 5D in the world right now. And that helps, right? He's not Cale Makar, but he is adjacent. He's going to be good. He's going to be very good for a while for them. Dallas is going to be a tough out, and it's going to be an awesome rivalry. What a fun game that's going to be on Sunday, man.
Sunday, what time?
1:30 p.m.
I'll be shredding the gnar.
No, I'm going to be at that game. I'm not missing that game for anything.
I'm gonna go get my own. I'm gonna go spray my own ice around up there at about 13,000.
Oh, brother! Back to the Cooper Kupp saga, and we heard yesterday that there was a possibility that he could be here, and that the Broncos really liked him, and that he likes it here in Denver, or would possibly like it here in Denver. What do I have to do to get you on board with Cooper Kupp coming to Denver?
You'd have to get me on board with not having a 2-year deal. Certainly no more than 2. Where I want a 1-year deal, and I want the deal to be a prove-it deal. That Cooper Kupp's coming in and saying, I am still highly productive, available, healthy, and can really, really, really change the trajectory of this franchise because of my availability. Right now, I don't know that.
You certainly have the cap space available to get it done. Like, you can get him in on a 1-year deal if you really wanted to make it work. Now, if he comes in, what does your run or your wide receiver room look like? So let's say Coop signs on a 1-year prove-it deal where he's guaranteed $12.5 million with incentives up till in the 17, 18 range. Like if he has X amount of games or catches, or if the Broncos make the AFC Championship. I'm just throwing numbers out there. These are not heavily researched. This is just what I think the ballpark should be. If he comes in, what does your running back, your wide receiver room look like?
Your starting X, your big receiver, is going to be Cortland Sutton, backed up by Devon Vele. Your starting big slot, and I'm going to make it clear, Evan Ingram is not a real tight end. He's not going to have his hand in the dirt taking on 290-pound defensive ends very often as a blocker. So your big slot is going to be Evan Ingram. Your true wide receiver slot, it would be Cooper Kupp. And then your Z receiver would be a combination of Marvin Mims Jr. and Troy Franklin. It's pretty good. I think I like the Sean Payton methodology of bigger slots. So if you got 2 good-sized, long, physical, athletic slot receivers in your tight end, joker, ace, whatever you want to call him, in Evan Ingram, and then you also have Devon Vele, I like the opportunities for Devon Vele. I believe in this player. He was the best receiver at training camp last year, hands down.
He was the most eye-popping, without a doubt. He made the most spectacular catches in camp day after day.
And he also showed consistency, work ethic. I was super impressed with everything.
He's Tim Patrick. That's exactly who he is.
I think he's better.
Or who he is.
I think he's better.
Down to the school, he's Tim Patrick.
I think he's got more upside. Although Tim Patrick, before the injury, yeah.
He just re-signed in Detroit, by the way.
Yeah, good player. You forget about the injury.
Other signings, who did the Raiders just sign? What running back did they just get? Raiders signed a running back to a 1-year deal, if I'm correct on I can't remember. It's going off the top of my head. KJ, if you can find that. I know they signed a running back, and I wonder.
Raheem Mostert.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big signing.
It's a big signing. Does Mostert signing in Vegas make you more excited about the possibility of Genty dropping?
Yeah. Yeah, Raheem Mostert's a bona fide starting running back in the National Football League. Yeah, I mean, he was phenomenal. You remember him against the Broncos in the famous Vance Joseph giving up 172 points or whatever it was?
Is he still that running back that was so good in Miami?
He's a little banged up, and he's old too. He's 32. So you're showing a little bit of signs of depreciation. The thing that's different about Raheem Mostert, I don't want to be the guy talking out of both sides of my mouth as they talk about Cooper Kupp, is his best years production-wise are in the last 2-3 years. Whereas Cooper Kupp's are 4 or 5 years ago. It's a little bit different. Raheem Mostert is like a bit of a fine wine type of a back where he gets kind of aging well.
When I first saw the headline, I went, oh, that's really good for the Broncos. Because, well, now the Raiders do have their quarterback in Geno Smith, but you think, Coach, he's going to be more of a bridge guy, that you still have the ability to draft Sanders. But if that's not the case and they think Geno's the guy for the next 2-3 years, they're not sold on Shedeur, most people have Vegas taking Ashton Genty. So my original reaction to that headline was, oh, if they're not taking Shedeur and they just drafted a running back or just signed a running back rather in free agency, are they going to pass on that guy? When I realized just how old Raheem Mostert was, and in 13 games only had 278 yards on the ground last year, he added 161 through the air, my excitement weaned pretty heavily.
It did, but if you looked at just the season before that, when Raheem Mostert was a 30-year-old, that was in 2023, man. He had 209 carries for 1,012 yards and 18 touchdowns.
It's a lot of scores.
I think like 2/3 of that production did come against the Broncos in one game, but at least it felt like it. In the year before that, Raheem Mostert had just shy of 900 yards rushing.
How long is it going to be until we forget that game?
I don't know if you can ever get that one out of your. I mean, yeah, that's bad. It was bad.
Is it going to be ingrained in Broncos fans' minds just as like heavily as the Joe Flacco game was?
No, just because it didn't have the postseason ramifications, right?
It was rock bottom, though.
I've
never seen a team hit rock bottom that hard. To the point you could see the pity on the other sideline.
That was a rock bottom. Even Sean Payton was he brought here for that? And ever since that moment.
Trajectory's good right now, Coach.
It sure is.
It is.
It wasn't our hump.
No, it wasn't.
That day was your hump, Sean.
We'll pop some tops coming up at 11:45, hand things off to PhD. But before that, KJ's NFL notes are on the other side.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
It's the morning sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio every day just after 11:15. We go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, kick us off.
Yesterday on PhD, Adam Schefter reported that, quote, if Cooper Kupp had his way, I think he would like to be in Denver. I think that'd be one of the places that would appeal to him, and quote, well, yesterday evening, Diana Rossini of The Athletic, she released on her podcast the who's in the hunt versus who's not in the hunt for Cooper Kupp. And let's just say the Broncos may not be as in the hunt as some think.
Okay, so you have teams like, I can tell you the Seattle Seahawks are poking around on this thing. The Packers are looking at this. The Saints got their eye on it. Mm-hmm.
Don't go to the Saints.
Teams that I thought would be in that are not in on the Cooper Kupp market, the Denver Broncos.
I was going to say the Broncos.
Patriots.
Why not the Broncos?
The Texans.
Why?
I think they just are valuing different players at this moment. They don't
really have anyone outside Cortland Sutton. Like I feel like a 1-2 punch in Sean Payton's offense would make sense.
I don't know who they're waiting for, unless he thinks that he can draft somebody. I've never gotten the sense that wide receiver was on the top of the Denver Broncos wish list of players they were trying to bring in this offseason outside of the draft. So we'll see what moves they make there.
I see this exactly as it's playing out, and I believe that that's been the case all along. Sean Payton believes in the receiving group in the building, and frankly, I do too. If you enhance it by getting the tight end that you got in Evan Ingram, and you hit on a tight end it's more of a true ace, can play two roles, can either play the 1 or the 11 in blackjack. So be a true tight end and a pass catcher. Yeah, I like this group enough. I also think that there's a little bit baseball secrets. You know, there's insider information with regards to the health and availability of Cooper Kupp. I think they know.
I also think that if Higgins becomes available next year, after he plays this year on the tag, and if he's not traded, that might be a guy that I'm cool with. Once Russ's number,
go big.
You can go big.
Yep, because Russ is out. The cap number already increased to what, 279?
It's going to increase next year.
And then Russ is off the books. Yeah,
Sutton off the books next year too, or does he have one more year?
I think he's playing on the last year, isn't he?
Yeah, that's it.
Last year of his contract this year. So if you really go, all right, like, thanks for your time, we're going to use your money to go get T. Higgins and then draft another wide receiver to replace you, I could see the money working that way. And that's an upgrade. Like, T. Higgins is free. You just said that you'd put T in your top 5 across the league right now.
I mean, you watched that game against the Bengals,
yeah, he's
did
good.
you?
He's good. When he is healthy and on the field, that guy is really, really terrifying.
How disappointing is it that the Bengals, as a franchise, had one of the top 3 pass rushers, Trey Hendrickson, a top 3 quarterback, Joe Burrow, 2 of the top 5 receivers,
and maybe the number 1,
and at one point had one of the top 5 running backs in Joe Mixon, and have nothing to show for it?
More disappointing, them or Buffalo?
I'd say.
Because at least since he got there, since he's been there, they didn't get it done, but they got there.
True.
The feather in their cap is we're the team that got through Mahomes, and we were close to winning a Super Bowl.
Would you say that the pieces are so glaringly strong to not have a Super Bowl? More so in the case of the Cincinnati Bengals than, I mean, who's a better quarterback, Joe Burrow or Josh Allen? Who terrifies you more? Who terrifies you more if you're the Denver Broncos and you go into a game against Joe Burrow or you go into a game against Josh Allen? Who terrifies you more?
Both of them had their way with you. Both of them did whatever they wanted.
I think James Cook and the offensive line had their way with the Denver Broncos.
Gun to my head, it's Burrow, but it's not by a wide margin at all.
I think it's a wide margin.
Both of them have MVPs.
I'm a Burrow guy over Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen's a really good, solid player.
He's the MVP of the league. Good and solid. He's the MVP of the league. Good and solid's a slap in the face.
I just think that there's something different when it's regular season and got to have it must-win games. And I think right now, Joe Burrow is a guy in those situations that he's been in. Last year was wild. I still can't make any sense of last season.
They almost got there.
In Cincinnati.
Crazy how they almost got there, too. I agree. I would take Burrow, but I think it's razor thin. Josh Allen still remains the worst draft decision in the history of the Denver Broncos franchise.
No, I agree.
Without a doubt. Keep it going, KJ.
There's my guy Keith Jackson right there.
Yes, sir. The Twitter beef we didn't see coming yesterday evening was between current Cowboy Micah Parsons and former Cowboy and now current Seahawk DeMarcus Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence spoke to Seahawks journalist Brian Newhouser about why he left Dallas for Seattle. In so many words, he said, "A change in scenery is always good, but Dallas is my home. I made my home there. My family lives there, and I'm forever going to be there. But I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah, we here," end quote. Micah responded to that by quote tweeting and saying, "This what rejection and envy looks like. This some clown shizzle."
I like it.
Lawrence responded back to that by saying, "Calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left."
Let's go.
Let's go.
DeMarcus Lawrence, Boise State alum, makes me even prouder to be from that great football program. DeMarcus Lawrence, I agree. You got to leave the Cowboys organization because you ain't winning a Super Bowl anytime soon with Jera and Dak and all the drama that they have in that franchise.
I mean, it ain't Micah Parsons' fault. That guy's a stud.
Great player.
That guy is a hell of a football player. It isn't his fault. And I understand what DeMarcus Lawrence is getting at here, but like Micah Parsons can tweet all he wants as long as he continues to rack up the All-Pro honors. That's a linebacker that is rivaled by who in the league?
When healthy, Max Crosby. I mean, they're both edges, outside linebackers.
I think I'd take Parsons.
Yeah, physical attributes.
He can do more down the field
Max
as well.
Crosby
He can cover.
is such a freak in terms of his motor. His motor.
I do love his
never
mentality.
stops, man.
It's like, he would look so good in Denver.
Max,
Obviously,
are you talking about Max
Crosby would look awesome as a Bronco. He'd look awesome.
I think it's just because you see him as a Syracuse guy. He's already worn orange.
I know. You know what I see him? I see him as Derek Wolfe plus is what I see him as. A guy that just can wreck you on the inside. Wreck you. And then if you decide to step to the inside and double team, he's going to dip around the outside because he can bend like Von Miller can too.
Really good.
Yeah, I think he would look awesome. It's never going to happen, but a guy can dream, right? KJ?
Aaron Rodgers is getting closer and closer to making a decision, according to Diana Rossini. The one team that's starting to take the lead in the A-Rod sweepstakes are the Minnesota Vikings?
Huh?
Diana details the one thing that could either propel or derail the Vikings from landing Aaron Rodgers.
So right now, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the New York Giants have discussed a contract and what that would look like in terms of money structure with Aaron Rodgers' camp. Okay, so they know what's on the table. They know which team is willing to do what and pay which number. And he has told them, at least his representation has shared with both teams, that he will be making decisions soon. There are some who even say that his camp has said it's going to be the Steelers. Nobody in Pittsburgh believes that, though. The Minnesota Vikings are having meetings and conversations about what this would look like. But he comes with a lot. He's going to talk outside the building. There needs to be somebody that's the bad cop, so to speak. Somebody that is going to hold him accountable. Someone that's going to say, hey, Aaron, this is Kevin O'Connell's team.
The no guy.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about the awkwardness of Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola mimicking Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
in
invasion
everything
of the
that he
body
does.
snatchers, man.
Is anybody going to talk about the possibility of Aaron Rodgers channeling the Brett Favre 20-some-odd years later of going from Packers to Jets to Vikings?
And having failed with the Jets, right? Because
the
Favre Jets experiment was a disaster.
Was the Favre Jets experiment when there may or may not have been some self-recording of his own situation and shared with a reporter?
Don't recall.
Was that the Brett Favre Jets era?
I don't recall. But they went 9-7 that year. He was fine, but I think he went 1-1 touchdowns to picks. I think he threw 22 interceptions that year.
Speaking of picks, I think he had a pick situation. Different type of pick.
Pixelated pick back in 2008.
Correct. Yes.
That's like a 2 gigabyte
Yeah.
camera there on the front of your Nokia flip phone.
He had to pull out his little micro SD hard drive, put it into a new device to send it.
Not working with the ultra HD 4K cameras that kids got nowadays.
SanDisk.
Those are the ones that, you can make one out there. Then you get a high five from your buddy.
He was sending SanDisk pics.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
That was pretty good.
Finding ways to kind of keep it above board.
A floppy drive joke, if you will.
Yeah, really good.
Or is it a hard drive?
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers did go. I'm not mistaken. Sorry. Would this be the exact pattern?
The exact pattern. So Favre left Green Bay at age 38 in 2007. He went and played 1 year for the Jets at age 39. Rodgers left Green Bay at 39. He played his 2 years, quote, but one full season with the Jets at age 40 and 41. Favre then left the Jets at age 40 to go to Minnesota, where he ripped off a 12-4 season, finished 4th in the MVP, and made a pretty good run at winning the NFC that year.
How many years did he play in Minnesota?
He played 2 full seasons. They went 12-4 the first year. He went 5-8 in 13 games the final year, and then called it
Game,
quits.
set, match.
It would be the exact same career trajectory.
I cannot wait for my children to grow up with their idol and their good pal Jordan Love, one of my former proteges. I can't wait for Griffin to have the Jordan Love New York Jets
jersey trifecta,
and then ultimately have the Jordan Love Minnesota Vikings jersey.
If this happens and Rodgers goes to the Vikings, which I don't think it's going to happen, like, you guys would be crazy, Minnesota. You have your quarterback of the future waiting right there. It's J.J. McCarthy. He was going to be your starter last year if he didn't get hurt in the preseason. He looked great. And if all of the other, again, big data, if all of the data from last year of all of the quarterbacks drafted in the first round, they all work, they all fit, JJ's probably going to be a fit there in Minnesota. You'd be idiots to bring in Aaron Rodgers if it happens. You must text Jordan Love. I will Photoshop some photos of him in Jets, and I'll age him. How's that? I'll even do that, because Jordan deserves to have his decade in Green Bay. He does.
Boy, he got a long time to go.
How old is he right now?
I think he's only like 25.
All right, so I'll give you 12 years. How's that? A dozen years in Green Bay, because that is what happens with the Green Bay Packers and their quarterbacks. You just get lucky and roll into generational cycles. I will age him 12 years. I will
26.
I'll age him 10 years.
Yep.
And I'll put him in a Jets jersey. And then I'll age him 2 more years, and I'll put him in a Vikings jersey, and then he can retire. And I need you to send him those photos. Because if Aaron Rodgers does it, you must then do it, Jordan Love. It must happen. Those are the rules. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. KJ.
Whoa, Nelly! Colin Cowherd made the proclamation that the LA Chargers will win the AFC West next season. And Colin highlights that the Jim Harbaugh effect will help them during the draft to secure the division.
I do think Harbaugh Herbert is incredibly compelling.
I think they're going to win their division.
You think they're going to beat the Chiefs?
Yeah, I think the Chiefs, listen, I do think to win like they did last year, they went from the worst defense to like the third best. It's like, okay, that was all coaching. It was the exact same players. I just think they also will draft as well as anybody in this sport for the next 2 years because of Harbaugh's connection to college football. It's one of those built-in advantages, and I think it will pay dividends again this year.
Is Colin Cowherd in some type of little beef with his old best friend, Sean Payton? Because that used to be the source of all things Sean Payton was Colin Cowherd. Now he's turning his back on his guy.
on the team that had arguably or has had arguably the best offseason in the league.
I
have two middle fingers.
That's how I see it.
You can make the argument that the Chargers had a bad offseason. They haven't done anything.
They lost out on Evan Ingram because he didn't want to go play there and block power 52 times in a game.
Like, what's the sexiest thing they did? They brought in Najee Harris?
Hey, they got the refrigerator 2.0, baby.
Man, Najee Harris looks like he's been doing sports talk radio for the last couple of years, man. A little heavy, a little hefty young feller.
Like Josh Palmer leaves and goes to the Bills. Joey Bosa leaves and goes to the Bills. I don't believe that's...
How has this team gotten any better?
They re-signed Khalil Mack, who was good a decade ago.
What are we doing?
I think that's a crazy statement. Just be, oh yeah, they're going to win it. They're getting better. I think Denver is closer to winning the division than LA is. I do.
I don't think it's particularly close. Now, the one thing that I will say is off-season, you can talk yourselves into what you want to talk yourselves into. I stand by what I said last year. One of the most important things of the season in 24 was going to be who wins the games head-to-head for the next best team in the AFC West. And you did not get it done twice. But the Broncos do appear to be the team that's gotten better in the offseason. And I don't think the Chargers have gotten any. Who's going to be the receivers? Lab McConkey and who? Quentin Johnson? Is Quentin Johnson going to just all of a sudden magically find his hands and be able to catch everything, even though he drops everything? I don't know.
Is there a big
Who's their
upgrade?
running back?
Najee Harris.
That's right.
So their J.K. Dobbins is gone, likely. He hasn't signed anywhere, J.K., right?
No.
So J.K. Dobbins still a free agent. The difference between Najee and J.K., I think, is at this point in their careers minimal. But and Mitch does text in. LA does still have the better quarterback. Right? Right?
Statistically, yes.
But I think the gap now between the haves and the have-nots for quarterbacks in the AFC West after year one of Bo Nix, that gap has shrunk considerably. I use this argument about the Avs and like Dallas or the Avs and Winnipeg, right? There used to be this monumental gap in goaltending between Connor Hellebuck, Jake Ottinger, and whoever the hell Joe Sakic, Chris McFarland, and Jared Bednar had in their paint. And now Mackenzie Blackwood's there. And while Blackwood isn't, I think he's very close to Jake Ottinger, maybe like right on par with him. While he's not Connor Hellebuck, the gap is considerably shorter. That's what's happened with Bo Nix and Justin Herbert. Is Herbert the better quarterback right now? Yeah. Does he have better physical traits and tools than Bo Nix does right now? Yeah, he does.
He probably just has better physical attributes and traits than Bo will ever have,
right?
To be candid, but Bo Nix has shown some incredible intangible traits.
And the gap is way shorter.
And
shorter.
Justin Herbert's never really won anything.
You're right.
No.
You can say that with a stamp. You don't have to whisper that here.
Can you kind of say the same thing about both of the careers of college careers of both Bo Nix and Justin Herbert? Did you ever really win anything?
No, you didn't.
You can say the same thing about Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, KJ from the top rope, my brother.
Pretty sure that Shedeur Sanders won the Celebration Bowl. You're not putting any value on that? KJ, man, come on. Hey, put some respect on the Celebration Bowl.
NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line in Brandon. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. It's Friday. We're going to pop some tops on the other side. popping some tops here in just a few minutes, telling you guys what we are watching this weekend. It'll be the rest of the college basketball conference tournaments, which, by the way, semifinals in the Mountain West today. This evening, CSU takes on Utah State. Tough matchup. On the other side will be New Mexico and Boise State.
Huh. Go Broncos.
Go
Go
Broncos.
Rams.
Sure, I'll give you Broncos and Rams. Go, guys.
Love to see that final.
CSU, according to Lombardi and Bracketology on ESPN, still first four out. If they win this game against Utah State, they're probably a lock to get in. I still think it's crazy that they're not in right now. And then on the other side of the state, in terms of Division I college basketball, CU's Cinderella story comes to an end. And they put up a hell of a fight in a game in which they were 16-point dogs at some points on lines. 77-68 against the number 2 team in the country in Houston. Houston improves to 28-4. And Colorado, despite going 3-17 in the Big 12, they finish up the season 14-20, a Big 12 quarterfinal. That is, for a horrendous season, what a great way for them to finish out.
It is a testament to why Tad Boyle should 100% continue to be the head basketball coach up in Boulder, to be able to hold the team together after losing 3 NBA players in the 24 season, tail end of the 24 season. Had a really fun run just a year ago in the NCAA tournament. I think he did a great job. And going to a new conference is always challenging. CU football had their challenges going to the Big 12 in the first year, right?
They're going to have their challenges this year. Second year in the Big 12, but then you lose 2 big-time NFL players. It's kismet. Happened with basketball last year. It's going to happen with football this year. We heard from Dion yesterday about how, hey, we're gonna be even better this year. Are you? Because on the hardwood, they showed you when you lose big league talent,
players matter.
It's really tough to continue success.
Big-time players really matter. And if they don't, then they probably aren't worthy of being the first quarterback drafted in the NFL draft and,
right,
the Heisman Trophy winner. But both those players were that good. And you can't just replace Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. You just can't do it. Give me a little update from spring training, Raj.
Okay, so
got some Colorado Rockies. Scoop going on.
If you guys are following spring training at all, even if you're not, we know the Rockies are going to struggle this year.
Why would you say that
they don't have the pitching?
Is that because they just do every year?
Yeah, I mean they're slowly building their farm system back up, and there's some really good players down there, like Chase Dollander.
We need a full season of KB.
No, you need a full season of your young guys outperforming expectation. Zeke Tovar is a good signing. Now, can he take the next step, right? Which means don't strike out as much, maybe walk a couple more times. But in terms of extra base hits, like there's 2 shortstops in the big leagues that had more extra base hits last year than Ezekiel Tovar. And that's Gunnar Henderson and Bobby Witt Jr., who might be like the best overall player in the game right now. Certainly in the conversation to be that type of guy. Bobby Witt's a freak. You've got Chase Dollander, who got touched up in his last start, bounced back, looked good. That's a pitcher that he got unlucky, man. In the year that he got drafted, it just so happened that like Paul Skeens took off. He just turned into the next version of Nolan Ryan, and Skeens is going to be unbelievable this year for Pittsburgh. But there was talk for many, many months prior to that draft, before Skeens turned it on at LSU, that Chase Dollander may have been the number 1 overall prospect in that draft. And I think because you're not expected to compete this year, I'd like to throw him into the fire, maybe put an innings cap on him, right? So you don't really kill the guy. You don't want to go into all those issues about Tommy John. And we know how many injuries like that happen nowadays because guys are throwing 94 pitches at 98 miles an hour or more. And then they're throwing breaking balls with 14 inches of vertical break on it. Have fun with your UCLs, fellas. So he bounces.
Visit your friend Tommy. He'll get you right.
He bounces back. Charlie Condon, though.
Ooh.
First rounder out of Georgia.
Had not been a part of the spring training roster, though. Am I right in saying that?
He injures his wrist on a diving catch.
This was part of like the minor league camp?
Mm-hmm. And it looks as though he's going to be out for a minute. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world for that young of a player.
You just love to continue a trajectory of development.
Yeah.
Especially for this franchise.
Take your time on take your time on Charlie Condon. Don't love that guys get hurt. Also, we're going to get new Rockies jerseys this year.
What?
The Rockies are in line for a City Connect jersey this season.
No, R.I.P. to the
license plates.
I loved the license plates. I was in the minority.
I loved them too. I thought they looked good in white pants. I thought they looked great in green pants.
I loved the green pants.
I thought they were awesome.
Just kind of like
people
I said.
People hated them for some reason.
So people that
were unique.
You know why? You know who didn't like them? Are people that save for the swim back. Full send
people.
Who
didn't like them? They're people who drive around with those black Colorado license plates.
Yeah.
Who are you? Come on.
Or
what are we doing here?
Or like the one with like a sunset on it or something with sunset colors.
The state has a phenomenal license plate.
Great license plate, like easily identifiable any place in the country.
You're going to choose black?
Just black with white Colorado.
What are we doing?
Right on it.
Maybe that's the jersey.
I do
just head to toe black
with the
white letter in Colorado right across it.
With the bad news of Chucky Condon. There are some positives coming out of spring training. I want to hit a couple of these, Raj, if you're okay with that.
Sure.
Will you allow me to be positive towards the Rockies franchise for a second?
I don't think I've ever stopped you from doing that.
First one, lowest team ERAs this spring in Major League Baseball. Some really good news for two of our favorite teams. Spring training, the number one lowest ERA for the entire team. Your New York Mets.
That's
Raj.
exciting. I like that.
San Francisco Giants, second. Giants, 3.66 ERA.
All right.
Rockies are in the top 10.
That's not bad.
That's really good.
For a team that was dead last in the majors last year.
And these are the people that you're experimenting with. I mean, ERAs matter in spring training because you can see projection of who's going to be in that spot. Tyro Estrada, piece that you picked up from the San Francisco Giants, a guy that I have a lot of familiarity with. He's had a sneaky good spring on the offensive side. 14 of 33, 7 RBIs, 2 stolen bags. Jacob Stallings, catcher, just had 2 home runs yesterday. And the last one is Zach Veen, who continues to impress. He's hitting .313 with 1,045 OPS and had a bases clearing triple with a 28.8 feet per second sprint speed.
I'm not a jersey guy. Zach Veen jersey might be in my future.
I like it.
Sure do. All right, it's Friday. Time to pop some tops, Coach. All right, I think this is pretty obvious. Guys, Sunday, 1:30. I'm not going to watch it on TV. I'll be there in person. If you cannot find a way to get tickets, Mikko Rantanen returns to the Mile High City for the first time since being traded to the Carolina Hurricanes and then subsequently being traded to the Dallas Stars and signing pretty much the same deal that he was offered here in Colorado. I wonder what's going to happen. Are you guys going to cheer him? Are you going to boo him? Is it a little bit of both? I cannot wait to watch that hockey game. It's a preview of what is likely going to be your first-round matchup with the Dallas Stars. That is can't miss hockey on Sunday.
I am popping the top, Raj, to watch these Denver Nuggets, fresh off the motivational speech that they just heard about saving nothing for the swim back. It's the first leg of a back-to-back tonight against the Los Angeles freaking Lakers.
Tonight.
You go all in. You save nothing for the swim back, and you go win the first of a back-to-back, and then you go do it again on the second against Washington in a back-to-back. These Nuggets are going to be scalding hot because they listened to the segment from Gattaca that you swim out and you don't care about swimming back.
You know what we should pop a top to? I think you and I should watch Gattaca this weekend.
That'd be really good. Probably give me a little more context on something I've been using for the last 20 years in my coaching career as an illustration.
One of my favorite things that's ever happened on the short life of this show so far. Making a proclamation based off of a movie the guy hasn't even seen.
I've seen that scene about 600 times, though. On the tube of you.
If you guys missed any of the show, go on to the YouTube and just search Altitude Sports Radio. You can listen back to it at any time. PhD's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
This is how I did it, Anton. I never saved anything for the swim back.
But you know what Thunder Ridge is wrong. Last time I said, sit on the floor.
Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. I wish there was more fun news about Cooper Kupp because it would just make it more fun. But sorry to report, the Broncos just weren't ever really into him. They weren't into Devontae Adams. They're not into. They're just not into him. They're not into DK Metcalf. They like their guys. So it was kind of a bummer just to be like, oh, okay, because Adam wasn't wrong though.
See you, Coach. Love your show. See you, Coach.
We kissed and made up.
Okay.
Love you guys.
Good to know.
Love
Good
you,
to know.
Scotty.
Love you,
Good luck
Coach.
to Valor in the state basketball championships. Yeah, Eagle Crest.
Smoky Hill wasn't in it.
Oh, hey, and we hate Eagle Crest, so go take care of the Raptors. Okay. I hate Eagle Crest. I like Eagle Crest. The Smoky Eagle Crest rivalry was
legit.
Oh, it was legit. It was, if you asked the Smoky kids, at least when I was there and the whole thing, if they could beat anybody, it wasn't Cherokee Trail, it wasn't Regis, wasn't Creek, it was Eagle Crest.
Well, they were just down the road from you.
Oh,
They?
yeah. Yeah. And they would meet at the Sonic Drive-In parking lot after games.
I know that Sonic. I've been to that Sonic in high school.
Yeah.
I've done that Sonic.
Well, if you went to that Sonic, you were crossing the other side of the street
Two
going
of
there.
my best friends went to Smoky when I was in high school. So,
Right, but like for a Creek kid to end up at that Sonic?
Yeah, but I was cool, you know. So you know, it was
all
like,
right.
Yeah, you had the 67 Volkswagens and the old Vegas and stuff right there. And then Tyler rolls in with his Mercedes, you know.
Well, you know,
Actually, I had
probably low plated if you're going to that Sonic. You probably
my first car was a $7,500 Explorer Sport.
Oh, that
with 140,000 miles on it.
Hey, but those are cool looking cars.
Hey, they were cool.
The sports were cool.
They were fun.
Yeah. There's I've heard some stories, high school stories. It's that's the spot. That was the spot. So
ours was Mr. Swiss.
Yeah. Okay. We didn't have a place like that in high school. We didn't have a place where us and the Hamilton Wenham Generals like met up after games. It just wasn't like that.
We didn't really have one in Creek. Maybe Chipotle a little bit. That was the hangout there off Arapahoe Road. But there really wasn't a spot.
I'm 2 or 3 years older than you guys. I know you've seen the movie. I don't have any hope on that half of the room. But American Graffiti.
Sure.
That was my hometown.
It's Ron Howard, Richie Cunningham before Happy Days.
You drove around a big circle on the loop around the town, came back out. You might take one or two, and then you'd stop at Mr. Swiss on the edge of town, hamburger joint, and you'd sit in your cars in the parking lot all day.
Yeah, we didn't have
all
that
night.
in Ipswich. We had the Hole. The Hole was just this place in the woods. The kids would go to drink. You'd go to the Hole. But yeah, Oh, that's the way things were in the Hole. But no, I respect Eagle Crest. We just hate them. If that, you know,
You
that
should
makes
love
sense.
and respect. Listen, I coach at Arapahoe. My daughter currently, now she's got a few years aside. I'm trying to wise her. I mean, we'll talk, but she's scheduled to probably go to Heritage. Well, same Eagle Crest, you know. And
Yeah, but you guys aren't
Smoky.
even in the same conference.
It
Arapahoe.
doesn't matter when I was coaching there. We were when my
Oh, you were?
when
Oh,
all my
okay.
high school when all my kids that went to high school Arapahoe they were. So it's tough for me.
Creek probably didn't even have a rival.
Everybody.
Oh, it was definitely Mullen. 100% Mullen.
It was Mullen?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Why do you say it like that?
For
Because
football,
Mullen's
right?
like
football, basketball, all of it.
Mullen's
yeah.
on the other side of the planet from
Yeah,
Creek.
but it was good on good.
Okay, see that's Creek. That's that's how Creek looks.
That's
at
all right.
it.
That's okay. You're going to pump our gas one day.
No, I get it. I get the whole thing. You know, the most embarrassing thing is like you have to go play your football games at Stutler Bowl, which is Creek's home field, but they try to sell it like it's everybody's
a community field,
right?
Well,
but,
you know, we did have to
practices.
go on the other side of the field though for our
for
away
your away games
Yeah,
there. How
yeah.
stupid was that?
Yeah.
Did you have to use a different locker room, or
We did.
did you
Well,
really? Seriously?
Yeah. But I mean, the locker rooms are all they're in one building, so they're both the exact same.
Right. And then there's Legacy Stadium, which is down at Cherokee Trail now. So now it's kind of split in the Cherry Creek School District. They use both those fields.
But
I'm an Echo Park guy now.
Echo Park? Yeah, I
Yep,
know Echo
yep,
Park.
Yep.
Yes.
But in that field that you just talked about, in that right there at Cherokee Trail School? Or,
Legacy is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's right there. It's the same thing as Stettler Bowl for, and but that probably, I don't even know if that was around when you were in high school.
Stettler Bowl?
No. Legacy out there at Cherokee Trail.
Oh, Cherokee Trail, I think, came a year or two after
you're gone. Yeah.
That was what was so weird when I first came here, and then we started doing sports talk, and then we started getting into the high school stuff, and obviously Dave coached still even then, and blah, blah, blah. What blew me away was that every high school didn't have its own
stadium
and field.
That was weird to me, too.
That was weird to me.
But basketball, everybody's got their own home court, and I don't know if there's a lot of things more exciting than state high school basketball games.
No, they're cool.
I've seen
state wrestling.
State wrestling's fine. But it's at Ball Arena, and it's spread out, and it's busy, but you've got 4 matches going on at the same time. Right. You've got packed gyms at a home court. The kids, the fans going. State wrestling's cool, but it's not on the same level as the state high school basketball championships. And I know
they have more people though.
I know, I've seen Stettler Bowl sold out for football games.
Oh yeah,
that's wild too.
We didn't usually sell it out for home games, but when you got to state, when you got to the playoffs, it would get damn near full.
Yeah, no, I've seen all sorts of exciting high school action here. So state championship, Valor against Eagle Crest. God, I kind of really root for Valor.
When I lived
not. No offense to Coach, but
my PD, my early PD days, I was living in a condo basically a mile away, half a mile away. If I could straight that little green belt that's in between, I could have walked right through there. But I'd go on Fridays, have nothing to do. I'd just go over and say, well, there's a game over there. And I'd go over and watch it.
High school sports are awesome, man.
Plus, you used to be able to use your media badge, and they'd let you get in.
I had a CHASA media pass for years. It was pretty awesome. Cooper Kupp. So here's the deal. And we don't have, Dan, just let me know if there's any breaking news on this, because I don't want to sound like a total idiot if something else weird happens. But I was told Adam Schefter was right. And if you listen to what Adam said on our show, if you listen carefully, he said Cooper Kupp was interested in coming to the Broncos.
Yes.
That is true, from what I've been told. What's not true is, and it's not.
It wasn't reciprocated.
It was not reciprocated. But nobody said.
I struggle with that, though. I struggle with that because there were plenty of reports that the Broncos were in the mix, right? And so what does that mean? They're not interested in $14 million per year? Okay.
No, that's what I was told. It's got nothing to do with money. That's what I was told. It was about the development of the younger players.
They're not interested in 8?
Nope. They're not. That's, hey, what can I tell you? If the person who was talking to me is wrong, they're wrong. But I was told it's all about Sean Payton really liking his receivers and not wanting to get in the way of their development.
And probably bringing in another young one this year.
We've got a respectable group of wide receivers, but I don't get this whole thing. Like it actually doesn't add up to me.
Okay,
that's where I always the truth is always somewhere in between. When I hear, we were never interested. They are highly interested. There's conversations going on. Broncos are in the mix for Cooper Kupp. I'm like, give me a break. So you're telling me there was no conversation? I don't buy that for a second. I just don't. I don't buy for a second that the Broncos didn't have conversations, that they didn't reach out, they didn't ask what the going rate is, all those sorts of things. And then very quickly when he says, I want 15 per, you're like, okay, good luck.
What can I tell you?
I'll just say this. I think when Greg calls DMac and talks to him.
You mean Mike? I mean, I know he talks to Greg also about cycling stuff. You mean Mike?
I figure Mike's on this one too, but I figured, maybe, when I first read it, I thought, he must be talking to Greg. And so, okay.
Don't worry who I'm talking to.
But
don't worry your pretty little head about who I'm talking to.
We're not too confused about who you're talking
to. If it's Mike,
be confused or don't be bothered by it.
I'm a little less. I'm still on your side, but a little less. If Greg talked to you, yeah, you're right.
Well, what can I tell you? It is what it is, and Cooper Kupp ain't going to be part of the picture. And but Adam wasn't wrong.
No, he said Cooper Kupp had interest in the Broncos.
Correct. So we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it lands.
I also I'm struggling with this whole concept of we love our wide receivers so much. Wow, our group is freaking amazing. Wow, we don't need any help in wide receiver right now. Nope, I'm not interested in Cooper Kupp. Nope, not interested in Vontae. Nope, I'm not interested in any of these guys. Like, what?
Well,
what are we talking about right now? You've got a group with a dude that most teams would not consider a true number one. We like him. He's our guy, Cortland Sutton. He's our dude. We like him. A lot of teams would say he's not a true number one. You got a dude in Marvin Mims that you have been actively, publicly campaigning to try to get an upgrade at the Joker position, who had a nice little upgrade last year. And then after that, what you got? What you got? What you got?
You know what you have?
Franken and Bailey.
You have a coach.
And that's our group?
Yeah.
You have Coach Sean Payton, who when he talked to Kay Adams at the Super Bowl, was telling her the absolute truth. There's must, needs, and wants. They really wanted to get a joker. They were focused on Evan Engram. He told Kay Adams, I really like our group of receivers. He actually literally, we speculated that. Like sometimes there's smoke screens, but the arrogance of your best friend sometimes may lead him to just simply spit out the absolute truth. And now we have seen he was telling the absolute truth. He was, and the proof is in the pudding. They didn't go after any high-profile wide receivers, and they targeted Evan Engram. The Engram thing is fun, too, because they kind of lowballed him, and that's what got him over to the Chargers. And apparently the Chargers really liked him, and the Chargers knew Engram's first choice was the Broncos. But McCartney, his agent, who we know, he was like, listen, man, this is no good. We got to go here. And even though the Chargers knew Engram wanted to be at the Broncos, they didn't care. And they tried to get him. And apparently they did a good sales job, enough that the Broncos had to come up in their price a little bit to seal the deal, which they did. And they got it done because Engram wanted to be here in the first place.
I tend to agree with this texter. This texter says if Sean Payton really thinks this group of wide receivers is good enough, he might have actually lost his eye for talent. I get it. I get it. I like Bailey. He's cool. I mean, I like Mims. He's cool. They're not dogs. They're not difference makers. They're not game changers. We don't have a yak guy. We don't have any dude that can get yards after the catch. I mean, I'm like, okay, we've got some dudes that you respect, that you like. But if we're looking at this group like this compares to other wide receivers in the NFL, hey, you had one too many lattes.
Well, you'll really know how he feels after the first round, too, if they pass on Burden or Egbika if they're available. And it sets up a really interesting situation if they go after Tez Johnson in the 4th or 6th round. And a reminder, because I heard a couple shows talk about it, the Broncos don't have a 7th-round pick, nor do they have a 5th-round pick. And I understand you can take a couple 6 and make it a 5th and drop back to the 7th. I get it. But as it stands right now, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 6, and that's it. So if you're going to take somebody like Tez Johnson, it's either the 4th or the 6th right now as it sits, and that might be a little like, ooh, the 4th may be a little too early, the 6th may be a little bit too late. But that would be wild if they brought in, because it's shaping up that could happen, that if you're just adding wide receiver depth, you may bring in the brother of Bo Nix. That's sort of shaping up right now.
Tez Johnson scares the hell out of me.
He scares you?
Yeah. That dude is fragile.
Like, does it scare you as a 5th round if they got a 5th round pick or a 4th round pick?
A little bit, because I don't know how he's going to hold up on special teams. And your 5th rounders have got to be special teams core guys, right? So that
what
body,
about the 6th round? What if the Broncos make no moves? They don't have a 5th round pick, and they pick him up with the 2nd pick of the 6th round.
Okay, fine. I mean, you can select whoever you want, I guess. But I'm just saying, Tez Johnson doesn't excite me as much as he once did.
Okay. All right. Well, that's the. I wish it was sexier. I want to be sexy on a Friday.
Yeah.
This isn't really
How
sexy.
about being solid?
Sexy?
Oh, I think they're
being sexy. Be solid.
No, hey, show me somebody who's critical and has bad things to say about the Broncos in free agency. Find that person for me, because I thought the Cooper Kupp thing was like a cherry on top of the sundae. I didn't think they needed it to complete like a great free agency. I know you're surprised by how he feels about his wide receivers, and I think it's a legitimate.
I'm not surprised that he respects his group. I respect the group also. I respect Marvin Mims. I respect Devon Vele. I like Cortland Sutton a lot. But acting like we're satisfied there, that's nuts.
It sets up, well, we'll see what happens the rest of free agency. It's kind of going to piddle on.
It'll piddle on.
You got to get a punter and stuff like that.
Go on, Tyler, and then we got to go break.
Yeah.
I'll tell it on their side.
Do that. And then the big question going into this weekend, will you be booing Mikko Rantanen? It's PhD on 92.5.
Yeah, we'll be talking about Mikko here in a second. Talk to you about this topic is, can be a little awkward and uncomfortable if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction. It's not oh, yay, I got ED. That would be strange. But listen, it's sort of strange to just sort of deal with it and say, well, that's it for the rest of my life. We have the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they can help you with this issue that can bring love and intimacy back into your life. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They serve the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. Your initial visit is only $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I don't know. I got to square it up on Saturday. The Stars come into town on Sunday, so we're going to take Mikko out. We're going to air it all out. But I love Mikko. Mikko's like a Finnish little brother to me, and it just obviously wish we still had him, but I understand there's a business, and I understand it's a great chance for him to get paid. I get it. But, he's got a lot of dough. Can't argue that.
He better be paying for dinner.
Who's picking up the tab? McFarland and Sakic or Rantanen?
Mikko will be paying for it. Yeah.
That's actually a funny question. Gabe Landeskog on Spittin' Chicklets.
That sounds like McKinnon.
With Ryan Whitney. It's Paul Bissonnette and Ryan Whitney. Spittin' Chicklets.
I think Gabe didn't have his teeth in.
Yeah, I thought he sounded like McKinnon.
Because we've heard him sounded weird here a couple times here recently. I think maybe he doesn't put his teeth in.
Well, put your teeth in if you're going out for a steak dinner, I suppose. Wherever. Do you think that's really happening, by the way? Do you think they really are going out to dinner to clear the air?
No, I bet they do dinner, though. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be controversial. I don't think there's going to be like, hey, I hate you. Why'd you do that?
I'll bet for sure it's Gabe's.
The question that we got there on Twitter, should Avs fans boo Mikko Rantanen? Well, would you boo Mikko Rantanen? I mean, that's what it kind of boils down to. What would you do?
I don't boo.
I would not. It's easy to call him a villain, and I wouldn't argue it. I wouldn't. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fine. But man, you got a lot of love there. Come on. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to replace the amount of love you had for that dude.
All right.
Well, I love the three comments after, right, from the poll, right? Just really long moose chants, right? I mean, they go right there. They can disguise it.
It could get a little confusing.
And the second guy, Derek, writes, as possibly got better overall, his loss, our gain. I mean, don't you got to look at it like that?
You know, I never even thought about that. You're right. The moose chants over the years sound a lot like boos. That's actually a great point. It might be a little hard to discern. Oh, my God. I never even thought of that. So
some people call him the moose.
Well, I mean, you know who gets cheers like that, too, is Val Nichushkin because of the choo-choo train. So it's like choo-choo like that. It kind of sounds like boos.
I was in a game when I was playing the Miami Heat. We were bad, won 15 games. And I had a horrible first half. I remember taking a 3 late, boom, 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 got booed. Came back second half. I played great. In fact, hit a corner 3 that ended up putting us in the lead, and we ended up winning the game. Porter came in, hey, great game. Did it bother you when the fans booed you? I said, they did? He goes, yeah, didn't you? I said, I just thought they thought my name was Bruce. So
did you really say that?
Yeah.
Did you really say that, or did you think of that later?
No, I said that.
You really said
I said that. I said I just thought they thought my name was Bruce.
That's fantastic.
But yeah, some moose you can do right there. And then the last guy, homie, help bring a cup. I mean, there's always that, right?
I guess I'm pretty jaded from the player perspective of the business. You know, it's just we're freaking mercenaries, man. We bounce around, whether it's them cutting us, whether it's them trading us, or whether it's us trying to get the most money we possibly can get. And when you've been on the inside of that business, it is hard to have hate for dudes that just tried to better themselves.
All right, let me help you here with why to boom Mikko Rantanen. You did win a cup with them. Should be some sense of loyalty to that core group. Not for him. He wanted to get the most money he could. Why could you boo him? Because he forced his way out of here. He left the Avalanche with no choice because he wouldn't consider a very, very fair and generous contract offer from Chris McFarland. Why to boo him? Because he's just not that great of a guy. He goes to Carolina. What loyalty did he show to them? He had 4 teams to which he was willing to get traded to, and the trade he accepted was to your arch rival when he could have gone to Toronto or Florida or somewhere else. This guy arguably chose to get out of here for the same amount of money in order to beat you. Well, how's that? How am I doing on that?
The Dallas move becomes the issue of where, okay, maybe. The Carolina move, wait and see the end of the year. Let's just wait. I mean, what if he plays great, wins the MVP of the playoffs, and they win another cup?
We ain't playing the Canes on Sunday, Scott.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, if he just said, no to the trade. They didn't trade him. He stays with the team. They win a cup and da-da-da-da.
With the Canes?
No, with the Avalanche. Before they traded him to Colorado.
I didn't understand what you were saying.
Well, thank you, Warden. But say he stayed here.
Yeah.
Never got traded. They win a cup.
Yeah.
Then they just lose him for absolutely nothing at the end of the year. Are we okay with that?
Right. And I totally agree with what you're saying right there. There's two very specific things I would push back on what DMac said right there. Number one, you said he's a bad dude. He's a bad dude. How many people you know in your life that make really tough business decisions? I mean, brutal, cutthroat business decisions with people that they know, people they've worked with family, with whatever, because it was the right thing for their business. It was the right thing to grow. It was the right thing for that. Are they bad dudes? No, they're doing the right thing for their business. The other thing you said, he chose to go for the same amount of money. Hell no, he didn't. He settled for the same amount of money. He left thinking he was going to get more money. He left thinking that there's going to be more dollar signs out there, and it turned out he was wrong, right? So that is a big difference of saying I chose to leave for the same amount of money versus I took a risk, I left, I wanted more money, it wasn't there.
Why didn't he stay with Carolina?
I don't know.
One, because they did offer him more money.
They sure did.
He didn't want to stay there. I think, I'm not going to make excuse for him, but I think the shock of being traded there in the first place, Carolina was pretty good. I mean,
yeah.
And then let's be honest, it probably became a better decision after he plays 10 games and has 3 points. And all of a sudden he's going, ooh, I don't have the support and love around me that I had other places.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you end up at Dallas?
Because it's a hell of a situation.
Stick it to the Avs.
There you go.
Maybe.
Because
it was the best situation left after he lost the Avs.
He had three. Toronto's in first place, bro, and that's
Florida made some moves.
Florida is a championship team. There were good teams that he could have also gone to.
And we know he had offers there?
Yes.
We do.
Well, that he said he was okay being traded to.
Well, that's different.
Fair.
I mean, Cooper Kupp said he wants to play for the Broncos. What's the difference?
It was the three other teams besides Dallas were Edmonton, Toronto, and Florida. That he apparently was cool going to.
All pretty cool situations.
Very good situations.
Right.
As is Dallas.
Right. So why is he in Dallas? It's a good situation.
I'm not a booer either, but if you
Do you
want,
think he's a bad dude?
I think he treated the Canes poorly. Yeah, I think he was kind of a bad dude to the Canes.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe.
And I think he and his agent really weren't very open and honest, and they forced the Avs' hand. And I think it created a bit of a toxic culture because they were forcing the Avs' hand. And I told you guys how it felt in the locker room. So we knew. I told you what was going on before it happened.
And it might have been listen, when someone's going through an issue like that, I remember when I was in Detroit, we were going through an issue like that with Vinny. And Vinny was in his free agent year, and they hadn't offered him, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And he was freaking out, and he's starting to do things on Vinny, like, holding the ball too long, trying to look just for himself, and losing the team aspect. And we had a players-only meeting. And Vinny finally spit it out. I said, dude, I don't know if I'm going to be here in the contract. It's really bothering me. And Isaiah Thomas, and this shows you the power of great leaders, he goes, stay here. And we're in the locker room. It's just us players. Goes on some phone up there to the GM's office, comes and says, hey, I need you down here right now. GM walks down, who's like an old Korean Marine, so he's a tough SOB. He comes down there and said, tell Vinny if we win, everybody gets taken care of. He said, Vinny, we win this thing again, which we did, everybody gets paid.
Mm-hmm.
We won it, and guess what? He was a man true to his word. Guess what? Everybody got paid. But it was a pale in the locker room until it was actually addressed. Now, I don't know if they have that kind of leadership, if they have that capability. Said, why isn't Mikko done? Did they have that conversation upstairs? Would that have smoothed the locker room out a little bit had it happened?
Is Matt Duchene hated?
Not anymore. I don't think he's liked, but I think he's.
I don't know, man.
That's 10 years ago.
Dude, I don't know, bro. I don't think he's very well liked by Avs fans.
Dude, I thought they should go get him in free agency this summer.
Well, it was interesting. It'd have been interesting if they brought him
Ryan
back.
O'Reilly hated?
I don't think so. I think it's different.
He wanted out too, though.
That's true. I think it's different.
Could have used Ryan O'Reilly over the last couple
Well,
years.
I mean, like,
Well, yeah. I mean, you faced Ryan O'Reilly with the Blues in the Cup run. I mean, it did happen. I don't think Ryan O'Reilly. I don't think he's loved, but I don't think he's hated. I think Matt Duchene is hated.
Well, did they trade Ryan O'Reilly, Dan? You know, did they trade Ryan O'Reilly in the season? Was that an in-season or out-of-season trade? Because he was a guy who wanted more money than they were willing to do and wasn't going to take a team friendly. And so he kind of worked himself out of it also.
Right. My favorite Ryan O'Reilly story kind of along those lines. It was my favorite guy. So much so, let me tell you. Joe Sakic and his son Chase, my son Connor, same age, played hockey. They played for the Littleton Hawks. We played for the Arapahoe Warriors. It just is what it is. You'd run into Joe Sakic. It was a pretty cool deal. So I knew Joe, ran into him in a hockey game, kids hockey game. It was like a week before the trade deadline. And I go to him, Joe, I won't say anything on the radio, but my son wants a Ryan O'Reilly sweater. Should I get one or not? And he goes to me, DMac, go get that sweater. And I got it. And they didn't trade him until the offseason.
Well, you enjoyed it for a minute.
But it was like, I'm about to plunk down like $150.
But you went to the offseason with a very, very, very good player who left and you got nothing. Right?
Did they get nothing or did they
get
O'Reilly?
Yeah. Or was it a trade in the summer?
Oh, yeah, it was a trade. They got Jamie McGinn, Nikita Zadorov, and Mikhail Grigorenko, and JT Compher, and a second-round pick.
Wow.
That's not bad.
They got a lot.
But
was Compher on the team when they won the Cup?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's one of the guys.
He's a Boston guy, right?
He was a Detroit guy. I don't know where JT is now, but he went to Detroit as a free agent.
No, but I thought he went to like Boston College or
I'm not sure what college he went to.
UB or something like that.
I think he's
that or Notre Dame.
I believe he's American, and his sister, of course, is an
Michigan.
Olympian. Michigan? Yeah.
Michigan.
It is kind of interesting just
Detroit.
seeing the
Detroit's
early
in Michigan.
results on the poll there. I mean, long ways to go here. I would have thought there's going to be more yes. As of right now, there's more no.
Okay.
And the question for anybody that doesn't know, the poll very specifically is, should As boo Mikko Rantanen with the Stars coming to town?
My answer is no, because I don't have it, but I don't advocate for booing.
I don't advocate for booing either, except when I booed Roger Clemens as a Yankee playing at Coors Field. I literally stood up and booed.
Because all the Yankee fans are going, huh?
No, I was so pissed at Roger Clemens for being a traitor, so I did boo him there.
Well, they got bigger mouth openings on the Pepsi cups.
I think what it comes down to for me with hating players that leave, would they have stayed for the right price? And if the answer is yes, then I have a hard time hating the dude. I do.
So Melo, I'm not sure would have stayed for the right place.
That's a radically different. Would Nolan, did Nolan really want to, and I'm a Nolan, I actually defend Nolan, I do. But he wanted the hell out of Dodge, and that's fine, and I get that. But with Mikko, it's a dude that was betting on himself and he was just wrong. That's the way I see it. He bet on himself and he was wrong.
My problem with Nolan Arenado was this. You waited till after you got paid.
Right.
But now you're going to decide to be the turd.
I thought Nolan lacked courage to be a leader. That's what I thought. I thought it was convenient just to say, hello, I don't like Bridich and the whole thing. And then you went to a place that has nothing but statues and world championships outside of their ballpark.
Yeah,
so
but would you have liked Bridich?
I would like to think if I had that talent and I was given that responsibility to be a leader of a team, I would like to think that I would lead that team. And
no matter who's in charge.
Yes. I would like to think that about myself. I don't know. I've never been in that position before. But that's the position Nolan was put into. Are you a leader or a follower? And he just went to gravy train, and thank God that went backwards in his face too. And now he's trying to get out of there.
And he got into a who's his bigger match.
But Bridich was wrong too, by the way.
Yeah.
Bridich was an idiot about the whole thing.
I agree. Bridich let it go too.
He absolutely alienated Nolan.
I agree. It was handled poorly, start to finish, top to bottom. And then
sometimes you put back the energy that you're matched with.
Well, and then they got rid of Bridich, which is like, well, what are we doing over here?
That was bizarre. It felt like you were choosing Bridich, and then you didn't.
Because it was a dumb decision in the first place. And the reason that he was upset was probably legit, but still, you got to get over some of that sometimes. But, I don't really have I like Nolan, too. He's a good dude. Always had good interactions with him. Don't have anything bad to say. I just thought it was a poor moment. That's all.
But it was at a moment. How many moments do we get ourselves in trouble in our lives in anything, whether it's sports and free agency? when we make decisions or say things out of emotion first.
Nolan's wasn't about money either. No one was getting a lot of money no matter
but
what.
it was all
Didn't
emotional.
matter. It was all emotional.
Brady said something, and then
Yep, it was all personal. It was all emotional.
I helped break that story, by the way.
Did you really?
Yeah.
How so?
I had a guy in Nolan's camp
that
told me what was said. Actually said.
Yeah.
I get a call, and I was in Houston from, I won't mention his name, rhymes with Bonders, who said, I heard you say this on the radio.
Yeah.
And I kind of told him my source, but it had to be boom, boom, boom. He looked into it and found out, and he asked Bridie's. Bridie's denied it, and then it turns out they had recordings and something else and everything else. And
came out
that Bridie's was lying about the situation.
Oof.
And Nolan was right. Nolan just got totally emotional about it and blew up. But I kind of brought up and said, it ain't, because Bridie's came out before that, if you remember, and said, oh, no, everything's good. I've talked to Nolan, we're good. My guy said, you ain't talked to him at all.
Well, I tell you what, Sunday, because no matter what, Mikko joins that pantheon. He's now part of the
either in the middle or on the fringe.
He's in the Mello, Nolan. Give me some others, guys guys like Duchesne, perhaps even O'Reilly a little bit. I mean, Mikko's now in that conversation, and Sunday.
When you think about it, there's only been a handful.
Not that many.
Haven't been that many, really.
Because it has to be very personal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's only a handful of situations that are very personal.
I mean, the captain of the Avs said we're going to take him out to hash it out. I mean, come on, man. When was the last time?
That's a big statement.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
All right, it's PhD here on 92.5.
I felt that we were really tired tonight, and I don't know if that back-to-back in OKC and the emotions of that, everything we put into that, I just felt that we were a step slow, and that's understandable. That's what I was telling myself is that you look at what I've been asking, especially our main players as of late, that's a lot, and so we just got to find a way to get them as much rest heading into this upcoming back-to-back against LA and Washington. But they're a good team. They came in there, handle their business. We got to learn from it and try to be better come Friday night.
Appreciate you listening wherever you are on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. The Nuggets are favored by 13 or so points tonight. The Lakers are missing, I believe, 3 starters, not just LeBron.
Well, might match up with Denver.
How long has LeBron been out? He's been out for a minute now, right?
Yeah.
Like 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, more to come, though. And they play next Wednesday in L.A., and my guess is he won't be good for that one either. The Lakers last night were pretty funny. Luka went for 45, and they lost by 20.
Well, that's Luka.
What can I tell you?
Joker went for 34 and they lost.
Joker went for.
It does feel like every time Joker goes for about 40, Nuggets lose. Also,
Joker went for 56 and they lost to Washington.
Yeah.
So there's that.
But it wasn't a 20-point blowout.
Correct.
Yeah, go look at what everybody else.
Correct. You go for 45 and your team loses by 20. You got problems.
You got some issues around that team, don't you?
Yeah, I think, and I think JJ Redick actually is a good coach. But they're getting a little unlucky right now. They're getting some injuries that are having an impact, and I think they've lost 4 in a row.
I have no idea if he's
Something
good.
like that.
I have no idea if he's a good coach or not. But I will give him credit. I thought he was just going to come in and just feel like a fly on the wall, and he feels like the right dude to motivate that group.
I think he's good. I think he's the right guy. I agree.
The NBA conspiracy theorists put out this when LeBron went down. LeBron's going to be down and out for a couple weeks. Just to remind everybody whose team this really is, and then it's not Luka's team.
That's silly. That's ridiculous.
I said the NBA conspiracy. They said it before they started losing.
And we all know you're not a conspiracy guy, so there's no chance you bought
I'm
in.
not anymore because all the ones I had were true.
They've lost 3 in a row, not 4 in a row. They've lost 3 in a row. They're losing 4 in a row today. The Nuggets
didn't they win the first game he didn't play?
Jeez, I don't even know. I mean, I can look at their schedule.
That doesn't matter.
I got you. I don't know exactly when he went out, but they have lost. Let's see here. They lost by 20 last night to Milwaukee. Close game to Brooklyn, 111-108. They lost by 10, which isn't bad, at Boston. And then they won in overtime against the Knicks. Wow, did they beat the Knicks without LeBron?
I think so.
Hold on. I can check that real quick. That's actually pretty impressive. Nope, he played in that one. LeBron did play in that one. So he must have.
So they've lost 3 in a row without LeBron.
That looks
so
to be the
really
case.
adds
Yeah.
credence to the conspiracy theorists out there saying, look, you ain't nothing without me.
We don't believe it, but
yeah, I don't believe it. I'm just saying what they say.
AG's listed as questionable, so I'm going to guess he's going to go tonight.
That's an upgrade.
I heard maybe it was Nate and Andy yesterday afternoon, I think, and basically what they were saying, which does make a certain amount of sense, is it's so unpredictable when he's going to be healthy and when he's not going to be healthy. There really is no point in waiting until the playoffs with AG because it could happen in the playoffs as easily as it could happen in the season. So their point, which I thought was a pretty good point, was just get what you can out of the guy, and that'll be that. So he may be good for a game here, 2 games, 3 games, and then have to sit out 2 or 3 games.
Well,
because there's no guarantee if he were to sit out the rest of the season that he would be completely healthy in the playoffs either. So you may as well try to get as many wins as you can out of him.
But for sure you play him tonight, and you probably don't play him tomorrow.
Okay.
Just for
all right.
Right.
Let's manage minutes here. 48 hours of basketball. A little bit of a toothless Lakers team, and literally the world's, right now, worst NBA team is here on Saturday. Manage the minutes for me right here. What are you doing over this 48-hour period?
Well, you're doing whatever you can to win this game tonight, and
Right.
Hopefully it's settled by the fourth quarter, and you can rest a whole lot of starters. You go out and you go Washington. You hope the midway through the third it's settled, and you get out of that too.
So you start Jokic in both games.
Yeah.
Well, it does feel like Lakers, you just want to win. right? So you're probably not going into that, no matter who's playing, with any idea of load management, I would guess.
So you're not sitting Jokic then?
No.
Sitting him? No.
You're not. He's not tapping out.
I agree with what Scott said. We lucked out early in the season with this a lot, being able to rest him in the fourth quarter. Hopefully you get to that point.
Yeah, you got to get some games down the stretch where you've got.
Are there any games you would sit out Jokic?
Well, you never know. I mean, you never know, right?
I think you got to give him some games off, guys. I think like this Washington game, man. If you can't rest Jokic,
but
against the Washington freaking Wizards, you're in a bad spot, man. I would rest him. I would shut him down against that Washington game. And I do not know what's going on with DeAndre Jordan. I don't know what's happening. He hasn't been playing, and I don't know why. But, hey, man, you're starting against Washington. Go beat him up. And if you can't win a game without Jokic at home against the stupid Wizards, we got bigger issues. That's where I'm coming from. I'm all with you with, like, blow out the Lakers as quick as you can and sit out the fourth. But what are we doing here? If we got to get rest and then we're going to Golden State and the Lakers, okay, that's when we're going to need Nikola Jokic for the next 2 road games. We should not need Nikola Jokic to beat the Washington Wizards.
Shouldn't.
Are we serious about getting rest for these guys or not? Do we mean what we say or don't we?
The one guy you're trying to get rest for, did he look like one of the guys that got tired in that Minnesota series?
No, but I don't care because I know what the accumulation of wear and tear does. And if I can find he's not the only guy I would rest, by the way. I probably wouldn't play Jokic, Jamal, or AG against Washington.
Ooh.
Go beat them. I probably would not. Michael Porter Jr. gets to play. Congratulations. DeAndre Jordan, welcome back to the team. You get to play. Christian Brown, have a good game. You get to play. Russell Westbrook, you're starting. You get to play.
Remind me to tell you something I forgot to tell you.
Tell me.
I can't say it on there.
Oh.
Well, what are you doing?
You told me to remind you. I just want you to tell me.
I'm just saying.
Well, I don't think I should report eavesdrop.
Okay. If you're going to manage minutes and do something, because it's also about the preparation to play. If Jokic is playing in these games, whether he plays 10 minutes or 40 minutes, he still has to prepare the same way.
Right.
Yeah, but wouldn't you agree that the Lakers game, with or without LeBron, is just a game that you want to win?
You want to?
Well, there's a lot of reasons you want to win that game more. I mean, you want to win both games. But
understood, but one means a little bit more.
Of course. Well, there's literal playoff ramifications specifically against the Lakers. You're in a dogfight. There's 4 teams in a dogfight for 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the Lakers are one of them. And it's time to put them down like a dog tonight. That's what it's time to do to them. So I got you tonight. I'm going all out with Jokic tonight. It'd be great to rest him in the fourth quarter, but if we got to play him 40 minutes tonight to get the win, but he's playing 40 minutes to get the win. I'm talking about the stupid Washington Wizards game the next day. They are literally the worst team in basketball.
How'd that go?
Although they have won 4 of their last 10. I mean, I know that's not great or anything, but it's clearly the best run they've been on this year. Or not. Just play everybody till exhaustion, and that's that, and, whatever. We'll see Minnesota in the first round and see how that goes.
Well, I think you can be more disciplined with minutes, even if you do play them. And, I mean, I would say this. I think the last time AG played – the game before the OKC game, and he hurt himself in that game. The game before that, he had missed the previous 3 or 4. I think the previous 3, 9 days, and then you play him almost 39 minutes, 38, 39. I think that's probably too much. I think he probably needs to live in the 30, 32-minute restriction, and you save a little bit. But that takes a lot of discipline and a trust for other guys.
Well, you can catch the game tonight. Tip at 7:30. Weird tip. Pregame here at 7 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Got a strange mock. Another Tyler, a haterade mock on Shador. I really don't know where these are coming from. And they've got the Broncos taking somebody interesting. Details next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I want you to know you're not alone. It's a bad feeling. It happens to the best of us. I've been there. I've struggled with it, and I got it fixed with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. If you're anything like me, you might have already gone online. You started looking for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. Just commit to get your hair back. Commit to calling my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and guys, you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing, entire staff, the best of the best, and you can be comforted knowing that your hair is guaranteed to grow for life. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Dan is telling me we got some breaking news. What do we got, Dan?
According to Dave McMiniman, Luka Doncic is out tonight.
Oh, my God. They're just folding it tonight. They are just folding the game tonight. Wow. Well, it makes sense. I mean, he went for 45. They lost by 20. They're out a bunch of starters. They've lost 3 in a row. They are folding their freaking tents tonight. Wow.
Interesting.
Damn, should you rest Jokic tonight? Nah, you got to win that game.
Well,
Maybe Murray.
Wow, they are just quitting tonight. Well, I mean, if you hate the Lakers and you'd like to see the Nuggets win, tonight's your night.
Cool.
I wonder how that'll impact the point spread right now. You might want to. Might run to the gambling machine there.
Wonder how that will affect intensity.
By who? Come on. Foot on the gas. Blow them out early. Let's go.
We couldn't get up for Minnesota.
Dude, if there is an intensity issue tonight, that is going to be sad. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they had a tough one against Minnesota. There's no Luka. There's no LeBron. Who else is out for them, too? There's a couple other guys out, too, right?
Dorian Finney-Smith is questionable. Luka, Rui, Jackson Hayes, LeBron, and Maxi Kleber are all out.
I heard JJ's got to stay in bed with LeBron, so he might be out.
Oh, no. It's full gas. Intensity. Are you trying to just play with me here? What are you doing? What are you saying?
That's all you talked about on when was on Thursday. That's all you talked about.
Was that just Thursday?
Yeah, yesterday. Wasn't it yesterday, right?
Yeah, yesterday we were angry because of Wednesday.
Yeah.
No, not tonight. Tonight we have revenge tonight. Tonight is a Laker smoke show.
Tonight you just take care of your business. The revenge will probably come next Wednesday in L.A.
Wow, they're just sitting Luka. They're just waving the white flag on tonight. That is wild, man. That is crazy. What are the standings, huh?
They're like
we're just going to take a loss. We're not even going to try on this,
fifth,
huh?
I think.
The Lakers are 1 game behind the Nuggets and the Grizz. They're tied with the Rockets.
Who are on a heater.
They're 3 games ahead of Golden State.
But it just goes to show you where their mindset really is right now. And why is LeBron out? He's resting for the playoffs. He's managing for the playoffs. I mean, he's got a groin. Okay, I'm sure a lot of guys got a groin right now. Why is Luka out tonight? They're trying to rest up their guys, make sure that they're fresh.
Everybody has a groin, but not everybody gets their groin pulled.
Tell me about it. Marriage. All right.
Congrats.
Well, we're in the same boat, as it turns out. Actually, you're probably rowing a much stronger boat than I am. I'm just going in circles.
You got to take care of business. You might maybe think, okay, back to back, because you want to guarantee both these wins. Maybe you rest Murray tonight, play him tomorrow.
Whatever you got to do.
I don't think it changes anything.
Play Gordon tonight, rest Gordon tomorrow.
Play Murray tonight, and then you can manage against Washington. Although, we did lose to them.
Oh, yeah, that was a weird game, man.
Yeah, but they made a lot of trades since then.
Washington is so bad, but they are 5-5 in their last 10.
Yeah.
They are. So they're...
And when Denver...
they went up.
Yeah. I thought they were 4-6. They were 5-5. And they're on a 1-game heater. They won their last game.
With who? Against who?
Let's see.
Probably last night.
I think it was actually a pretty good win for them. I was going to say it's against like Brooklyn or something. Hold on, let me see. Detroit.
That's a good win.
At Detroit.
That's a good win.
And
that's a team that didn't bring intensity.
They had a back-to-back in Detroit, just like the Nuggets did against Oklahoma City. And they had lost by 20 the game before.
Just
and
like Denver.
They win by 4 because Detroit just was sleeping. So there you go, Detroit. You just blew a game. I hope that was worth it to you because you fell asleep. You can't fall asleep. They're still NBA teams. You got to clown them, though. All right, so anyways, that's the game tonight. Nice update there, Dan. What are you doing tonight? Where are you at? You on the sideline? Where are you? What are you doing?
I'm in the big seat.
Okay. I think you got Vic on the sideline today.
Maybe, yeah.
Because Vic was talking about interviewing Bo Nix or something. Like, there's going to be a bunch of Broncos. Well, aren't they disappointed, huh? They got a bunch of the Broncos got sweet tickets for the Lakers and the Nuggets.
Oh, what's going on there? I don't know about that.
They did. There's something going on. There's apparently Bo's in a box and a bunch of the guys. Well, they're all here. Like, all those guys all signed. Like, there were 5 guys that signed yesterday.
Do we get a press conference this year? We didn't get a press conference last year for the free agents.
We do not. How do you like that? You all right with that?
Whatever.
Okay, you don't care? No big deal.
Doesn't affect my life.
They used to do it. It was a great time to get to know the guys. I've been to a million of them. You know,
so was grabbing guys off the practice field in training camp. It was a great time to get to know guys.
And that is a Sean Payton thing, 100%. And he gets his way on that one. He says, nope, no need. So we don't really meet the guys until the OTAs start, like in May.
We really haven't had a George or Sean presser either since the free agents. I guess they're still
we had it at the combine.
Officially in the middle. But I mean, you got 4 big signings.
Yeah, it ain't coming. They don't do it.
Yeah, they haven't done this the last 2 years.
No, that's not their thing. Nuggets and Avs do it. They can't wait to have a press conference after free agent signings.
Although I did see some photo shoot. Was it just a photo shoot with Evan Ingram?
Yep. Yeah, he was dressed up like a nerd. He had like a sweater on.
And he was looking at his jersey, like, how cool is my jersey?
Number 1.
That was such a cute tweet he put out, by the way.
With the Joker.
Oh, man, that got some folks fired up. I couldn't tell if Sean Payton discussed the Joker role with Evan Ingram or not.
Apparently, that's pretty clear what his role is going to be. He put a meme up of the Joker from the movie, with his head out the window.
If the teams, all the teams, weren't so, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say stuck up, but serious. I don't know what it'll be. The beginning of training camp, first day of training camp, not the Joker will be in town, right?
Mm-hmm.
But would you not try Joker out in a Bronco uniform and have him just run out in the field just for a photo op and everything? Would that not be hilarious?
That would be hilarious. I do not even know how you would explain that to Nicola, like how that would make any sense to him.
Well, he went, I'm going to come home, waste a week to do that. No.
What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
For what sport? And what is that? And it makes sense. Why?
Yeah.
It would be exhausting to try to explain to him why that would be a good idea. Oh. CBS. Mock draft. Hating on Shedeur. Cam Ward goes to the Giants. They trade up. Think that will happen? Giants going to trade up to number 1.
I don't think so. So I think the Tennessee Titans are going to take Cam Ward.
Okay. Well, in this one, that's what happens.
I'll put it this way. Cam Ward's going to go number 1. So whether that's Tennessee Titans or whether that's somebody else trading up.
Abdul Carter goes to the Browns. Travis Hunter goes to the Titans. And then Snoozeroonie. Ashton Genty goes to the Raiders.
Well, that's going to get a lot of traction.
That's been there for a hot minute, though.
Yeah.
And it does make sense. It does.
Because they got Geno.
They got Geno.
And Pete Carroll really.
Did you guys see what Geno turned down from Seattle?
No, what?
So the reason the Seahawks weren't actively trying to trade Geno Smith,
they
offered him $40+ million per year, and he said no thanks.
Wow.
So they're like, all right, you don't want that? Fine, we'll get rid of you.
So why does he hate Seattle so much?
Who says he does?
Because he turned down $40 million?
Oh, because he could be just like Mikko. He could just think that his value is more than that.
What do you get
what's the going rate for a starting QB?
What do you get from the Raiders? I don't even know.
He hasn't gotten one yet.
Oh, I see. So he's thinking he could get more.
Exactly.
All right.
Well,
the going rate for starting QB is more than that.
I know you don't like the idea, but I read an article, or at least a headline today, that Myles Garrett is recruiting Russell Wilson.
He met with the Browns. He's meeting with the Giants today or tonight or something like that.
But something, I guess Myles put out a tweet or something that said, we got to get Russ here. Or
blah,
blah, blah,
did not see that.
A lot of times players are really dumb when it comes to personnel.
But if they were to, and if that's their final goal, they get Russ, and maybe you do go get one of these other.
Yeah, Myles Garrett also put out a memo thanking all the fans of Cleveland that he loves them, but he really wants to win.
Hey, I'd say it worked out A-OK for him. That was a good memo to put out.
Myles Garrett wanted to meet with the owner. The owner refused it. And now Myles Garrett just goes back because they just, the Brinks truck backed up.
Yeah, we don't
did you see his most recent statement? It was almost comical.
What did he say?
He said, I don't want fans to get confused. It's never been about the money for me. It's about
did he
winning.
Really say that?
He really did.
That's awesome.
I started my sports memo that I always lived by, and it was, what was the one guy in Minnesota, the basketball player that turned down, like, at the time, like $19 million or something like that? He goes, listen, I got a family to take care of. We're like, bro, come on, man. And he goes, it ain't about the money. So I came up with this, and, this was 20 years ago. If they say it ain't about the money, it is always about the money.
The spot goes on. Tyler Warren at 7 to the Jets.
That's awful. Well,
It's high.
That's high.
It's not impossible, but it's high.
They got Matthew Golden going, a receiver from Texas. Texas kind of loaded, huh? Going to the Cowboys. And then it just kind of drifts on here. We get down to the Broncos. It has the Broncos taking Egbuka, which, we've seen a little bit of. But it has Colson Love. Oh, it has Shadur Sanders going to the Steelers at 21.
They would love that.
Well, I'll put it this way.
And real quick. Colson Loveland going 22 to the Chargers.
Okay. That kind of matches up with my theory, right? That's what I've been saying I think the Broncos are going to do. Now, as far as Shadur Sanders goes, you get past the Raiders and anything could happen. For sure. I mean, I could see a world in which he slips to 21. Do I think it's likely? I don't, because after the Raiders, you still got the Jets. You still got the Saints. So there would have to be 3 teams that pass on him. But I do think you get past the Raiders, and you might be looking at an uncomfortable Brady Quinn type of situation.
A fall. I think it's a smokescreen. Well, it's a smokescreen. It's a mock draft, for whatever that's worth. And I don't.
Wait. Is that your way of poo-pooing mock drafts?
This one.
Oh, just this
one.
one.
I'm just not taking these mocks that has Shadur falling that low seriously. There's just too much of a need for quarterbacks. We've seen what's happened here in free agency. It's hard to find them. I just don't buy it. I literally don't buy it. I do think that there's some hate on Shadur, Tyler, Scott, because of his personality and what he's all about. And I think it's a little bit unfair, frankly.
And if that statement's true, Tyler, I'd love to hear this from you. If that's true, that there's a little hate on him, the style and how he lives, blah, 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 blah. Are we not going to see more of this? And is it something that the NFL is going to have to – because there's going to be more and more guys getting paid more and more money every year that's got a chance to lean into a different type of attitude than you're used to getting when guys are coming out of college.
Well, do you know what it comes from? Money. It comes from I've already got money. I've got $5-10 million in the bank already before I get to the NFL. And when Diana Josina Anderson reported at the Combine that there was a team in the top 7 that did not like Shadur Sanders' attitude. They didn't think that he cared about their opinion of him. One of the other things that she reported was that the same quarterback coach that told her that also said that he just can't stand that these quarterbacks are getting paid. He just can't stand what's going on in college football.
So there's going to have some in personnel departments. Probably going to be a come to Jesus moment. People are going to have to wake up a little bit because it ain't going back.
Hey, you don't have to like it, but you better accept it.
Yeah.
Our pal BK, who's listening as always.
What text are you on? Number 1 or 50?
I'm scrolling down. Latrell Sprewell, and we're getting
Latrell Sprewell. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Latrell Sprewell.
Gotta feed my family.
Yeah. They said, man, I can't accept this guy. I got to feed my family. It ain't about the money. I think one in that quote also. Listen, I got a boat or something like that. I mean, it was something stupid like that. Come on, man. Or it just spent a bunch of money on a boat or something. I don't know.
I got a boat. I mean, of course you have the Patrick Ewing. Yeah. We spend a lot of we make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money. Great one. All right. With any other NFL updates we'll have for you, Cooper Kupp won't be coming to the Broncos. We can go into some details about what that's happening and how's our poll going with Mikko. It's it's interesting. Should Avs fans boo Mikko Rantanen? What would you be doing? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Well, it looks like Avalanche fans in general
are good people.
In general, it looks it's kind of close. So it's should Avs fans boo Mikko?
So I guess you read a poll, kind of close, 57 to 43%. Doesn't seem close to me.
Nah, not that close. I do think, although I like the answer because I agree with the answer.
No is the 57%.
Yeah, I agree with the majority there. I think it's a little bit loaded the way that we asked it because we said should Avs fans boo him rather than will Avs fans boo him. And those are two different things, right? I don't get the hate, I guess. I get the frustration. I get the feelings of hurt, right? But the hate, I'm having a hard time getting there.
Let me ask you this. Here's another question you could put up a poll. Is it because Spencer wrote this in there? Is it too soon or is for a tribute video?
Oh,
the tribute video is going to be fascinating Sunday.
You kidding me? We gave Georgie one.
Right.
I understand, but this
100%.
This is 3 weeks in between of you kind of
when you get that tribute video, you need to stand up and you got to clap. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do.
Well, that's Spencer.
Man, how quickly we forget.
We'll see.
How quickly we will turn our back on somebody that brought something amazing to us.
All right, so let me ask you this.
We'll see.
Really? You don't think they should stand?
What do I think? Me personally, sure, I would stand and applaud, but I'm not a booing guy.
I think they will, though.
But you got to know, man, these hockey fans, they're
loyal.
Boy, oh boy, are they loyal. I'm telling you, man, they are loyal.
Now, let me start.
It'll be fascinating to see the reaction.
What we can do, no time at 145?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I got a good one.
Write it down.
Oh,
do you need a pen?
I got a good one.
Write it down. You will forget it. By the way, all of the freaking pens are gone. That experiment, it went longer than I thought, but the pens eventually just. So, Dan, we need a cup. They even took the cup. The cup is gone,
Who
too.
is taking all these things?
You know, it's the most. I've done radio for a few years.
Here.
One of the most bizarre things.
I can fix this.
Is
Rancho Cucamonga fund going in my pocket? There's $5.
Is the stealing of pens and the cup the pens are in? Oh, you got some pens.
I went and got some pens.
Well, how do you have that many pens?
Because he travels to hotels.
I got 40 hotels.
What do you mean? Every time he goes to a hotel, he collects a
Well,
pen.
you just clip pens from the hotels you stay at?
Those are they
do. They're
want you to
advertising.
take those.
That
ain't stealing.
money
Hold on.
thing.
Well, I don't. Oh, and the money thing.
See, that's not a good cup for the pens, though.
It's perfect. What do you mean it's not good? It's passive aggressive.
It's too deep.
It's perfect.
Well, I got to write. What was my question?
Well, save one of the pens. Did you forget it already?
No.
Okay, write it down. I can't wait for Sunday. I just love the juicy drama. That's all. I'm going to get there early, too. I'm going to get there way early. I want to see Mikko walk in. I want to see all of it.
Are you going to stand back in the hallway when he walks in from the bus?
Yeah, I know what time the buses get there. I'll just lurk. Be at like Club Lexus, just chilling.
I don't get people. I think this is a terrible comparison. Somebody says, Tyler, it'd be like if Demaryius Thomas was traded and signed to the Raiders. Okay, so he comes back, you booing DT? That's what you're doing? You're booing him? You're booing arguably the best or second best wide receiver in franchise history?
I don't know, man. Lyle Alzado broke my heart when he went from the Broncos to the Raiders, and he wasn't the only one.
That was a different time, though, man. It was.
Those guys really hated each other.
Oh, gosh.
I know.
I mean, that was like real.
I know.
That was all
real.
the way into the early 2000s. They hated each other.
That was for real. Would you boo DT? I don't know, man. Did DT force his way out?
Well, DT did get traded to the Texans.
Yeah, it just is what it is late.
Did you boo Steve Atwater when he left and came back?
It's got to be apples to apples. What was the last Broncos player that everybody loved that forced his way out after winning a championship?
This is a small one, and I don't think it really qualifies. Maybe Chris Harris to the Chargers.
Maybe.
Chris didn't want to leave here.
But he wanted money.
Who
said, hold on. What's the difference? Mikko didn't really want to leave here. He wanted money.
Chris was at the end of his career. We all got it with Chris. He was just trying to make some cash.
Yeah,
okay.
Mikko's in his prime.
Okay, he's in his prime, but what's he want to do?
But Chris
wants to make some cash.
Chris went there and then started bashing the Broncos too.
He sure did.
He was a little bitter. But did Chris get the same financial offer from the Broncos as he did from the Chargers?
No, but you can't say that because at the time, Mikko didn't leave for the same financial offer. He left to make more money, and then he was wrong.
He was wrong.
Right, but that doesn't mean he left for the same money.
I think it's a little apples to oranges with Chris. No, nobody hates Chris Harris. Everybody loves Chris. I don't know, man. Everybody still hates Duchesne. You wouldn't believe how many Avs fans still hate Duchesne, by the way.
Right.
It blew me away. I don't. I think Matt's kind of a nice guy, and I had good, interactions with him, and he's a really good player. And
Where's
blah.
Patrick Waugh in the pantheon of dislike?
He's fine now, and here's the reason he's fine. Because the Nuggets won a Stanley Cup, and, it's not like a curse or any weird thing like that. Patrick's fine.
And he also admitted he handled it the wrong way.
Correct. Patrick's okay. Because at the end of the day,
but that was bad at the time.
Yeah.
Well, but at the end of the day, fans are going to remember you as a player more than as a coach. So, it's interesting how. Well, I think they blame that coach in Montreal and management for the Canadiens more so than they blame Patrick, because Patrick forced his way out of Montreal.
True.
So
because he loved in Montreal.
My guess is he is. Because he's from there, and like I said, I think they blame Canadiens management more than they blame him. That's my guess. I haven't surveyed a bunch of people up in Quebec, but it's my guess. But I'll do that later this weekend.
Okay, good.
The Quebec survey about Patrick Waugh.
Yeah.
Put it on the list.
We could throw that up there on our X someday and just make it eligible for Quebec citizens.
Congratulations to the CSU Rams. Your Buffaloes gave it a good run yesterday against Houston.
They fought hard.
Yeah, that was cool. And Tad's fine, I'm sure.
You know what time the Rams play tonight?
10 p.m. on CBS Sports.
9:52, I think.
Dude, it's ridiculous.
Be specific.
Our time.
Yeah.
Which is still 8:52 where they're at,
Is
right?
Nate Kreckman doing that game on TV? Because I think Nate's doing TV for some of this stuff in the Mountain West tournament.
Well, some of it's the broadcast live digitally.
Okay, all right. I'm not exactly sure, but I saw the start time, and it's like, and I get it. They're in Vegas. By the way, I heard Nate and Andy talk about this yesterday, too. You go from the Pac-12, where your conference tournament is in Vegas, and the competition isn't quite as strong, and you go to the Big 12, where the competition is way harder, and your conference tournament is in Kansas City.
Why are you pooping on Kansas City? I love Kansas City.
Compared to going to a conference tournament in Vegas?
Well, I don't like Vegas.
You don't have to go. The tournament is made for people that want to get hammered and have a good time rooting on their school.
And not just going to watch good basketball.
It's part of it. You don't watch good basketball for like 24 hours. Are you trying to tell me it's more fun to go to Kansas City for a conference tournament than Vegas?
Describe fun.
Oh, my Lord.
You describe it.
Really? Seriously?
I'll let you describe that one.
Figure that out, I guess.
Good games.
Uh-huh.
Are you not getting that both spots?
Good hotels.
Uh-huh.
You're not getting that in Vegas?
Good food.
Yeah, that's what Vegas doesn't have.
And rest.
Okay, you got one.
Rest.
Congratulations.
Rest is a key element of having fun.
Well, listen, I'm not a big gambler. I don't like to go gambling, and I've stopped drinking. So Vegas, Kansas City.
No, I get it. You're perfect for Kansas City. You should go check out the tournament. It's great for you. Colorado State beats Nevada 67-59, and they take on Utah State. They're right there on the cusp, man. And I think they've got to beat Utah State to get into the tournament.
Well,
I think.
What's the Lombardi, the one that does all the bracketology guy, had them on the bubble going into the Nevada game.
Yeah. So you got to take care of business. I mean, listen, you're better than Utah State, theoretically, I hope. And, but yeah, Tyler, you're right. 10 o'clock tonight, or, close to it. It's crazy. And then they'll play the winner of, that winner will play the winner of Boise State, New Mexico. In terms of
rolling?
Which team?
New Mexico been rolling. They're surprising people too, aren't they?
Okay. Well, they're 17-3 in the Mountain West, so they've been playing awful well.
Very good, yeah.
It's not another bracket contest. All you have to do is pick 5 teams, maybe the Rams. The lower seed, the more each win is worth. The grand prize package, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, with dinner for 2 at Denver Chop House and Brewery, where we'll be for opening day. Or at least I'll be there. A catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. A brand new big screen TV. All that for picking 5 teams. You can enter starting Sunday night after the field is announced at altitudesportsradio.com. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Add Evan Williams to your game day lineup as a slam dunk. Also by our great friends at Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. So there you go. College basketball. Nate Kreckman was killing college basketball yesterday. He said it was terrible. I mean, the bracket's fun and all that's fun, but he was just saying that the game is kind of poor. Vic had an interesting concept. Take away the corner 3 to make the NBA better. Said the corner 3 is boring. Steph Curry got his 4,000th.
Made. Was it made or attempted?
Made.
Yeah.
Made. Attempted. Who knows how many attempts he's got? Made. 4,000. You want to talk about records that likely will never be broken? I shouldn't say that, because if the NBA keeps going in this direction, maybe that will get broken. But Vic's idea was to get rid of the corner 3. Take the 3-point line and extend it basically to the foul line extended.
Sideline.
Yeah, from sideline to sideline, kind of dip it around the foul line, or the key, above the key and out. You guys like that idea? Take away the corner 3.
You could actually extend the 3 line up a little bit and have it end about where the free throw line extended is.
That's the idea. That's his idea.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually.
Now, extending it's a different conversation, but what's it going to solve? What's it going to change?
The 3-point shot is too easy in a corner 3, and too many teams just send 2 guys down in the corner so that the game sucks.
I don't think these guys are struggling too much to hit a normal 3.
Well, statistically,
that's the easiest 3 to hit in the corner.
Right.
I got you. I mean, I'd be fascinated to see if you took it away, how many points do you actually take away from a game?
Would the game be better if we're looking at a mock-up of the way it would look without the corner
from Reddit?
3?
Yeah.
Do you like that?
I don't have a problem with that. I think it'd be. I like it. And if they were to do that, then guess what? You're right. Which, by the way, Curry's taken over 9,443s. Those 2 records will never be touched.
Right.
If you take away the corner 3. Just like the home run records will never be broke if you raise all the fences to, 12, 15 feet, and moved them back 50 feet. The home run records will never be touched.
Would basketball be better? Is the corner 3, like the field goal, too easy? And let's keep this in mind. Every sport adjusts their rules because things get stupid and boring and too predictable. The NFL has done it. Hockey has done it. Baseball has recently done it. Is this the next logical move for the NBA?
Well, you're going to see more mid-range come into play, and you're going to see more attacks at the rim come into play.
It would make games lower scoring. Is a lower scoring NBA a better NBA?
Probably, yeah, which I know sounds counterintuitive to America, but I think it probably does.
Who is in a top 2 or 3 offenses in the league?
The Nuggets are.
Yeah. Who are in the bottom?
So is Cleveland.
Who are the bottom 2 or 3 teams in threes attempted?
The Nuggets are.
So it can be done.
You can score without the
points
three.
without
Yes.
the 3.
You can. The Nuggets are proving it.
If more
that is true.
Yeah.
However, the Nuggets are the exception, not the rule.
Right. But would you have more exceptions? Is it not? I've told you guys this before.
Well, would the game be better if that was the case?
I firmly believe the 3-point shot is the easiest shot in basketball to get. You can always get a 3. Step back another step. I mean, you can always shoot a 3.
Jalen Pickett was so open the other night in one of his threes, he should have been on a milk carton.
Well, Pickett's been that way. Christian's been that way. Westbrook's been that way.
There are so many guys on the Nuggets. Peyton Watson's that way.
Peyton Watson's been
They
that
don't
way.
guard him.
Because they don't think they can make him.
Correct. It's almost comical. I like the idea, but it does seem counterintuitive to do something to provide and produce less points, less offense. But I was listening to Kaner this morning, and it's just boring. And I agree, man. When it's 3-point Palooza, and I one of the most boring games I was at this entire year was 149, 135 Cavs over the Nuggets. And I was bored to tears in that game.
I don't know if you saw a Boston game last week, because when Nuggets were playing, Boston in the first quarter had 26 field goal attempts, 24 of them were threes.
That's boring.
It's insane, actually, is what it is. It's not just boring. It's insane.
Analytics.
Yeah.
But here's why the Nuggets are able to do this. Say you get 100 shots, and if you're shooting, getting to the rim, 100 times, I think average percentage is between 57 and 63 what you're going to score in the paint. So let's go high end. 63 times 2 is 126. A good percentage in 3 is what, 40?
Yes.
And that's big. I think the average in the league is 37, 38. So I can give you the high end there. Let's go 40. So you make 40 out of 100, and they're all threes. How many you got? 120. So mathematically, you can be better and still win games and score more points making twos. So there is math to be able to do that. But it's a lot easier because, one, teams are going to make 63% of the twos. And two, look what the Nuggets did when they beat Oklahoma City. They crushed the three.
Crushed the three.
Almost 50%, right?
Yeah.
Crushed the three. Look what they did that game, the home game against Minnesota. They're minus 30.
It was pathetic.
On the three-point line, they shoot 20%. They go from 50% to 20.
I'd get rid of the corner three.
I'd experiment with it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that in the G League, and I'd experiment too with a 4-point shot too.
I think we would all be surprised at how little it would change the attempted 3-pointers in a game.
That would be really interesting to see. It'd be really interesting, and then spacing on the floor would be really interesting too. What teams would do if they're not just sending guys to the corner. Be really, really interesting to see what teams would do.
I'm going to look this up real fast.
All right, we got to take a break anyways. No dumb questions. You can text us on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You can reach out to us on YouTube with your question and on Twitch as well. Hey, Twitch, brought to you by Safeway. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com. Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, we're looking at Twitch. We're looking at YouTube. We're looking at the text line. I got one here on Twitch. Scott from This Is Flax. Scott, what color would you call your suit coat from Wednesday? Earwax gold or morning pea? That seems like an insulting question.
Well, I'm
but,
sure it is. I would say more earwax gold. I don't have my pea isn't that golden.
Well, you're properly hydrated.
The votes coming in are leaning towards morning pea.
No, well, earwax gold can get darker.
Oh, yeah. You probably got problems, though.
It can. Depending on how deep you go.
Yeah, that's why I've got a long trip coming up, and I don't want to waste any jackets.
You got your last long one of the year coming up.
Yep.
That's the longest one you guys got. That's it.
That's it.
I mean, it's not the last road trip, but it's long. It's the last long.
Long one.
Yeah.
I got some one-off games too.
No dumb question about our conversation about threes. Okay. Is this us just being boomers? Is this us just hating evolution? And evolution's inevitable in every sport. And I talk about it in football with tight ends that can't block. And there was a time that I would have never, ever accepted a tight end on my team that couldn't block. And now I'm like, yeah, we got to have one. You need one of them.
I don't think so. I think you just want to continue to improve the game, but it could be. I will say this. I haven't had a problem with the threes and people shooting threes, so they bring it up. I think the flopping has hurt the game more and turned more people off than dudes with the ability to make a 29-foot jump shot. I think people still look at that and go, holy crap, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
When Steph Curry does some of that stuff, I mean, I think people go, oh, are you kidding me?
People are obsessed with his pregame routine.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Me personally, and I don't know if this is a boomer thing, I'm more turned off about the NBA game with all the flopping. And it tends to lead me because I know when a guy goes a basket and a guy bodies him on the side, that's not making your head fly backwards and you scream, oh. And then the official sees
Well, why
that
don't
and
they
goes,
call it? They can call embellishment.
You know what the funniest
Have you seen an embellishment called since the second week of the season?
I have not.
Yeah.
But you can. It's within the rules. Call it.
No, that's like the NFL when they give these new rules in the preseason and they call all these flags in the preseason. Right? They're trying to emphasize it and then it's gone. The funniest floppers of all time is not in basketball. It's offensive linemen in the NFL.
With the hold stuff, yeah.
No, not just the holding stuff. After the game, you get a D, or after the play, you get a D lineman to push you to the chest, and you see a 330-pound man fall on his back.
Yeah.
That's comical.
Yeah, I've seen dudes do that, and a guy goes flying. It's kind of like Joker's offensive foul that they didn't overturn the other game against Minnesota.
Joker's not a stranger to flopping. I hate to say it. He's not.
They haven't seen him lately.
Can I tell you something, man? I've got pretty good seats for these Nuggets games where they sit me with the Muggles. I can't tell when I'm watching the game live if it's a flop or not from where I'm sitting. I seriously cannot tell.
Well, you sure can on TV.
I'm sure you can.
You can.
But I'll just tell you, in the arena, and I got pretty good seats here. All right, I can't tell. So who can tell from sitting behind me or the upper bowl? Nobody.
Well, and obviously officials can't. They're closer than you. So I understand it, but I think that's on the player. Listen, with social media and all the videos, everybody posts videos all the time. I watch some dude walk his dog every freaking morning now. So, I mean, you got all these videos that people can put on it. How many videos have you seen lately in the last 2 months of LeBron just selling these flops that you're like, and the dude's breaking down going, there's no one touches him. And he's flopping like this. And that's your face of the league.
Yeah.
And if he's doing this and getting away with it and never getting, whatever that call is, the exaggeration call, I've never seen anybody call one on him.
No dumb question. Should I tell somebody to shut up if they're booing Mikko?
Yeah.
It is a funny thing. Like, what rights do you have to tell another fan about what to do or not do at a game?
Well, the one thing, and I know I have to cross that line every now and then just because of what I do for a living, and I speak in a microphone, and I get paid to give an opinion. But the one thing as a player you learn very, very quickly, don't tell a fan how to fan. right? And I know it's complicated. Like I feel a certain way about Mikko because I've been on the other side of it. I've never been lucky like Mikko to get paid like that, but I've been around my buddies that have gone through it, right? And when you're on the other side, you get jaded to the business and you understand the business. You're like, you're not a bad dude for doing what's best for your business and your brand. You are your business.
All right, so you're sitting in a stand at any sporting event, and there's somebody right behind you who will not shut up about, like, just say it's booing. Let's just say that. And that guy is sitting right behind you. You paid your money. He paid his money. And he is relentless. At what point do you say something?
Well, here's the thing. He probably has the right to do that, and you probably have the right to say, dog, you're killing my ear, man. Can you bring it down a little bit?
Have you ever done that?
I haven't.
I have. Have you? At a sporting event? Yeah, I've done it significantly twice. And it just was once at a Broncos game because I made the mistake of taking my kids to a Broncos. This is like 15 years ago. So they're little kids. And this dude was hammered. And he was just MF this, MF that. He was hammered. And he just would not shut up. And finally, I just turned around to him. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? And he wanted to fight me. And it got into
Well, you got to understand, the second you turn around, the dude's going to want to fight you.
Yeah.
So if he's drunk and he's tanked and he's doing that.
He was hammered.
Text 561
general
to the
advice,
hospitality people.
don't antagonize the drunk dude.
And then it was my kids are starting to cry like a security guy. And I had told the security guy, this is ridiculous. And it was ridiculous. It wasn't just once or twice. I mean, it's like the whole first half. He wouldn't shut up. And then he was getting on a phone with his buddy about this, that, the other thing. And it was ruining, trust me, it was ruining everything. And I swear to God, it was the closest I've been to like getting in a fight as an adult in my life. And there was a woman, and she was small, but boy, did she have the right frame of mind and courage. And she got in between us and told the guy to get the hell out of here. And she couldn't have been more than 5'1", and she didn't care because she saw what was going on with the kids. I had another time, I had great seats for a Rockies game. I mean, great seats behind the dugout. The whole thing was just awesome. And this dude would not shut up about this comment, that comment, yelling all sorts of things left and right. And I'm going through like 4 innings of this, and it's ruining my experience. And my kids are like chuckling at it. But he's being way inappropriate. And finally, I just turned around and was like, really? We're going to do this all game?
The closest I've ever been to that, and I wasn't mad at the dude for being a fan, okay? But it was at the CU Nebraska game, I think it was 2 years ago. And I'm sitting next to a group of Nebraska fans because they take over the stadium and they're good at that. And the whole game, right? Like, obviously, he's cheering, he's up when I'm down, I'm up when he's down. And so it's kind of this little battle. It's this roller coaster of who's getting up and who's cheering. But as we're getting closer to the end of the game, every time he'd cheer, he'd start hitting me on the chest.
What?
I don't mean hitting me. I just mean like tapping me on the chest.
He is physically touching you?
He's physically touching me.
Oh, my God.
And at that point, I did get irritated. And I was like, hey, man, don't touch me again. Don't touch me again. And he did. He's like, oh, I thought we're buddies here. I thought we're having fun. I'm like, hey, man, that's cool. You can be a fan. Just don't touch me.
Oh, I don't blame you at all.
Yeah.
You showed great restraint, bro. Like, you did that more than once?
Oh, multiple times.
Oh, my God.
Just it was like a little love tap on the chest.
I can't even imagine that. How big was this guy?
He was probably a college kid.
That is some nerve, man. That is crazy. Oh, man. He's lucky.
My mistake was being friendly to him the whole game.
Yeah, no doubt.
That was my mistake because then he thought that we were buddy.
Did he stop?
He did, for sure. He got the message.
Well, the Mikko situation is fascinating. We'll also let you know what's going on with Cooper Kupp with the big question of the day. I'm sorry, what?
Didn't you make me write something down? Should I make you write? Should I make you write something down?
I apologize so much. I forgot that you had written something down. Can you wait on it? Oh, we'll get right to it.
Sure, Darren, sure.
I am so
tap
sorry.
Me on the chest.
Don't make me hate you too. It's VHT on 92.5. I do want
write
to
it
get to
down?
the big. No, I wrote down Scott Thing. I wrote down Scott Thing.
He's got a thing.
Scott Thing. Go.
No dumb question. We've been talking with Mikko a lot. We got
a
fan poll in our X account,
Yes.
right? With Mikko.
Yes. So far, it's should Avs fans boo Mikko? No. 57% to 43%.
Will Mikko have a banner in Ball Arena someday?
He absolutely would have, right? It was like a no-brainer.
Got a cup? Here for how many years? Seasons he spent? 7?
Oh, it was
7,
close
8?
to a decade.
Decade?
God, he probably should.
100 points a couple years in a row with the team?
I mean, really, he just simply probably should.
He's 28. He'll turn 29 in October. How many years do you think he's got left playing hockey?
Quite a few.
Probably
Give me a number.
6 to 8.
Upside or downside? Be specific.
I think he'll have 3 or 4 really good years.
If he has 6 years left, I would say yes. If he has 8 or more, meaning he will play away from the Avs as long as he played with the Avs, I would say no.
He signed an 8-year deal.
Why does that matter?
Because longevity does matter.
No.
Who are you? Are you one of our guys? Or
The
you not
length of
one
stay
our guys?
here doesn't change, though.
But if you're not one of our guys as long or longer than you're one of our guys, you ain't getting your number retired.
So good question.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's not a dumb
But
question.
I mean, right now everybody's emotional, and everybody right now. Dan put the soundbite. No. But now think about it. Go look at his numbers. Go
I
look at
could
his
solve
stats.
our poll, by the way. You know the conundrum of should Avs fans boo Mikko? How about this? Just put up a little video tribute to his agent, and then we can all boo. That's it. Just put up the agent, and everybody can boo.
Listen, the Avs fans are a classy crew for the most part. Here's what's going on, too, by the way. Dallas Star fans, annoyingly, have always traveled well for Avs games. And they will be out in droves for this one. So you're going to hear a lot of applause, but it's going to be interesting where it's coming from. If I'm a Stars fan, every time Mikko touches the puck, I'm standing on my feet and clapping at Ball Arena.
10 years with Colorado, 681 points, 287 goals, 394 assists.
Fine. If he plays 4 more years.
And a cup. And
if he plays 4 to 6 more years, you probably do retire his banner.
Plus
but if
90.
This is a guy who is a hockey robot, by the way, who loves hockey, could very likely play for another 10 years till he's 38, 39, 40. Could easily do that. He's not a physical contact guy. He's a scorer. He could easily play in the NHL for another decade, barring any kind of injury.
47 game-winning goals?
Yeah, he's really, really good. If he plays a decade outside of Colorado, forget it. No way are you retiring 96. No
I don't
way.
think I don't know if he'll have another decade. He'll play 20-some years. I don't think he's a...
Okay, if he plays 3 or 4 years, but what if Dallas goes on and wins like a...
He'll be in their Ring of Fame, too.
Nah, he'd have to do more than that.
I don't think the
You're not
time
putting
away has anything to do with it.
I don't either.
Your length here is your length here.
I think the time away softens everything of bad feelings you
Agreed.
might have now.
Hey, that's my take. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Dan?
Ray Bork was here for a year and a half, and he's in the rafters.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid. But
John Lynch is in the ring.
Yeah, that's another one. There's a couple of eye roll
He got
moments
4
in
years
there.
in, though, didn't he? He at least got 4 years.
Really, it's your own personal thing. You can make up whatever rules you want
That's
for your
true.
Ring of Fame.
Chris Harris, a Ring of Famer?
Yes.
Super Bowl 50 teams tricky,
hold
man.
Hold on. Are you given, it's a weird number. 96 is a weird number. Like, are you giving 96 to any other players in Avs throughout the years? Yes or no?
Oh, I don't think you have to do that. I mean,
well, are we retiring his number or not?
But see,
well, I don't. Is that
that's
what
two different things.
Yeah,
Retire
yeah.
the number and Ring of Fame are two different things.
No, it's not. Well, not in hockey. Either you go up or you don't. It's the same thing. For hockey, it is. What do you think? People are wearing 77 around here?
Let me ask you, Montreal and Toronto, how do they have enough jersey numbers left?
You think anybody's wearing Joe Sakic's number here?
They shouldn't.
Well, they're not.
But you know what?
You're up in the rafters.
is.
You think in Boston they're wearing 33 or what? They're not. All those numbers that are retired.
Honestly, maybe they need to change that then. Because I absolutely think you should be able to be in a Ring of Fame without having your number retired.
Well, fine. They just don't do it. I mean, I understand you thinking that, but they just don't do it.
I know they do that in the Broncos. The Broncos
all the
Ring
time.
of Fame. But I think
it's different. There's only a handful of numbers that are retired for the Broncos.
Yeah.
But for the Nuggets and for, I think, is there anybody up in the rafters that they wear that number? Fat Lever? Is anybody wearing Fat Lever's number? What is Fat Lever's number? I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Tell me.
I don't know.
No. I mean, like in general, like, you know, who's up in the for the Nuggets? Who's up there?
Dan Issel's up there, 44. I don't think
nobody's wearing 44.
I tried to get 44, but couldn't.
Okay.
So there, Alex English 2.
Nobody's wearing that.
Dikembe Mutombo 55.
Nobody's wearing that.
But I don't know about.
So the number and the player are the same thing with the Nuggets and the Avs
so far. So is Melo? Does he need to be in the rafters?
Oh,
yes, he does.
That's the big debate, and they've given 15 to quite a few other people before Jokic. It wasn't just Melo, Jokic. There's guys in between. The Nuggets were quick to do that.
Yeah, I don't care how you feel about Carmelo. To acknowledge that he needs to be up there that's a no-brainer.
Listen, it's already happened. They've already given Jokic 15. Ain't nobody gonna wear 15 again. Oh, yeah. So I would say you put them both up there. You put both of their numbers up there. They're both
share
there.
Make Jokic share the moment with Carmelo?
Tripucka and Manning.
Well, unfortunately, you had that situation. You've got this situation. You're not going to have like another situation. This is it. So you just deal with it.
So let me ask this. Another no dumb question then. Does Melo get in the Hall of Fame before he gets up in the rafters?
Probably, yes. He sadly probably does, because he's going to be first ballot, because it's not the NBA Hall of Fame. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. He's won a college championship and 3 gold medals. He's going easily first ballot.
And until Durant this year was the leading scorer for USA Basketball.
Yes, he will cruise into the Basketball Hall of Fame. And what the Nuggets decide to do is on them, but it's happening. And they know it's going to happen. So you got to I don't even know who gets to figure that one out. I mean, but I think if Melo came back for a ceremony, it would be a standing ovation and people would love him.
You know the other thing about hockey and basketball that makes it different, probably, about why the numbers have just been either it's a rule or it's not, and they just respect it. It's not as constrictive. Like in football, your numbers are constricted by your position.
Right.
And there's really only so many numbers.
Right.
And you got to be damn careful with that. Basketball, hockey, God, how many freaking numbers can you have?
Like from the Stanley Cup team, like a lot. You can do all sorts of things with
especially in hockey.
Right. It's crazy, actually.
How high can you go in basketball?
You go 0-0 Robert Parrish to 99 if you want.
You don't see 90s all too often.
Not a lot, but you can do it. Who was a famous 90 number in basketball? What was Nowitzki? What was he? He had a big number, didn't he?
Oh, a 33. I thought he was 32. He was 32.
Who was a good, like Doncic was wearing 77.
Was 91.
Rodman was not. That's exactly
in
who I was
Chicago.
thinking. That's exactly who I was thinking about.
Rodman
that's right.
So now you have this right here. Another thing that makes him great. Remember when they put Phil Esposito up in the Bruins Ring of Fame banner? Remember Ray Bork used to wear 7, and that was Phil Esposito's number, and he gave it up to go 77.
All right.
So does Joker say, "Well, I'll just be 16"?
No,
I don't think so either. But I mean, just on it up there.
No.
So
the Melo Jokic thing is weird. It's a one-off. You just put them both up there and don't think too hard about it.
But you can't do it at the same time.
No, you definitely cannot do it at the same time. You got to do Carmelo first.
Yes, you do Carmelo night sooner than later, whenever you feel it's appropriate. Jokic, it'd be great. And Jokic doesn't have to change his number. They do it together. They put 15 up there with Melo and Jokic. You save a place where Jokic is going to go next.
The irony of that, Jokic probably wouldn't care about going up at the same time, but Melo would.
Oh, my God. You know what? I should stop here. Did Melo play more years away from the Nuggets or with the Nuggets?
Oh.
I really should stop right now because, should Melo be retired for the Knicks?
Probably.
Well, I thought he went up there.
Did he already? Has he already been?
I thought early this year, maybe.
Oh, I didn't know that. He did get honored. That wasn't a retirement jersey thing, was it?
Yeah, but I don't know if they do that.
Oh, my God. He might have played more years away from
He
here.
played 11 years away from here.
And how many years did he play here?
2003 to 11, so 9.
Oh, he played more years away from here?
People are going to think I'm wrong on my math there, but I'm not.
Well,
so he played more years away.
Pro Basketball Reference.
That screws
he had
my argument.
8 years in Denver, 7 with the Knicks, 2 with Portland, 1 with OKC, 1 with the Lakers, 1 with Houston.
So by my logic, he should not have his number retired here. By my logic.
But he also played 150, well.
No. Like, I just made the argument for Mikko. If he plays longer away than here, he doesn't get it retired.
Well, right, but because it doesn't matter, and I think you're coming around on that. It doesn't matter. It's
I think I just shot down my own argument.
It's what you do for us.
The truth brought you back down, right?
As it turns out. All right. I stand corrected. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong 5 minutes ago. I guess you do retire his number. He's an all-time Av. Because I would be logically inconsistent to say it would be one way for Melo and not Mikko. That doesn't make any sense. You're right. It doesn't matter. It's enough time. You won a championship. You were a key part. You get your number retired. It's just going to sting here for the next 5 years when he's battling you in the playoffs, the regular season. And you're going to see him all the time with the Stars. It's going to suck.
And he had Carmelo has no banners, but he's currently a Hall of Fame finalist this year.
That he'll cruise in. Again, it's they really do care about that whole basketball thing rather than just NBA. It's
basketball.
It's a bigger deal. It's not the same.
That's why you have European coaches and European players, and there's ladies in it and everything. It's just basketball.
It's just basketball. So by a lot of standards, it's the best Hall of Fame because it considers the entire sport.
Yeah, just the sport.
But it's also one of the easier Hall of Fames to get into. Nobody really struggles.
Caitlin Clark, a Hall of Famer?
Who?
Caitlin Clark?
Not yet. Soon, though. Could be.
What?
She's on the path.
It's already there.
She didn't win any championships, though.
Nah, she's got to do more as a pro.
I don't think that matters.
I don't
Greatest women's player of all time?
She's not yet.
Not yet.
College?
Nancy Lieberman might arguably have been a better if we're going to have this argument.
Ann Meyer might talk
Ann
about
Meyer,
it.
she was unbelievable. I mean,
what's our lady from Kansas?
Even
Pretty good.
Sabrina Ionescu could have been in it.
Cheryl Miller,
let's check the stats on
Cheryl
those.
Miller, Cheryl Swoops. I don't know, man. Maybe.
I'd love to check the stats on those.
You might be right. I mean, she's probably the greatest scorer in college basketball history. She did not win a national championship.
Played for one and
Stupid
got to the
Angel
Final
Reese.
Four and won.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. She's incredible. She's a college basketball Hall of Famer,
Which is a separate Hall of Fame, too.
Correct.
Good luck with that strike, by the way, WNBA.
What? Are they on strike?
No.
They're
Angel
talking.
Angel Reese came out on some podcast and said, "Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if we just stop playing until they pay us what we're,
You got to be kidding me.
Oh, you can look it up.
They've been in existence for 25 years and never made a profit.
The games sell out when Caitlin Clark comes to town. What can I tell you? But that's about it. I mean, they do put 18,000 in when Caitlin Clark's there. They do that, but I'm sure the rest of the games are friends and family.
They've never made a profit. Tough to ask for a pay increase.
All right, we'll catch you up with so Mikko on Sunday. Tonight, by the way, real quick, the Lakers are not playing Doncic. They're not playing LeBron. There's a bunch of other guys that are out too. It is a fold down game from the Lakers to the Nuggets tonight. Boy, losing tonight would be, you want to talk about unacceptable. You got one tonight. It's kind of a weird little pressure here. I don't think they're going to struggle to win, but you got to win. We'll catch up on everything with that. Plus the Cooper Kupp situation. Let's Football Goes next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, dealing with erectile dysfunction. Stinks. You're going into this weekend. I want you to have a great weekend. Not just a good weekend, a great one. And if intimacy in your love life is letting you down, okay, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're here to help bring you up. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail, and they have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. You can schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. That initial visit's only $99. Get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. And hey, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free, but it's going to work. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. With 5 locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs, there's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. So call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner. First up, let's football go.
All right, speaking of the sound clip there from you and Scotty there, DMac. Yesterday, Evan Ingram just tweets out a GIF of Heath Ledger's Joker.
Mm-hmm.
You think Sean Payton talked to him a little bit about the Joker role? And do you guys think that Evan Ingram can fill that role?
I think it's going to be it. Well, yes, to answer your question, first off, did he talk about the Joker role? I couldn't tell by the tweet or not whether he was excited about that. And you know what? If you're going through the recruiting process, by the way, and the two teams that are after you, money, not even thinking about money. You got Sean Payton, who's sitting with you all day talking about this Joker role, this magical Joker role. And then you go out to L.A. and you sit down with Jim Harbaugh, and he's like, yeah, we're going to run the ball 155 times per game. What team do you want to go to? Yeah, money helps, but no, duh. The Broncos seem more appealing. I don't know, the Joker role in the past, in years in New Orleans, has been a very versatile role that plays multiple positions. I don't know what multiple positions Evan's going to be playing. I mean, we can put him out in slot, we can bring him up tight. We put him in the backfield. Don't see that one happening.
But Jimmy Graham was just either slot or in tight or out wide. I mean,
yeah.
You play all three of the wide receiver kind of position.
All I'm saying is it's not the like Taysom Hill type of role of what you would typically think of.
I think he just wants to have a more versatile guy over the middle in the red zone. I think that's what it is.
I think he wants a guy that's versatile in the red zone. I think a guy wants a guy that's versatile in the middle of the field. I think a guy that catches the ball at 5 yards and could go 25.
Sure.
I mean, wasn't kind of Demarius that sort of? Like you just throw it to him up the side and you go for 80?
Well, that's what Tebow said.
It helped. No doubt about it. Next up, Dan.
All right, just an update from earlier. We obviously had Adam Schefter on yesterday. He said that Cooper Kupp had interest in the Broncos, but it turns out, we find out today that the Broncos did not have interest in Cooper Kupp.
True.
And I've seen reports that he's asking for an absurd amount of money, is close to $15 million per. We were talking yesterday, it could be between 8 and 10. Are you guys surprised the Broncos didn't show much interest in Cooper Kupp?
Well, I was told it wasn't really the money. I was told that Sean Payton just likes his guys and doesn't want to harm their development. So, listen, that's a ridiculous amount of money. The Broncos never would have been in that sweepstakes no matter what. But I just heard the Broncos they like their guys.
I have a hard time with that. Not saying you're wrong, your source is wrong. I have a really hard time believing the Broncos didn't kick the tires on Cooper Kupp. I have a really hard time believing with the receivers that are left, they're like, yeah, that guy couldn't help our football team. I have a hard time believing that they didn't discuss money with Cooper Kupp. And then when they offered, I don't know, maybe they offered 6, maybe they offered 7. And Cooper's like, no, I want 15. They're like, okay, good luck. I don't know, man. Saying it had nothing to do with money, I find that a little bit tough to believe.
One way or the other, he ain't coming here. Wherever he goes, it won't be with the Broncos. That I feel very, very confident about. So I could be completely wrong on that too. We'll see. But from what I understand, that ain't happening.
Well, Adam Schefter tweeted out this morning that a sleeper team has now emerged and is now making a strong push to sign Cooper Kupp. That team is the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, but then what did he tweet 20 minutes later?
Oh, I guess I missed it.
Keep going. Because he put that out there, and then 20 minutes later, he kind of retracted it, sort of.
Oh.
Yeah, he kind of kept going on that. Oh, no, it's, that's not going to happen.
Okay.
So it looks like he put that out there, and it got squashed pretty quickly. By him. He put it out there. I'm sure he got some information. He reiterated something else.
Okay, but this actually makes me – I'll read it to you. It says, while the Cowboys made what one source described as a push for Cooper Kupp, they still are not considered the likely landing spot for the former Rams wide receiver. That feels like a conversation the Broncos had. Like, yeah, we want you. Yeah, we're intrigued with you. Cooper Kupp says, I want $15 million. Cowboys say, okay, we're not pushing that hard.
Well, I think Adam was right about Kupp wanting to come to the Broncos, and it's kind of an interesting one. Like, what was so desirable about the Broncos to Cooper Kupp? Unless it really is just he thought he could get money from the Broncos.
When I was playing the Pistons, we had a guy came in and did color for a handful of games who was a longtime coach. I'll tell you who it was because it's past time. Dick Motta came in and did. And he'd come back and sit with us by the players. We're doing playing cards and blah, blah, blah. And somebody asked, and everybody used to think that he and Mark Aguirre were not friends. Oh, they loved each other.
Okay.
But it seemed like it was a rough outing when they broke up. Somebody asked him, Coach, why don't you get back in? He said, man, I'm done coaching. Unless somebody wants to pay me some stupid money, I ain't coaching. Long story short, he coached the Nuggets for a while. I'll just throw that out there.
Stupid money.
And it was like 3 or 4 or 5 years later, I'm doing TV, and I'm like, dude, you said you weren't going to do it. And I'm like, okay.
Well, I had a qualifier.
That being said, I think Cooper's just coming off a massive contract, right? Made a lot of money. He might be saying, listen, and he's, 32, 31, 32, I think. He might be going, listen, I'm good. Let's stick to our guns at 14 or 15 million. Let's see what I feel like. I got 3 or 4 months. He can wait. Let's be honest. He can wait till OTAs. You know, somebody's going to get hurt, and then all of a sudden somebody come back. Does $6 million sound okay? Does
we'll see.
And for the record, no, I don't have interest in paying Cooper Kupp $14 or $15 million.
I think Cooper Kupp's going to be with the team by later today, but not.
But if he's not, I don't think he's going to sell himself short and go for, I'm asking for 15.
You don't?
I don't think he's going to say, I want 15 and then settle for 5.
No, not like that.
If you're going to sell for 5, just wait.
I think he'll get somebody to bite between 10 and 12. It wasn't that long ago he was the Super Bowl MVP, y'all. Guy's pretty good. Next up, Dan.
All right, fellas, many media outlets indicated early this offseason that Kirk Cousins would be released at the start of free agency after Atlanta benched
Tyler
him.
guaranteed he'd not be with the Falcons.
It ain't over yet.
After they benched him for Michael Penix, yet their GM, Terry Fontenot, said later that the Falcons would proceed with Cousins as the backup. The club has since doubled down on that stance per ESPN to the point that the most likely outcome is Cousins returning. Now, behind closed doors, Kirk Cousins remains frustrated by the situation, and it's no secret he wants to be a starter somewhere. What do you guys think happens with Kirk?
He's going to have to hold out, man, which is not his style. He's been a shrewd negotiator for his finances, no doubt, but he hasn't exactly been Mr. I got to hold out or that sort of dude. That would surprise me, but I don't really see any other cards, Tyler, he has to play.
Well, there is one card, and I would imagine this is the card that the Falcons are waiting for him to play. The Falcons have a $65 million dead cap hit if they cut Kirk Cousins. Okay?
Wow.
$65 million.
Well,
I probably wouldn't cut him either. What's the one card that's left to be played? I'll give you some money back.
To get out of there?
Yep.
Give up money to make more somewhere else.
Or just to play.
Or I don't really care about money anymore.
His base salary this year is $27.5. His cap hit is 40. His cap hit next year, 26, is 35.
They actually have an out next year. Because you see the dead cap goes down from 65 to 25 next year.
Yeah, the potential out is 26, 2-year, $100 million, 35,000. There's still 35,000 dead cap.
You're friends with Kirk, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your friend, career earnings is $294 million.
No, can I tell you the best part of that? And I know I've told this story before, but it's relevant to what you just brought up. How much did you say? 294?
294. According to Spot Rack, his career earnings are 294 and change.
Okay. In 2013, Kirk Cousins and I are both starters in Washington for the Washington Redskins. We go down to Arizona. We're both starters going into the game. We both come out of halftime on the bench. Okay? We go from the dudes, we go from being the guys to being backups the rest of the game in Arizona. Next week, we go out to Minnesota. We're playing at the University of Minnesota because they're building the new stadium. It's just a weird vibe. Kirk and I are now dressed as backups, but feeling like dead meat. You know, like we could not be at the bottom of the world any more than we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're sitting on the heated bench before the game, just sitting there talking. Like, oh my God, what
Same
happened?
boat. What happened to us?
How did this happen to us? Last week, we're starters.
What happened to us?
And we're sitting here on this heated bench watching everybody else warm up. And Kirk goes, man, it's all over. I go, buddy, you're a quarterback. You're going to be just fine. It's all over for me. For you, you're going to be A-okay.
You got a Super Bowl championship before he did there, brother.
Yeah.
You won. I mean, it's here we go. What means more, money or winning? Because he's got 200.
I don't even think it's about winning anymore. It's money or playing.
Okay. All right. Fine. Because that may be where Russell Wilson is too. You know who has more career earnings than Kirk Cousins? Russell Westbrook. But he wants to win. Money does not. I know we always say, "Oh, money." There is a level where
there
money.
are guys.
There are guys, and there is a line where money literally does not matter.
But saying that,
there's not many of them. By the way,
saying that, if you've got and still got 70 million guaranteed next year, you're going to say, "Hey, take 35." You really going to do that?
You know what, man? I think I would like to think I.
That's 35. No, I'm not. Hell
You've
no.
got $300 million.
You're asking me to give up $40 million?
You've got $150 million.
Yeah, that ain't 200.
You bought houses. You have $108 million.
No, I ain't giving back $40 million. That's insane.
$40 million. You just say, here, take.
You're insane. I'll be a backup. $40 million?
You've got $300 million already.
I don't give a rat's you know what. That is 40.
Fine, whatever, man. Russell Westbrook ain't playing for the money. What's his contract right now with the Nuggets?
No, but he's not making money like that either. That's not fair. Nobody's offering him that type of money.
Is Russell still getting paid this year by the Broncos?
Yes.
$30 million?
Something like that, yeah. Maybe more. A little bit more, maybe. 35 maybe.
Right, go see this year. Yeah, I'll play for 10 this year. And then go see what he wants to play for next year.
Think about how sad this is for Russell Wilson right now. He's getting paid all that money from the Broncos, $30 million, meaning I could play for $1 million on my next team. Yeah. And you've got 3 teams waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision when they could have you for $1 million.
That's where he's at. It's pretty low. Yeah. How the mighty have fallen. But you know what? He'll get a team, and he'll play, and he'll make $35 million this year.
Can I ask a stupid question? Here's a dumb question for you. What's Minnesota going to do at QB this year?
J.J. McCarthy.
Well, the reports are that Aaron Rodgers is actually not, and now this comes from Diana Rossini, it's actually not him that's the holdup. The report now from Diana is that he's waiting on an answer from the Vikings, meaning the Vikings are still trying to figure it out. If the Vikings were to say, yeah, we want you, it sounds like he would say yes, but he's waiting to figure out what the Vikings want to do.
That's the holdup? That's why he hasn't.
Well, that's what Diana's reporting.
Because then you got the Giants.
The Vikings said, hey, I'll take Kirk Cousins back. Give me a 4th-round pick also.
Ain't nobody going to trade anything.
We're going to take your salary.
Scott, this is where Kirk Cousins is at.
Well, they would if Atlanta would say, yeah, we'll pay $50 million of the salary.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, they got to pay it either way.
I think Kirk Cousins if he wants to still be on a football team, I think he's just going to have to suck it up and be a backup for the Atlanta Falcons. I don't think they're going to let him go. Why would they?
I think there's a lot of ways for him to be starting somewhere else. It just requires making the world's most difficult decision.
And remember, he
giving money back.
Yes.
Okay.
Last year was his first year out of the Achilles too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he should be at least healthier this year.
For a guy who's made $300 million, why is that a difficult decision?
Why does money stick with you in your brain so long?
Why can you not
conceptualize?
Why can't you conceptualize $40 million?
No, but you just said it was the most difficult decision. Do I want to play or get paid?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm asking you, why is that a difficult decision when you've already made $300 million? Like, at what point does that impact your life?
$40 million impacts anybody's
life. Tell
life.
me what he can do with that compared to what he can do without it.
Go buy an island. Go buy 3 islands.
All right. So it's the 3rd island. It's the 3rd island.
Yeah.
We're worried about the 3rd island.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then enjoy your time on the bench, I guess. Because I don't think it's a difficult decision at all. If that's what's going to get you out of a contract and enable you to play, which you're not going to be able to do for much of your life remaining, if it really is just about money, I really have no sympathy for you. Enjoy being a backup.
I love how you make people sound like bad dudes for wanting $40 million.
You already have $300 million. What else are you doing in your life? Am I wrong on this? Help me out here, anybody. Am I really that twisted on this?
I mean, it's 1/6 of your net worth. Actually, it's more than that because after taxes.
Okay, all right.
What if you want to?
I mean, when you think about it in
an
percentage-wise
NFL
of your net worth.
I want to invest in an NFL team.
What if they want to?
Yeah.
What if that's their goal?
Gotcha. Check. Gotcha. My bad. Then just be a backup and take the money if it's a hard decision.
I ain't calling anyone a bad dude for wanting to collect on 40.
I didn't say he was a bad dude. I don't think it's a hard decision. Either you want to play or not. And if you just value the money, sit on the bench and shut up. Because you'll get paid.
For the record, I don't even know if he's allowed to do that. I said that, and I don't even know if that's allowed.
Okay.
I mean, would the PA even allow him to do that?
All right. The money is. You're right. I can't get over the money. You realize that's the thing the average fan can't get over. The most is the money. You realize
the average
right?
fan could probably conceptualize $40 million.
No, we can't get over how much these guys get paid. We can't get over it. And if people are booing Mikko Rantanen, that's going to be the major reason.
Somebody asked if I would trade my Super Bowl ring for Kirk's career earnings. Hell yes. Hell yes.
Really?
DMac, are you stupid?
Maybe I am.
Look up my
stupid.
career earnings. A lot of people would be jealous of it. I got it. I'm not complaining.
You
okay?
give up winning a Super Bowl for more money.
Not just more money. For $300 million?
What? Well, all right. Then you get into the conversation. What would you give up your Super Bowl ring for?
I don't know, but I know I'd give it up for $300 million.
$1 million?
No.
$2 million?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the number is right now, but there's absolutely a number.
What would you give up your ring for?
Which one?
There you go. Flex. The one as a player.
Career earnings?
Would you give it up for $300 million, Scott?
Yeah, probably.
$1 million. Wow. Okay. Yeah, think about it, huh?
Well, listen. Ask me that in 2 years.
All right, listen. To
might
be
be a
fair,
different answer.
to be fair, am I stupid? Here's who I am. Here's who I am. And here's who most people listening are. We've dreamed of having lives like you guys, okay? We didn't live the same lives as you guys. So your perspective means a lot more from where you've already been there and you've lived it. We're just fantasizing about it. Most of us couldn't get off the bench in high school, okay? To be fair. So we like to put ourselves in positions that we never were able to live through and you guys lived through it. So if you're telling me that's the way it is.
You know it's true, but another way to look at it, when you look at Scott and I, do we live much different life than you do?
Not now. All right, it's PhD.
Hey, I'll bet you my highest year of earning, you made more in your highest year of earning.
There's no wow. I'm going to write it down.
All right. Then.
Write yours down. That is sad. That would be sad. Here. Yeah, you mean yes, way more than me. Way more than me.
1 year.
Look at you. Way more. Never mind.
I think that's a low number you put out there too.
Baloney. That was unbelievable. That was like ridiculous. Do you know how many things had to go right in my life to make that? Well, it's not happening now. That's for damn sure. All right, it's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler, my friends over at Phil Longford. I've been a customer there for life since my rookie year in the NFL. I've probably bought 5 or 6 cars from them because I know them, I love them, I trust them, and relationships matter in life. So that's why I recommend you go check out Phil Longford. Guys, they're going to respect you. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price. And maybe as important as anything else, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams when you go to Phil Longford. No reason to go all over the state of Colorado this weekend if you're looking for a new vehicle. Just go to one dealership, Phil Longford, and you're going to find it. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on the lot right this minute over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the vehicle. You're going to get the best price. You're going to get in. You're going to get out. Can't get much better than that. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced to Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right.
That one kept going in the break.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was a good one.
That was a good one, man. This weekend, we have the Nuggets and Lakers with the toothless Lakers. No Luka, no LeBron. Vic is funny, man. Vic cracks me up. I hate the fact Luka and LeBron are out tonight. I want the Nuggets to play the Lakers at. We just saw the Lakers in LeBron and Luka like 2 weeks ago. We already got it, Vic. We just need wins here, buddy. I love you, Vic. I love Vic. I love him. But you got to be kidding me with that. How many times can I watch LeBron James play basketball? 1,000? I get it. I've seen it. It's awesome.
You'll probably get him in April anyway.
Yeah. I'm fine. Luka. How many times have we seen Luka play back? 1 million? I'm pretty okay playing the toothless Lakers tonight. I'm pumped to see what Austin Reeves can bring to the table. Let's go. Get the win. I am so beyond boy, wouldn't it be nice to see these guys? What are you talking about, Vic? I love you, though. Play Bronny. I want a big Bronny game tonight.
Oh, with everybody out, shouldn't he be up?
He should. By the way, to defend Bronny really quick, I saw somebody break down the 2 draft picks. He did go third to last in the draft. They pointed out the 2 draft picks taken after him. Garbage guys. I mean, they're not doing nothing. They're G Leaguers who are. Bronny is actually having a better G League season than the 2 guys taken after him.
When you put it like that, and I've never heard it put that way, third to last in the draft.
Right.
It's like.
So we know LeBron did him a favor, but in all honesty, if it really was that ridiculous, wouldn't the guys taken after Bronny be doing better than Bronny? And they're not.
I don't think that people necessarily are on the Lakers because they got after him, but they also gave him like a 2 or 3 year guaranteed contract.
Oh, they gave him way more money than what he slotted for.
That was the.
But that's like monopoly money in the NBA. I gotcha. It's probably more than you need to, but who cares? I mean, we're talking about money and stuff like this. Does it not mean something that the 2 guys taken after him are not having as good of a G League season as him?
It'd mean more that if the 3 or 4 or 5 guys in front of him aren't playing better either.
I hope Bronny starts tonight. That would be awesome.
Who was our G League guys from this year?
I could picture
PJ Hall, Spencer Jones.
But they weren't drafted at all.
Who was Spencer Jones?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's on the team.
I don't remember that.
He's on the team right now. I think those because Hunter didn't play G League this year.
Hasn't this year.
Jalen didn't. I don't think.
He may have gone back early in the season because he was
maybe
a little
bit.
G League player of the month.
PJ Hall for sure.
Yeah, I think early.
So it's Trey Alexander, PJ Hall, and Spencer.
Yeah. Vic's on. Hi, Vic. I love you, but what are you talking about?
No. I just want to speak some sense into you guys on this subject matter. The Denver Nuggets record against some of the elite teams in the NBA this year, the elite, not just over 500, the elite. It's not very good. So before you get to the playoffs, where every team is elite, I want them tested as many times as possible.
Oh, my God, Vic, give me a break.
Guess what? You'll be tested 3 of the 4 games on the road coming up.
Yeah, man.
All
have you seen the end of the schedule, too? I mean, you got to play Memphis. You got to play Houston. There's plenty of tests left, Vic.
Okay, that's one. All right, that's one reason. I've got 3 reasons here. This is a 3.
That one's shot down.
0 for 1.
Right, try better.
Okay.
Okay, 3-pronged. Number 2 reason. Michael Malone is the first to tell you the last thing he wants is ever to play a team where they don't have their top players because he fears a letdown. He talks about it all the time. He hates these games, despises these games, does not look forward to these games, especially late notices where star players for the opposing squad are not going to be available. That is a known thing. He hates it.
I agree with that. However, after the letdown you had Monday, how are you going to do it 2 days in a row?
And didn't Michael Malone just said, I got to figure out ways to get rest for my guys? Why hasn't DeAndre Jordan played in 3 straight games?
You think they're going to rest tonight? See, that approach right now, you've already been defeated. You've already lost. You're going into this game thinking they're going to rest? What is it,
No.
In
your
living home tonight? What's going to happen exactly?
I said put your foot on the gas and get this done as quickly as you can. But you should not have to exhaust your starters here tonight. You should not.
Number 3.
Okay.
My third in the 3-prong reason why I want to see the Stars play is The fans who expected to see Luka and LeBron,
it sucks.
They got screwed.
By the way, how funny is
tickets were costly.
But you know what? Most
That
of
is
them are in
true.
yellow.
That is true.
But most of them are in yellow jerseys.
You know what I think is the funniest thing? Is that you're going to be interviewing Bo Nix at some point, and the Broncos are in some sort of box because they thought they were going to see LeBron and Luka tonight.
Exactly. And from what our resources told us today, people online say that Bo Nix has been seen many times photoed with a LeBron jersey or with LeBron or something. So if that's the case, my goal tonight is to remove whatever LeBron fascination he has from his body and move him to our side of the fence.
You need to find those photos and put them on the spot.
Well, it gets you a three-prong attack on him of why he sucks compared to Jordan.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
Vic, we love
you. I hope you cherish and absorb my three-prong reason why.
This is why we don't take callers.
All right, we'll see you down at the gym tonight, Vic. We love
you later.
it.
Bye-bye.
See you. Okay, Scott. Anything for us tonight? I had some. Listen, we had something fun with Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence. However, it fits in so nicely to Nate and Andy because they do the Twitter beefs with the jazz flute and all that. I am sure that is going to be a big part of their show. Then the Twitter beef with Micah Parsons and DeMarcus, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
So I look forward to hearing that with Nate and Andy coming up.
Let's see if Dallas can win this year.
Well, according to DeMarcus Lawrence, that's never going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I'm out of here. Dallas still my home, though. Are you ready for me?
I'm ready.
I read this today as a quote from Charles Swindoll. We all face a series of great opportunities.
Why you always look at me during this?
Because
every Friday you look directly in my eyes.
Can I say something? Because I've sat in your chair for a long time. We all face a series of great opportunities disguised as impossible situations. Just keep that in mind.
And with that, talking about an impossible situation.
I'm going to go pray.
Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude.
Somebody asked if I would trade my Super Bowl ring for Kirk's career earnings. Hell yes. Hell yes.
Really?
DMac, are you stupid?
Maybe.
Oh, it is Scott Friday. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman here in Vegas. Andy Lindahl. Is Andy at work today? There he is. There he is. He has a hand. He doesn't have anything else. Show starts at 3, Andy. We are with you today until 6. We have got the Nuggets and the Lakers in action tonight, or some guys in Lakers uniforms, as LA is down 4 starters going into this game tonight. It was just revealed to us, not terribly surprising. If you watched that Lakers-Bucks game last night, Luka went for 45 but looked hobbled. He's got calf and ankle issues. I think there is still some leftover problems that he was dealing with back in Dallas. Luka Doncic is out. LeBron James already sent back to California from the road trip. He is out. He has got a left groin strain. Jackson Hayes, their starting big man, out. Rui Hachimura, he of the Rui adjustment fame, out. So the Lakers down 4 starters tonight. It'll be Austin Reeves and some other dudes out there tonight taking on the Nuggets. Oh, we should also add, Andy, Dorian Finney-Smith and Gabe Vincent both doubtful to play tonight for the Lakers. So J.J. Redick is going to be does Bronny start? What happens tonight?
Why not? Give it a go. Yeah, fly Stephen A. Smith in so he can see it and they can keep that thing going too. All right, I'll ask you, is this your little window to maybe rest Jokic? I was asking you, can you get a game to rest Jokic a bit? Or would you even think about dressing him and playing him more as a backup than a starter and kind of break glass if needed?
No. If he warms up, he has to play. He can't. He can't. You can't have foot in the water on that thing. You dive in if he's going to play, and he's got to play. You need this game tonight. The Lakers are giving you an opportunity. You play. Just go out there and kick ass. And don't mess around with this game, because we have seen shorthanded teams get dangerous before. The three-point line is the great equalizer. Austin Reeves always plays well against the Nuggets. So, Andy, my answer to that is no. Don't even think about it. Go step on their throats and win this game tonight, because you need it. You need it for tie-break scenarios. You need it for standings as a Western Conference opponent. Must win tonight for the Denver Nuggets. Go get them. So I don't even entertain the notion. Where do you come down? Would you risk it?
I mean, Nate, I don't even know who's left to play on that team. That's the thing about it. Now,
here's their bigs tonight. Alex Len, who started last night, complete stiff. Christian Coloco, who I never heard of before. I guess he was a second-round pick by Masai Ujiri in Toronto a couple of years ago. And Markieff Morris at 6'9". Remember that guy?
Yeah.
Those are the bigs available tonight for L.A.
Wouldn't love it if Markieff decided to play something cheap. So wouldn't love that.
Jokic will be fine. He can handle his own business. Go out and, put up a triple-double in 3 quarters, sit out the fourth, and enjoy your evening. But this to me feels like a go-take-care-of-business game tonight for the Nuggets. Have to have it, so go get it.
Yeah, I'm looking at, by the way, when in the hell are the Lakers going to catch up to everybody else with games played? This is every time I look at the standings, they still have 2 games in hand on the Nuggets somehow. They are 40-24. The Nuggets and Grizzlies are both 42-24. So that's 66 games for the Nuggets and the Grizzlies, 66 for the Thunder, 66 for the Rockets. When are the Lakers waiting to play these other 2 damn games? What is going on? My God. So you can't. I guess you can't mess around because they continue to hold a couple extra cards on you.
You know what?
Golly, what is it?
Hold on. I had some written down in my notes, and I was gonna get to this later in the show. But you've already, you know what, Andy? Sometimes you take me.
I'm just me.
You take me right to the water hole. Okay.
I go, hey, Dad, there's a big ball of yarn, and you're like, we're going to see the ball of yarn.
I was wondering about something, and maybe this is based off of the show that I did with you yesterday, which was great. Check it out on the podcast. And I know, here's what I wonder about, and this is the part that I don't know. And I'd love to, 303-504-0925 is our Champ Mazda text line. You can chime in on that. What I want to know is, hey, Nuggets fans, are you enjoying this season?
No. No, we're not. Come on. No.
And that's, in all seriousness, like I wonder if, because I talk to you every day, and I don't know anybody that goes harder on the ups and downs of an 82-game regular season for both the Nuggets and the Avalanche. I don't know anybody that just rides the waves harder than Andy Lindahl.
First off, part of it is the radio guy. You know this.
Sure.
So we have to care every day.
We
it's
react
our jobs
to every single game.
Yeah.
As it comes in, we always must react. And I've, at times, and Andy, you even know this, I try to introduce topics as like, let's step back for a minute and look at the big picture, because sometimes we're so in on the every single game, quarter to quarter, even ins and outs of what happens in an NBA season and what happens with the Nuggets. And I acknowledge, like, the championship window that the Nuggets are in right now, because we are in the midst of, and I think a lot of Nuggets fans, if you're old enough to know this, you probably do. This is the greatest era of Denver Nuggets basketball you'll ever have in your life. Okay? This is it. You are in the midst of it right now. You have a top 10 player all time in franchise history. The term generational talent gets overused, Andy. Okay? Like, truly generational. The Nuggets won't have another player as good as Nikola Jokic probably ever, and if they do, it probably won't be for like 30 years, okay? That's just the way that this works. So, like, it comes with an increased pressure and trepidation for the organization, for the team, of like, okay, must maximize the window. And so it does involve nerves and increased attention and focus and all of that, but do you want to look back on the greatest era in the history of Nuggets basketball when it's all said and done and think, I was miserable the whole time?
No, okay, fair enough point. And look, I'll tell you this, and maybe I'm just an example of the city that I lived in, okay? Mm-hmm. Let's talk about how we all grew up for a second. I grew up in Denver. Denver did not have a lot of baseball. We did have the Nuggets, and but I can't tell you I was dialed into the Nuggets all the time until Dikembe Mutombo really showed up, and mm-hmm. It was very cool. And guy watched all over the tournament all of a sudden in our town and whatnot or whatever. We had the Bears, we had the Zephyrs, we had some minor league ball games, and I would go to a few, every year. But my life in sports and growing up, I've tried just about every sport, okay? Gave a little dabble, trying a little bit of hockey. Tried football, tried baseball, basketball, soccer, you name it, all right? And found lacrosse in high school. Fell in love with it, obviously. Lacrosse, when I played, and then I kept playing into college and all that, 2 games a week max, okay? I'm not used to these, I call them the marathon sports, the long 82 hockey games, the long 82, even the Mammoth that I cover now, I don't get to go on the road with them. We've got 19 games. You know what I mean? It's not, and it's over
every
6
game's
months.
outsized, yeah.
Right. So I am the classic. Whenever they talk about, I remember Michael Kadire saying this about some of his teammates, I think Tulo in particular, and it was the first time I was like, oh my God, I know what he's talking about. Kadire's like, Tulo treats us like a football player, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I get it. And so you deal with that every day because, yes, every game is a big deal. And then in my sports career, I've been on the Buffs crew. I've been on the Broncos crew. I worked on the Crush crew. It does not matter what version of football it is. That game means a hell of a lot from the word go. There isn't any script. I've told you, I don't know how baseball guys do it. There's 162 of them. How do you... Like, to me, I'm used to being embedded with sports where every damn game matters, every week matters, everything's a big deal. I don't know how you do that in baseball. There's 162 of them. We're going to do something in April that I'm sure some way a numbers guy like you, a smart math guy like you will figure out how it affects something in September. But that's not really how. There are times in football where the very first game could screw you. And so, yes, I look at the Nuggets through that lens a little bit. But there's no way, to get back to your original question, all that aside, I don't know who to trust on this team for the first time in 2 or 3 years. They have played more games where they just got blown out, and I wonder to myself, who is this team? I don't even know who this team is right now. The Washington game is a great example. The other night's a good example. I am used to a Nuggets team. Like, to me, Nikola Jokic is the ultimate competitor. I feel like Nikola Jokic is a throwback to the stories about John Elway, where he will fight you to win a game if he had to. The legend of the competitiveness of Nikola Jokic, John, all those greats, he's got it.
Yep.
And there's just times where this team, I felt like Aaron Gordon would rise to the occasion. I felt like Jamal Murray would rise to the occasion. I even saw it out of MPJ, KCP, Bruce Brown. They just were going to fight you till the end, and even if they lost, they were going to make you feel it. And there's just too many times this year where I don't feel like this team is engaged, and I don't know why, and I don't know who they are. So no, Nate, I've not enjoyed the 24-25 season. No, I've not. And yeah, it does bug me because the older Jokic gets, the more we know, man, we better enjoy this.
The greatest player in the history of the franchise is having the greatest season he will ever have. And I say that, I don't know, he could get better next year, but he's averaging a damn
3 years now.
Triple-double right now,
better.
and he should get a 4th MVP. Jamal Murray has been incredible, save for the first month and a half of the season. Michael Porter Jr. is having the best year of his career. Christian Brown has taken a massive step year 2 to year 3 to become a real viable, about to get paid, very good NBA player. The Aaron Gordon injury has been tough. Russell Westbrook has had a career renaissance here in Denver since he signed with this team. Strother's banged up right now, but took a big step forward this season in terms of his shooting. Like, I say all that out loud, and I know you agree with me because those are the facts of what is happening with this team, and yet
they're in second place.
Yeah, there is
third
just
place.
The nerves are so frayed of this fan base right now, and maybe some of it has to do with Andy of just like, you know what, I didn't do the show for the first 3 days this week. And I didn't live, like, I watched the 2 OKC games, but I didn't do shows, and so I didn't live the roller coaster, and I was calling buckets out here and watching college hoops and all of that. And so, like, maybe, like, getting a chance to step out of it for a minute and take a breath. But, like, even this stretch that included the tough road trip, and we talked it was going to be a tough stretch coming out of the All-Star break, Andy. And this has been a difficult 11-game stretch. And they're 6-5. They're 6-5 over that stretch, and all of the losses are against good teams. There's not a stinker loss in there. And while everybody likes when you beat a good team, and they did beat the Thunder in there, and we're going to talk to Dan Hyatt about the record against winning teams, which yeah, that's something that should give you pause, give you concern. But, like, this team, since the Washington game, has been one of the best teams in the entire NBA. They've had their starting lineup, their full starting lineup, available for 22 of 66 games this year. And when they're together, plus 10.1 net rating. Boom. That's championship level stuff when you have your dudes. Obviously, AG's injury, massive concern. But things are really good, borderline great. Almost any NBA market would kill to be Denver right now. And everybody hates it in this town. And I want to step back in and tell people this is as good as it's ever going to get for you. Have a Coke and a smile.
But see, don't you think, let's just stick to this year. I've loved the last few years, but one of the things that's been missing from this year that I've not, that they've had the last few years, like let's even go back to this time last year. This time last year, they were pressing and they're having to get back into the position and they were trying to get the number 1 seed and blah, 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 and all that stuff, but they had won the championship. So you know what? There's a trust that comes with that. There's a calmness. There's a sedative that I'm not so worried because they didn't play great
Have
down
you
the
lost
stretch.
that?
Yeah, I've lost it.
I haven't lost it.
See, I've lost, and you know what?
Yeah.
You're in the Scott Hastings boat, and I'm trying to trust you both because you have been more into basketball your lifetimes than I have, okay? So I'm trying to calm down about it. But I just feel like this is a team that when I had faith the last couple years that they could flip the switch, I don't feel that they can this year. I'll be honest with you, man. I had the same feeling about the Avalanche, but now that they've got these trades and more veteran presence, Nate said it. I don't think Nate meant to slight anybody. I don't know if it caught Mark Springer's ears, but after that first couple of games with the new vets, he goes, "Yeah, it's tough to win with young guys, man." Yeah. And he just laid it out there, and I was "Holy cow, he's not being a jerk." But that's real.
Yeah,
and I just feel like that's what we're trying to do with the bench. Look, Peyton Watson's still a young guy, right?
Strother's
a young guy.
Yeah.
They just have a lot of young guys. Pickett's a young guy. We got young guys. Zeke shouldn't be a young guy, but he's
Zeke's
not played a lot.
He's basketball young. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Because he's never out there.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get young guys who haven't been part of the thing to be part of the thing, and it makes me nervous.
303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line. Lay down on the Nuggets therapy couch for a moment and chime in for us, but answer that question, fine listeners of the KNL radio program. Are you enjoying this Nuggets season? Because I think you should, because what you're watching is awesome, all right? So join us here. Next?
Yes.
No. I'm in a different time zone, and so when you say
next,
320,
right? 320. I remember
I
was
thought
early.
420.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why.
So I just talked into the guest's interview.
Whoops. No, that was my fault too. Just say Andy did his thing. Jeff knows.
We'll talk to Jovan Buha. He is our buddy that covers the Lakers, but he's also a Serbian, and so he rules. Dan Hyatt this hour as well. Legwald on the other side, and then we'll get back on the couch. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, we just talked about frustration with the Nuggets. Are you, boy, I could really have some fun with this, but I'm not. Are you frustrated with your sex life? Nate knows where I was going. If you're frustrated with your sex life and the little guy's in charge of it, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You should maybe go ahead and, talk to them about what you could do if you're battling erectile dysfunction in particular. Don't let this be the reason why you pull away from finding a new relationship, or maybe you find yourself distancing yourself from your partner in a current one. Erectile dysfunction can be a major cause of divorce. Certainly don't let that happen, because you've got a place that can help you fix it, and it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Real easy. Just give them a call. Set up an appointment. Go talk to them. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. This isn't something that's just popped up recently. They've been around a while. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule your first visit. It's a consult there, and it's real easy. It's $99, and you'll get a T and PSA test, and if you're medically advised, a test dose from a Colorado licensed medical provider, and if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff. You're like a lot of men. You could be back to feeling yourself the next day. The next day. So why put this off? Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, it's Jeff Legwold time. It is a Friday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl, Nate in Vegas, Andy in Denver, Jeff Legwold, parts unknown, somewhere watching film, no doubt, as he prepares for the NFL Draft. Jeff Legwold, of course, covers the Broncos for ESPN. Leggy, happy Friday, my friend.
Greetings, fellas.
It's good to talk to you as always. Leggy, interesting. In your piece on ESPN, you referred to Evan Engram as a safety net for Bo Nix. Evan Engram, via Twitter, fancies himself a joker. What actually is Evan Engram, and where should we set our expectations?
I think both are true, really. And, he isn't the true joker with the run component, but look, the guy had 100 catches a couple years ago, and the Broncos haven't had his kind of impact at tight end in quite some time. The catches, they had Noah Fant lead the team one year, but I don't think he had the impact in an offense that Engram has had over his career. So I think it's a little bit of both. He's not quite the true joker, but he's certainly more impactful in the passing game than they've had at that position in quite some time.
All right, Jeff, what do you think's going on with Cooper Kupp? It feels like we have kind of dueling insiders out there. What can you tell us about the situation? Are they interested or are they not really interested, they being the Broncos?
Well, their cap room says they're not interested at the moment. So, they don't have much after they're down in the single digits after the Greenlaw and Hufnaga and the Ingram deal. So if they're going to get involved, they would have to do some other things. I know people keep saying, well, they haven't extended anybody. Well, they already extended almost everybody they could already, other than Zach Allen, and have voidable years on, everybody's deal right now that they've done over the last couple of years. So to do it, they would have to do some things. And I asked somebody today, and again, I haven't heard peak interest from anybody I trust around the Broncos, in the last few days. I had a GM tell me a GM from another team tell me he didn't think the Broncos were in the top 5. So, do with it what you will. This isn't 2022 Cooper Kupp, so I guess I don't quite understand the frenzy. But, again, at free agency we love because we know the names, we know the resumes, we know their best seasons. But they would have to do some things to get involved in that.
Again, Jeff Legwold just saying an NFL general manager told him today the Broncos are not top 5 on Kupp. So at least according to this general manager through Jeff Legwold, as Leggy says, take that for what you will because NFL free agency is always wild. But Leggy in there doing the work. We appreciate that. Jeff Legwold of ESPN. So the fact that Denver is in on the Cooper Kupp thing and given everything else that the Broncos did addressing very, specific needs for the team in free agency. What does that do for the receiver position, at least in terms of the draft and going forward? Like Leggy, we talked a lot about this. Sean Payton likes his wide receivers, but are they perhaps in play for a receiver in rounds 1 or 2 in the draft?
I would think that, Nate. And, again, there's some, Sean Payton likes the big framed receivers, and there's a few of those guys, on the board, especially even after the first round wave, depending how many guys at wideout go in the opening round. But you've got bigger guys down the board, Luther Burden from Missouri, Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. Those are all guys, Jalen Noel from Iowa State. Those are all guys that sort of fit Peyton's profile and really productive athletic guys who would be a little bit down the board. So, there's wide receiver help in the draft with players who could come in. They wouldn't know every position in the offense, but they would, they'd be able to contribute on a limited basis. Obviously, Kupp, again, take it for what it's worth. Everybody's got an opinion when you call people around the league because everyone's just fatigued in the league about, are they being used as a negotiating tool and all this stuff. So, but again, it would take them doing some things to get Kupp on board. So, I don't know. He would have a role, but, I think he would still be with the Rams if they genuinely thought he was even remotely close to his best.
Jeff Legwold, everybody. Latest update from our guy, Leggy, right there. Broncos very well could be looking at a receiver, but the Cooper Kupp thing, essentially paraphrasing Jeff Legwold, don't hold your breath. Leggy, go catch your breath, buddy. We appreciate you appearing on the Kreckman and Lindahl show today. Nice battling, my friend.
Happy Vegas.
Yes. Very, very much so. Jeff Legwold stopping by the program there today from ESPN. Again, an NFL general manager telling Jeff Legwold today that he does not believe the Broncos are top 5 on Cooper Kupp right now. Andy, what Leggy said right there, by the way, is like he's a huge name. He's
a
Super
fantasy
Bowl
stud. That's
Super Bowl MVP. He's a star player, okay? He's a great wide receiver. He's also 32. He doesn't get open nearly as often and comes at a price tag that could be beyond what Denver is able to spend because they've already spent. They went and they said, okay, 3 very specific needs. off-ball linebacker, safety, tight end. We got to address those, and they went and they did it. It doesn't leave a ton of left over for a guy that I like Cooper Kupp. I'm sure everybody likes Cooper Kupp, but you don't look at him and go, oh, that solves immediate problems that the Broncos have.
Well, and the other problem that he is adding to it himself, the reports keep coming out, he wants $15 million or something in that neighborhood. To your point, yeah, I like Cooper Kupp. Sure, I'd like to see if you got some left at $6 to $8 million.
Yeah.
I'm not paying you $15 million to see if you got anything left. And look, Leggy, what I love about Leggy is he always does the math on things. Nobody has said where we're at with the cap. So it's good to know the cap is tight. You know, they still got a rookie class to account for. You and I both know if they're down in the single digits of cap room, that means they're probably going to redo something with someone's deal. But again, you can't keep pushing money down the road. You can't do the voidable years things. That is how the Saints got in their cap hell. And from what Greg Penner has said, I don't think Greg Penner is looking to be in that situation. It sounds to me like Greg Penner is very aware of how the Saints got themselves there. I mean, this is a smart businessman before he became the Broncos owner. You don't think he didn't want to know how some of these teams got themselves in trouble? I'm sure he's looked into it. So if they're going to avoid that, as they should, you're probably done spending for a while, which is fine. It's fine. Go get yourself a good draft class. Now, you know, could get interesting what this means for the Cortland Sutton situation.
Yeah.
But I think they're in a good position. And you and I had said beginning of the week, we were saying this last week outside of T. Higgins. Jeff's famous line is they like their receivers more than you like their receivers. And that's all that matters. So
right now, like, this is the other part of it that I choose to count on, that I believe they're choosing to count on, and because they should. They have young receivers that are going to get better.
Yep.
Vele's already pretty good. Mims is already pretty good. Troy Franklin finally caught a deep ball in the playoff game. Like, those guys are going to get better, and you bring back Sutton, and you like your group right there. Now, first two rounds of if the Broncos wanted to use a first or a second on a wide receiver, I'm all for it. Like go get an awesome playmaker at a premium spot, because if that's your favorite player when you come up, take that dude and just watch them grow and develop and hopefully become a star, or in the very least a very good starter here in Denver. Boom, go do it. But Cooper Kupp feels like a luxury item that's in the aisle that the Broncos don't need to be shopping in right now.
Well, and it's an overpriced luxury item, to be honest with you. It just isn't. I don't know if you're going to get return on that investment. All right, I'll tell you what. We got a couple minutes here.
Okay.
You want to lay people down on the Nuggets couch real quick before we get Dan Hyatt on? And
yes,
the stats maybe go the way. I don't know how the stats are going to go today, but I don't know if it helps your therapy or not.
So we got a number of texts coming in, and boy, the couch is full. Okay, you
Can
guys.
I read one in particular that kind of hit that spoke to me?
Let's read it for me.
Okay, this is from our guy Stubby.
Okay,
but he said, "I am just frustrated by what appears to be Jokic dragging underperforming teammates to the playoffs yet again. Now, maybe that's unfair. But there is a little bit of that. I think, again, talking about the history of Denver, those that grew up and got to see John Elway drag bad teams, and I'm one of them, where you were made better by one all-time player. And again, the numbers, non-Jokic minute numbers tell you that, man, this guy makes you a lot better than when he's not on the floor.
Well, but that's what they were when they won a title. It was worse when they won a title.
Well, that's good to hear.
And and they won a championship that way. And this is like the notion of underperforming teammates,
which is a little harsh, but
it's also not right. It's incorrect. Jamal Murray, 21-6. That's what he is. That's what he was in the championship season. That's what he was last year. That's what he is this year. That's what Jamal Murray is. 21 points and 6 assists a game. That's what he is. That's what he is as an NBA player. And guess what? There's 30 dudes on the planet that can put up 21 and 6 in the NBA. And Jamal Murray's one of them, and he's on your team, and he's healthy. Let's note that he's healthy. Michael Porter Jr. at 18-7 is having the best season of his career. Okay? That's not an opinion. Michael Porter Jr. is having a career season. And Christian Brown is a player that has improved and taken a huge leap every single year, and he's having a marvelous season. Now, look, okay, I say all that. Also, Westbrook, let's not take that away. I step back for a moment and I say this, okay? Do I miss KCP? God, yes, okay? But it was a choice. The organization made a choice, and I get the one that they made, and I could argue passionately for the other side of it too. All right? Do I miss Bruce Brown? Of course. Bruce Brown got $45 million. He wasn't going to stay here. And so this team, they paid their what I should note is a championship core, but because of the rules of the collective bargaining agreement, they've had to supplement around it with youth. And unfortunately, of late, especially Strother and Peyton Watson, the youth hasn't been healthy. And Aaron Gordon is having a tough year, which just happened in guys' NBA careers. He's having a tough year on the court. He's having a very difficult year off the court. It's not going great for Aaron Gordon. And I said this yesterday, with AG in the health, we're just white-knuckling it to the finish. But to say that there are underperforming teammates, well, then you must have really hated that championship team, because these guys were doing the same thing, if not they were doing less in the championship season than what they're doing right now. The rose-colored glasses of a parade, I get it. They change a lot of things. But these guys are doing exactly what they do, and they're very good NBA players. Dan Hyatt, 2 Nugget stats you need to know, 1 you don't. We'll welcome Dan Hyatt into the therapist's office. There's a nice fern in the corner and fine
Selection
leather
of magazines
upholstery. So we'll talk to Dan Hyatt in the Nuggets therapy office next. Two stats you need to know, one you don't. This is when we go inside the numbers with the Denver Nuggets. Every Friday afternoon, we talk to our pal Dan Hyatt. He is available to you on Twitter at Hyatt Stats. He is the statistician for Altitude Sports, and let's be honest, everybody else this week, even the Mountain West Network. Dan Hyatt, how you doing, man?
Good. Go Mountain West. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about. Rammies tonight got to beat Utah State. They are 2 wins away from an automatic berth into the NCAA tournament. All right, Dan, I don't know if you've been tuned into the show today or not. I know you're typical loyal P1, but right now we're in the Nuggets. We're on the therapy couch with the Nuggets right now I am trying to convince the fine people of the Mile High City that this is all super awesome and they should enjoy it way more than they actually are. But sports fans got a sport fan. I get all of that. Can you make anybody feel better? Give me a stat I need to know that will make anybody feel better about how awesome the Nuggets are.
Well, let me therapize.
I can't even do it. He's going to go right in the other direction.
No, I'm going to lay down for a minute, all right? And I'm going to soak it in. I'm going to talk for a minute. But before the stats come out, the thing that, for me, Andy said he's lost the feeling that they can turn this thing
love
on
and feeling,
when they want, right? He can't see it. You can. I can too. But the thing about this year that has been frustrating is that you've got a 3-time MVP, should be 5-time by the end of this thing. You've got this championship window. You've got a dynasty. But I'm from Denver. We didn't have a championship or really came all that close very often. And I think winning a title changes your perspective and the bar gets elevated. And now all of a sudden you see things that I can compare this to 2 years ago when you talk about beating winning teams. And we're not doing these things. And you've got a historic offense. You've got one of the best to ever do it, really, since for all time, the way that they score and shoot. The problem is the defense has failed you at the most important times, if you want to call regular season matchups against important teams the important times. Because when you get to the playoffs, it's not going to matter. None of those losses will matter unless the trend of not being able to step up defensively carries over. But that's the therapy for me. It's that I believe in everything they're doing, because every individual aspect of what they have accomplished this year, which you laid out, the CB emergence and Westbrook's reemergence and all these things, points to a historic season. But the narrative's not done. We haven't finished, so we don't know where it's going. But right now, it's so historically fun to watch, except they just cannot beat good teams. And will that matter? We'll see.
You know what's funny about this, too, is something that you just said right there, and Andy alluded to it, too, earlier this hour. This is the part that is so funny to me. Winning a championship makes your fan experience worse. That's what it does. You win you do the thing, and then it makes everything that happens after it, because it is so hard to reattain, because winning a championship is so difficult, and that's why it's so special. But then once you do it, like every last thing that is not that absolute red line peak experience is just miserable for everybody.
Okay. But hold on. Look, and there are numbers, and we can use the numbers in a lot of different ways. Like you brought up that Michael Porter Jr. is having a great season, his best yet. How is it, though, compared to his three-point shooting is when you need it out of the playoffs?
Career average.
So
he's at his career average. He's a 40% three-point shooting.
He's doing other things better, but what we really need from him is the three-point shooting. So that
right, but
makes
he's
me
at his
nervous.
career average. He is shooting as well from three as he can. That's what he is. He's a 40% three-point shooter.
Well, then we should compare the first half to the second half, because the last few games it's been a real struggle for him.
He's coming off injury.
But listen, the other thing though, Nate, is and another reason why we all feel this way this week is you just ran into Minnesota, who thumped you again, and a lot of us are wondering, is that going to be your first round matchup? Is this what we're going to watch again? Are you going to do what you did to us last year? That's what's playing into this. So go back to your cold hard stats that don't have any emotion.
Every individual breakdown can be spun positively. That's what I do, right? That's part of what I'm doing for these broadcasts. if you look at their worst losses this year, I'll get to the stats in one sec. If you look at the losses, like their worst losses by point differential, here's the order. And listen to the names of the opponents who've given them the worst losses. Minnesota, New York, OKC, LA, Houston, Minnesota, OKC, Memphis, Cleveland again, Boston, New York.
Mm-hmm.
One of those teams, and throw the Nuggets in there, is going to win a championship.
Right, but also, and let me spin it the other way, your worst losses are coming against the other best teams in the NBA. You're not doing that against the crap, which would then lead me to say you're a fluke. Like, right. Everybody in the NBA loses to the other good teams. That especially when you play them in their buildings on the road, that's why those teams are so damn good, because they usually win those home games, except the Nuggets, who have a mediocre record at home against really good teams. I know I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. I get it.
Here's the first stat I'll throw that you need to know.
All right.
Okay, Denver is 13-17 against winning teams. The last 2 years, they've won 29 games against winning teams at least, well above 500. So you say the other good teams are losing against good teams. Denver's 4-11 against the top 8 teams in the NBA. They're one of the top 8, but the rest of the 7, they're 4-11. Of those 8 teams against each other, that's the second worst. So, yeah, they're not as good against the best, but the Denver's way behind. And Memphis is the only other, I'm air quoting because it's radio, you can't see it, fraud, because they've also really struggled against good teams. They've just got this great record against bad teams. So Denver's got 16 games to go. 11 of them are against teams that are above 500. The Lakers tonight count for some reason, right, because they're above 500, but I don't know what they're throwing out there tonight.
It's not the real Lakers, yeah.
But you basically got to go 8-3 just to get to 500 against winning teams. And the last 20 champions have all had winning records against winning teams.
Okay.
So that's where the nervousness, the trepidation, this couch needs to get a little bit bigger because of those things like losing to the good teams, and that comes from the defensive side.
Well, the couch is going to get massive now because Dan Hyatt just called the Nuggets a fraud on our show. So now everybody's going to panic.
Denver's 7-8 against winning teams at home, and it's just that is really rare in the Jokic-Malone era.
Suboptimal, I'll agree. Yeah, not good. Give me another stat I need to know.
The second you need to know, again, it's a little bit different now because I don't know what LA is doing tonight, but one of the things that kind of changed the narrative of the season was what LA did to them the last time they were here. Thumped them, ended the winning streak, and now all of a sudden they've had some tough losses, yes, against better teams, but Denver has shot over 60% in a game 7 times this year. The rest of the NBA has done that 7 times. They're the only team shooting above 50% on the year.
Doesn't sound very fraudulent to me, Dan.
No, they're legit. But that's all because of Jokic, right? So Jokic touches the ball 105 times a game, leads the NBA. 75 passes per game, leads the NBA. When LA came in here the other night, February 22nd, they held him to
2 of 7.
82 touches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 of 7 shooting. When he got the ball down in like 50 passes, which is really, really low, one of the lowest numbers he's ever had. He would get the ball. If he got the ball, they would smother him. And they would say, great, kick it out to Russ or AG for a 3. We'll take that. We'll make you beat us with that. And the Nuggets weren't making their shots. Jokic couldn't get anything going. Did that change the way other teams are approaching them? Not really, because the numbers would suggest Jokic is still getting the ball now back up to his normal time, normal amount of numbers, but they're just not making shots around him. So, again, the Nuggets shoot 8 to 10% better when they are getting a pass from Nikola. That's a fact. But right now, they're just not doing it, and they're not doing it against good teams because the good teams contest better. So can they find a way to make shots or create better shots, which is more driving, more aggression, better defensive stops to get more fast break opportunities against the elites, against the Minnesotas, against the Thunder? You're going to see a couple of these guys coming up again. Golden State on Monday is now an elite team again all of a sudden. So are they going to be able to readjust and not just have Jokic throw up 23 shots, which is what he did against Minnesota, and that they lose more than they win when he shoots that often?
Damn it, Dan. I need the stat I don't need. Give it to me.
Too many stats you need.
Cheer up somebody, please.
I love the stat I don't need.
Here you go. This is, you definitely don't need this.
Okay.
Today's Pi Day. Today's March 14th, 314. And let me tell you, in some circles, that's a really, really big deal. The thing you don't need to know about pi, because pi, measures the circumference of a circle, and it really is a mathematical fundamental. But the thing you don't need to know is we think about pi, it's an infinite number, right? Mm-hmm. It repeats forever. But NASA has basically said you only need to know the first 15 decimal places. Because if you're trying to measure, like, let's say that, the Voyager 1 probe, it's circling space, it's 15 billion miles away. If you really wanted to find the circumference of a circle that's that long, if you took pi to the 15th decimal, and then you took it to another 150,000 decimals after that, the difference in your measurement would only be about a hand's width. So we have these guys who can repeat like 70,000. I think the record right now is over 70,000 decimals by one individual. Took him 17 hours. He's from India. The computer storage system last year, I can't remember what it's called. They took 75 days and got 105 trillion digits of pi. So you've got all these people who have done these competitions. There's actually money now for competitions to try to get the most decimals by memorization. And actually, a 10-year-old kid today in the UK had 280 digits in a minute, and that's a new Guinness Book of World Record. So, but once you get past 15, NASA says it doesn't matter, and you're the actual fraud.
You're talking about these pie competitions, which then got me Googling that Michael Chant is a 43-year-old builder. He was just crowned the champion after devouring a meat and potato pie in just 17 seconds, breaking the previous record of 23 seconds.
And see, when he said pie, I wondered to myself, is Village Inn still open so I could go get a pie?
See, us in the sports world, right? We've got our pies and we've got our pies, and there's one that's way more important than the other for us.
There was a dude that knew 70,000 digits of pi.
And you and I both held our hands up when he mentioned the
circumference
of your hand. Now, what about Mutombo? Whose hand are we talking about?
Kawhi Leonard? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
The guy who got 70,000 sat there in a chair blindfolded for 10 hours and 17 minutes, and there were 7 different scientists. Again, I air quoted, but you can't see it. Because they're all wearing lab coats, but I don't know. They could have just been off the street, and they're all logging it, and then they all compared afterwards, and the comparison took 17 days to confirm.
Oh my God! By the way, someone wants to know if you can bet on it. Is it on the app?
You had the blindfold. It makes it more realistic, I guess.
Spring wants to bet on that. Spring's got a scientist. He's betting on the Pie Day competition.
Find the app that takes action on the pie contest.
Bet 365 for Spring. Wait, who you got, Spring?
That was right.
Okay, good.
All right, Dan Hyatt. Everybody, good segment. A lot of pie talk, and the Nuggets are frauds. That's what I got out of that. Dan Hyatt, good stuff, buddy.
Go eat some pie, boys. See ya.
Yeah,
all right,
way to make his trip to the arena tonight.
I know,
pleasant.
Right?
Thanks, Nate. You can do that to me. Don't do that to Dan.
He's on Twitter at Hyatt Stats. Get his stuff right there. You know what? I'm going to keep swimming upstream. I don't care. The river of negativity that you all want to flow at me, I'm going to enjoy Nikola Jokic, damn it. We'll talk to our buddy Jovan Buha, fellow Serbian, all about those Lakers. That's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and right now bidding is available to you at Roller Auction on a great auction of restaurant equipment from the Sebastian Vale. So this is classy stuff that we're talking about right here. I talked to somebody that used to own a restaurant that told me if I would have known about these auctions at Roller Auction before I went and spent money on all brand new kitchen equipment, I could have saved thousands upon thousands of dollars in opening my new restaurant. Vulcan convection oven, Thunderbird dough sheeter, reach-in refrigerators and freezers, cooking and heating, slicers, sinks, tables and chairs, television, smallwares, and much, much more. Again, the Sebastian Vale, one of Vale's premier luxury hotels, remodeling its restaurant. They are selling excess equipment at public online auction, and this auction includes cooking and heating, refrigeration, dining room furniture, and so much more. Go to roller.bid right now to check this out. This is restaurant equipment from the hotel in Vale, the Sebastian Vale. Go check it out right now. Some great stuff available. Ooh, I like the deal on this espresso machine right here. Go to roller.bid and check it out. It's a Friday afternoon. The Nuggets take on the Lakers this evening. L.A. Minus a few dudes tonight. The one dude that will be watching this game, covering this game, is Jovan Buha of The Athletic, who we always love to get here on the program for Laker Talk because, most importantly, Jovan is a Serbian, and we love those people in Denver, Colorado. Jovan, how you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. You know, I'm wondering why I made the trip out here, but I guess I'll get to see some Jokic basketball tonight.
Are you suiting up for the Lakers tonight? And if not, who is J.J. Redick suiting up in this game tonight?
At this point, I think they might have to offer me a 10-day contract. They only have 8 available players from the 15-man roster and then a couple of two-way guys. So they're going to have 10 guys tonight, and 4 of their starters are out, including Luka and LeBron. So I'm expecting it to be like a 30-plus point Denver win tonight.
Jovan, let's talk big picture because obviously this game got a little tougher to talk about, like you said, with everybody missing. But as you are probably well aware, the Lakers are the darlings of ESPN and the darlings of the playoff push. From what you've seen when the team is intact, how dangerous are they, would you say, for a deep playoff run?
I think they're very dangerous. I think the one concern right now is the health, and they have some lingering things with like a groin injury is something that can linger. That LeBron suffered. Luka's been banged up with his calf and now his ankle and his back, and so they've been playing very hard for 2+ months to try to turn their season around and buying into J.J. Redick's defensive system. And I think the question now for me is just like how how sustainable is that level of defense and that just level of effort and flying around. I think come playoff time, it's more sustainable, but they have to get to the playoffs first, and they have to get as good of a seed as possible. So I think that's going to be the challenge for them to navigate over these final 18 games. But I think I look at the last game that they just won in Denver as like the potential of this group. And that was really like Luka's arrival in LA, his first like big game as a Laker. And, I expect that the next time these two teams face each other at full strength, Denver will have some adjustments and look a bit different. But even, within that, I think like you saw the potential there that I just think Luka elevates this group to a different level that they couldn't quite reach with Anthony Davis. So I think that they're trending in the right direction. Can they get there this season? Is it maybe, do they need an extra off season to make some tweaks? And maybe next season is more of their season for a deeper run, potentially. But I think if they can get healthy and get the right playoff seed and kind of the right path, I do see potentially a conference finals berth, and then it kind of comes down to health and luck at that point.
All right, and Jovan Buha of The Athletic covering the Lakers is our guest. Jovan, you mentioned the right path. So the last time the Nuggets and the Lakers saw each other was back on February 22nd in a nationally televised game on a Saturday night. J.J. Redick said after that game that he basically didn't sleep for 48 hours in putting together the game plan that the Lakers employed that night against Nikola Jokic, and Joker went 2 of 7 with 6 turnovers and far fewer touches than he typically gets in an NBA game. And we've seen other teams sort of emulate that since that matchup. Now that you have the context of a few weeks later and looking back on that game, what do you make of all of that? What did you make of that night, Malone and Jokic's reaction to the way that the Lakers attacked him in that game and attacked Denver in that game? And do you think that that is sustainable in future matchups between Denver and LA?
It's a good question, and it's been something I've been trying to figure out, because obviously the Lakers just went, as you just implied, like they went it threw the entire kitchen sink at the Nuggets and Jokic, and I wonder if in some ways they kind of played their hand a little bit too early with had they been healthier, it would have made for a fascinating matchup tonight, and then next week we'll see if LeBron is back, and I assume Luka will play in that next matchup, so that'll make things more fascinating. But I think defensively, I have some longer-term concerns, and I think, again, there's different ways that Denver can counter some of the things that the Lakers are doing in different spots. They can put Jokic on the floor or have him get the ball at certain spots, and or just counters of, okay, if they really are going to basically sandwich him all over the floor and just not let him get the ball, there are other ways to counter that and exploit, okay, well, we have a 4-on-3 advantage at various points of a possession. So I think there's other things that, like, I have longer-term concern in Denver's offense against the Lakers. I think the thing for me that I came away with wondering if the Lakers actually can beat the Nuggets after watching this was the offensive end, where I just think now with Luka and LeBron, I don't think I know Aaron Gordon cannot guard both of them, and I think Christian Brown is just too small for both of those guys. So I think adding in Luka and adding a perimeter guy that is basically matchup proof, unless you have a guy who is the same size or a bit stronger, like that, I think just kind of changes that equation. So I felt like the Lakers offense, everyone talked about the defense and slowing down Jokic. I felt like that was almost, they kind of threw together this game plan. It worked for a game. I think Denver will come back with some adjustments and some haymakers. But defensively, I don't really know what Denver does against the Lakers, because, again, they can't clone Aaron Gordon, and it just felt like Luka did whatever he wanted in that game. He was targeting basically, everybody, and he won't always shoot like that, but I think he can shoot like that for games in a 7-game series. So I wonder what Denver does defensively, because I do think adding in Luka and their style of drop coverage and like some of the weaker defenders that they have within the rotation plays into the way that Luka likes the mismatch hunt. So I think for me, it comes down to how can Denver guard LA, which I think is a totally different viewpoint on the matchup compared to, prior to the Luka trade.
All right, let's have a little fun before we get you out of here. I've got to know, where were you and what was your reaction when you saw the Luka trade happening? Because I was thinking about it. If that thing would have happened around April Fool's, we all would have just said that's an April Fool's joke. This is not happening. This is not a real trade. That's what it felt like that night anyway. Could you believe what you were seeing the night the trade was going down?
I could not. So to go back, that was in New York. We were at MSG. And that was an 8:30 p.m. Eastern start because it was an ABC game. So it was the Saturday showcase game. So the game didn't end until 11 p.m. Eastern, and we just got out of the locker room after midnight. So the trade drops breaks at around 12:15 a.m. Eastern time, and someone yells it out in the media room. And at that point, all the Knicks people had cleared out. So it was like myself, the other three Lakers beat writers, and another reporter. And that reporter just yells out, Luka Doncic just got traded to the Lakers. And we're all like, wait, what? Like, there's no way. And then we see the trade, and we're like, this is fake. Like the Lakers would have had to give up, more stuff than that, right? Would have had to have been both picks and Dalton Connect and both pick swaps, and like they would have had to empty the cupboard, right? And then Shams follows up that it's real and he was not hacked. And then we immediately all start like frantically making calls and texts, and we're like walking around the concourse and getting kicked out of certain spots by MSG security. And it was a madhouse. But yeah, I'll never forget where I was when that happened. That night I ended up working until 7 a.m. So I had a pretty late night, and then had to get up to do a radio hit. So it was a crazy night. And yeah, I mean, clearly a franchise altering evening for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Jovan, we'll wrap the conversation, and that's great stuff right there. That's classic. That's like, you'll tell that story forever. But Jovan, how badly are you hoping in this interview that we ask you about LeBron and Bronny and Stephen A. Smith? You really want to talk about it, right?
No, I do not.
Stephen A. Smith ought to quit talking about it, quite honestly, Jovan.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but I think we could read through the situation. Make of that what you want. Yeah. I'm gonna sidestep it.
Yes, very much. By the way, Jovan, how much in the Netflix documentary did you enjoy the behind-the-scenes footage of Team Serbia?
I loved it. It was awesome. That was my favorite part of the documentary, and seeing them. The behind the scenes with them getting drunk after the bronze medal game, but also just seeing inside the camp and seeing Jokic breaking down plays and strategy. Like I thought that was all awesome. So that was my favorite part of the documentary for sure.
Yeah, go back, read Jovan's coverage. He's been back to Serbia. He's talked to people about Jokic and the national team. It's wonderful stuff. We always like to get Jovan on at least once an NBA season. Jovan, you're the man. We appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And, hey, good luck. If you suit up tonight, good luck out there. Look out for Russell Westbrook. Those elbows fly, man.
It's going to be another 30-20-20 night. Appreciate you guys.
All right, there he goes. That is Jovan Buha. They've got 8 available. 8 available?
That'll go well.
8 scholarship players available.
Anything. Man, you could give me the Nate music for that. I take that back. I retract the statement. Because you're right, Nate. We've seen dumb. Hey, it harkens back. Remember to when it was Super Bowl week and the Nuggets went into Utah with the 8 guys about the same, and they ended up getting a win. Now, the difference is they had Jokic going for them, where the Lakers will not have either LeBron or Luka. So,
if you're just joining us, we talked to Jeff Legwold last hour. He reveals, according to his sources, the Broncos are not top 5 to acquire the services of Cooper Kupp. Should they be or not? We'll discuss the merits of that conversation and that question next. Hey, Selection Sunday is this Sunday, and then starting Monday, it's time for the Not Another Bracket Contest. Not another bracket contest. No more picking 67 games. Just pick 5 teams. You're good to go. Lower the seed, the more each win is worth. But you're just looking to pick 5 teams and have them start to stack some wins. The grand prize package is epic. 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner for 2 at Denver Chop House and Brewery. A catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. And a brand new big screen TV.
How
All
big,
that,
Nate?
It's big.
That
Huge.
was the first time I read the promo. I got asked immediately, "How big?" I was like, "I don't know."
Was that Berto?
So big? No, literally one of our. I think it was our guy Postal Brian. One of our listeners, and I was like,
big?
"You know what? It's a total fair question. I don't know. So big we can't measure it.
It's a big screen.
Look, it's a
though.
big. What is big these days? Seriously,
It's a great question.
So I went because it was dirt cheap a couple years ago. Like I got a 75-inch TV in my basement that I watch things on.
Pretty
now.
big.
Yeah, it doesn't fit. Well, but every time I go into a store, it just gets larger and larger and larger. I was like, that doesn't look so big anymore. You know what I mean?
Man, we're all just
We're all
TV
size
size
queens.
queens these
Yeah,
days, I
yeah.
suppose. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you and I grew up at a time, though. Could you imagine the old, what did we have, the tube TVs?
The tubes.
How the hell would you have moved a 75-inch TV around? That would have been everybody. I had like a 50-inch one that had the heavy tube in it, and like it was front heavy, and my buddy and I damn near broke our hands trying to get it like out of a basement as I moved into a real house. I owed him more than pizza when it was done. Now these things, you lift it up by yourself.
You would have had to have hired an entire crew to move one of those
Right.
televisions.
So
Yeah.
what is big these days? 75 big?
75 feels big to me.
I would agree with you.
Yeah, that's bigger than my TV. And I think my TV is big.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Good for you, bud.
Turns out mine's just a good size, I suppose. Anyway,
don't take a poll.
Brand new big screen TV.
Don't ask Abby to compare to other TVs she's had. I don't know.
Whoa. It's we've all seen some TVs in our days, okay? All that just for picking 5 teams. You can enter starting on Sunday night.
I believe it.
After the field is announced at AltitudeSportsRadio.com. All brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. What awards did they win?
Hey, where would you say the working relationship went south? Well, Andy got talking to Abby about the TV she's had in her life, and that was the end of that.
We're just going to push past this one.
What's the biggest TV you've owned? Now I got to know.
Biggest
It's
TV
a Friday,
I've ever owned?
dude. Listen, the Lakers are coming to town. We're playing Calgary, and the Broncos are broke. What are we doing?
We're paying off the tees, Andy. Cooper Kupp, my friend.
Yeah,
Cooper
okay.
Kupp.
How big a TV you ever watched Cooper Kupp on?
I feel like I've seen Cooper Kupp on some good-sized TVs in my day, but I don't think I'm going to see him on one of those TVs in a Broncos uniform. Jeff Legwold was with us last hour on the show, and Leggy said, texting with an NFL general manager, that according to that executive, the Broncos are not in on the top 5 to acquire the services of Cooper Kupp. Should they be, Andy?
No.
Not in the top. So you're saying no under any circumstances?
If he wants to come play for $5 million, which the reported asking price is $15 million.
Yeah.
So if he wants to come risk harm to his already broken body for a third of what apparently he wants, no. Other than that, no. Nate, they've got young receivers. Look, I think they've taken some smart, calculated injury risks in this free agency period, which is, as the new caveat is, that's what free agency is, right? Guess what? The best free agent on this market was set to be T. Higgins. They weren't going to let that happen. And now reports come today that apparently the Bengals are going to open up the pocketbooks, and they're actually coming close to extensions with both Higgins and Jamar Chase. So we'll see. I bet you they don't have anybody else playing for them after that, knowing that ownership group, but good for them.
Yeah.
But again, the guys like that don't hit the open market in free agency anymore, right? It just doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, I like Hufanga. I think that guy, if he stays healthy, and again, you pointed it out, he had an injury that gets repaired by surgery and you go on. It's not a chronic thing, right? Greenlaw, hopefully the same thing. Evan Ingram, look, he's been more banged up than the other two, as I remember in his career, but you've got to find a pass-catching tight end. And we've got breaking news. Breaking news, Mark Springer.
You got a team?
The Cooper Kupp saga is over. He's going to the Seattle Seahawks per Adam Schefter. Just tweeted right now.
Hanging with
Cooper
Sam
Kupp
Darnold.
is going to the Seahawks per Adam Schefter.
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay. So
and guess what?
Rebuilt Seahawks now feature Sam Darnold and Cooper Kupp. So you've got Sam Darnold, the ultimate, is this actually going to work here guy, reclamation project. Is it still fair to call him a reclamation project? How do I categorize this?
Because he's been beat up and he can barely separate. We had the separation numbers last week. And
No, Sam Darnold, not Cooper Kupp.
I'm
Sam
sorry.
Darnold.
Well,
stay with me.
Okay, real quick though. Let me get this note out. We'll talk Sam Darnold.
Okay.
Here's another reason why I'm not upset about this at all. According to, because every insider's now tweeting about this, Ian Rappaport saying he likely got his $15 million and maybe more.
Okay.
I ain't into that for the Broncos. Sam Darnold, reclamation project. Really great question there, Nate. This to me now he's in his prove it year. I think he's been reclaimed, and I think it's been through the process of both spending that year with the Niners and under Shanahan and then going with Kevin O'Connell. It's been proven they got his mind right. They got the ghosts out of his head that he was seeing with the Jets. He was the ghost guy, right? I'm seeing ghosts out there. He was the one that said that, not Zach Wilson. So they've got that part figured out. He knows how to go through his progressions again. I think they fixed his brain, but now he's got to prove it. Now, he's got to prove it, man. Was it just a one-year thing? It's not like Minnesota's got some crappy support cast for him. He was playing in a real good spot. I might have tried a little harder to hang there, but maybe Minnesota just wants to move on to the J.J. McCarthy era, although apparently Aaron Rodgers is waiting to see what's going on with Minnesota, I guess, before he makes any other decisions, trying to pull a Favre.
Yeah.
But no, wouldn't you call it to prove it now? I think he's proven he can at least be what some of the draft profiles said he could be. But now we got to prove that you're here, that it's here to stay. The fix is in, the fix held, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's always tricky because I view Sam Darnold, and maybe this is unfair because Sam Darnold's a former number 3 overall pick in the draft and comes in with a clearly designated borderline special NFL skill set. That's the only way you ever get drafted in the top 5 is if you have that capability and that kind of ceiling. And Sam Darnold, but what I wonder about is, and maybe it's just the Vikings uniform, is that guy another Case Keenum? Okay, is that guy just a dude that was a one-year wonder in a place that had a lot of things go right with an outstanding Brian Flores defense and excellent weapons around him in Minnesota? And while Sam Darnold is capable of being a starting caliber NFL quarterback going forward, does he turn back into Sam Darnold after this?
It's a great question, and I love your comp to Case Keenum. I guess I never really thought about that.
That's probably unfair.
No, we watched it. That was painful. Darnold is basically, he was on the backup path, just like Case Keenum was. The only difference in the two plot lines is that Darnold was drafted to be a starter, whereas Case I don't think ever really was. And when Case got his taste of being a starter, he thought he was ready for it. He really wasn't, at least not in a place like Denver where you are the hyper-focus of the football team as the team's quarterback.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know. That is a great question. Now, in Seattle, he's lost DK Metcalf. Yeah, he's not going to have a great – I guess he's got Cooper Kupp, as that was the breaking news that started this. Cooper Kupp is a Seahawk, for those wondering. Just found that out within the last couple minutes, literally. Here's what I like. He's going back to the West Coast offense, right? They're running the West Coast system up there. I do think that helps them.
Yeah.
Okay. If you bring up Minnesota quarterbacks, which I get, there's been a lot to roll through and go other places, and maybe like Case was never as successful, but they went, who followed Case? Was that Kirk Cousins? Yeah, it was. It was Kirk Cousins because the Broncos originally thought they were going to get Kirk Cousins till he heard that the Vikings were interested, and he said, no, thank you. How about Kevin O'Connell and his judgment? Now, I realize O'Connell's still a fairly young coach in the league, but this guy has made the Pastronaut look pretty good there for a while. Who else? He went through a litany of backup quarterbacks a year ago and kept them competitive. He did a lot of good things, I think, for Kirk Cousins.
Looked like McCarthy was on his way to being the starter, and then he got hurt, and now he's going to get another opportunity.
So I would ask you, though it's early, to me, if Bill Belichick got rid of an old defensive player, we learned in Denver with McDaniels, don't pick him up. He's got nothing left. Bill knows.
Yeah.
If O'Connell knows I don't really need Darnold, shouldn't that have been a warning to the league? Because Kirk didn't do great things in Atlanta,
but it was a cost issue, right? It
Sure.
was, and that's what they then ran into. And oh, by the way, they also took a quarterback in the top 10. So like there was an element of placeholder that was going on there, no matter what. Now they add Cooper Kupp to that mix in Seattle. Geno and his weapons versus Sam Darnold, and now adding Cooper Kupp to that mix. Like, here's where I'm struggling with. It's certainly different. Is it actually better?
Sure. I don't think so.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's necessarily worse.
No.
It's just you rearrange the deck chairs.
Yeah, Geno and Sam Darnold feel like the same guy.
Yeah.
Although, in fairness to the Seahawks, Nate, I read
they're both a couple of Jets also rans is what they are.
Well, it also shows you how bad the Jets tend to screw up quarterbacks for a long, long time.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, man. There was a report that said, as I read about the Geno getting acquired by the Raiders, that the Seahawks did offer Geno the deal they offered Sam Darnold. He just said no.
Yeah.
He thought he was apparently worth more than $33 million. By the way, Schefter is tweeting out 3-year deal for Cooper Kupp worth $45 million. I don't know what's guaranteed or whatever, but
yeah, $15 million a year.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You began the segment with, should they have been kicking the tires on Kupp? Not for that price. No way.
No, well, honestly, I don't even know if they could flat out afford it.
No, yeah, you're right. Not from what Leggy just told us.
Yeah. So, Cooper Kupp, Seattle Seahawks, Broncos. I think there's going to be good receivers available to you around number 20 if that's the player you love the most. There's receivers. There's interior defensive linemen. I don't think you're necessarily out on a tight end. I don't think you're necessarily out on running back. If you love Amari and Hampton, I can't imagine a world where Genty is available to you right there. So the Cooper Kupp thing doesn't happen for the Broncos. His name had been attached to it, but again, at that cost, it wasn't going to happen. The Broncos they go tight end, they go linebacker, and they go safety as their major additions that they've made. They've already built up a good foundation on this team, continue to do so in the draft. Here's a question. Our buddy Frank Schwab, who we're going to get on the show, gave the Broncos a B as his offseason grade on what the Broncos have done in free agency. And to me, you give the B because of the injury concerns of the players that you got, but also if you look at those players and what they have been at their peaks, if they're healthy, that clearly moves up to an A grade for the Broncos, but that's kind of everybody in free agency. We get some of that. But ultimately, like the offseason that they've had so far, Andy, I would describe it as good. I don't know if I'd go great. I don't know if they were capable of doing great, but I would say they've had a good offseason so far. Go and have a good NFL draft and come back next year and be a good NFL team.
Okay, for the fairness of the conversation, did we think they did much last year? Not really, right?
Right.
But they were savvy, and we found out they were savvy.
Well, I mean, they booted Russ's ass out the door, which was pretty big. But, yeah, like in terms of what they were spending on new free agents, there wasn't a ton they could do.
But they did get good contributions from those, right?
Yeah,
So they were smart about it. So I prefaced my comments by letting you know sometimes not doing much is the best thing to do. Remember, the Broncos' big addition, one of their big additions before the 2015 season was Darian Stewart. I don't think anybody thought much about that signing at all. It was like for $6 million.
Turned out to be a
ended
star.
up being your starting safety and was fantastic.
Wasn't Brandon Jones kind of that guy last year?
Brandon Jones was exactly that guy last year, is what I would say. But here's what I like, because you talked about could they even have a great A+ offseason? I don't know if the free agent class would have allowed it, frankly, because so many of the top names got signed back to their team before the tampering period even opened, which really lessened the player pool. I like the guys they chose to take some risks on.
Yeah.
Whether we like it or not, we got to wait and see them on the field before we work out. But the thing that I like the most is, and Leggy's always been a big proponent of this, and I've worked with the guy a long time, so I believe his philosophy. Fill some holes in free agency, so you don't feel stuck drafting a certain position come draft day. And there's no position outside of punter that they should feel they have to draft right now.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here. It's a Scott Friday edition of the show. Nuggets taking on the Lakers tonight, or the guys that will show up and play tonight for the Lakers. Got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. That's the Cooper Kupp news. He goes to Seattle on a, what'd you say, 3-year, $45 million?
3-year, $45 million.
Okay, so that's the deal that they did with Cooper Kupp. So he's off the market. Free agency basically done for the Broncos. So onward and upward we go. But we'll get more NFL news coming up at 5 o'clock. At 5:20, we have to talk about the upcoming weekend for the Avalanche and a chance to see an old friend returning. Is he now a frenemy? We'll talk about that coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. But on the other side, Andy, we have found it. The greatest contribution to civilization from the state of Utah. I didn't know they had anything, but it turns out something very good. We'll tell you what that is next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Because if you are, I've got your place. It's Colorado Off-Road. This is my place. It's a 20-year Colorado business. They're celebrating that anniversary this year. And I'm proud to be associated with these good folks. This is a good business. Jerry Jones and his wife, Wendy, they're people you're going to enjoy doing business with. And I know that from my own friends and neighbors that I've sent over there that have told me just as much. They can point you in the right direction for any truck or 4x4 accessory you may be looking for. They're going to treat you fairly. They're going to get you a good price. And I think you're going to be pleased with things over at Colorado Off-Road. So if you're looking for things like a bed cover or step rails or floor mats, maybe a remote start, towing equipment, you want to get ready for camping season. Camping season is not far off. You know, I know a lot of you are hardy and get going even when it's a little bit chillier this time of year. If you need to get up and running, they can get you going over at Colorado Off-Road. If you're a commercial contractor, they've got the Workforce Pro bed topper for you. Colorado Off-Road's an exclusive dealer of this topper, so give Jerry a call. Talk to him about it. 303-761-1264. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. The showroom is located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College. And you can find, I've already told you, cooffroad.com. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Scott Friday, Nate Kreckman in Las Vegas, Andy Lindahl back at the shop in Denver. Lone Tree, to be exact. We're in Lone Tree, beautiful Lone Tree.
Denver.
Colorado. EJ back and if I'm
Playing
not mistaken,
tonight.
in the lineup tonight against the Flames?
He's in for Malinsky. Spring, help me out. What else did we learn about what other moves are being made today?
Wedgwood starting.
Yeah, Blackwood a little under the weather. And then they don't have another game till Sunday, right? So hopefully he gets right by then. And then was there another sub? Wood is still out. Wood is out. Vetchis is out, right? VC. I just combined two guys. Two new traded 4 guys. We've got 1 forward. So, yeah, VC and Wood are still out. What do you think's going on with Wood? I like Miles Wood. I felt like he's kind of added some of what they were looking for. But since they made the big trades, what did it, Spring? He's missed like 2 of the last 3 games because of a healthy
What is going
scratch?
on with Wood? Yes. Spring?
Wood's down. Look, he's just not.
I got a commercial for you then.
I thought he's been playing better the past couple games he's played, but overall, and he's been dealing with a back issue most of this season. He hasn't scored in a long time. So it's been a rough year for Miles Wood.
He's a playoff type player, though, wouldn't you say? That's a gritty forward you want in the playoffs.
Sandpaper in the shorts. Yeah.
Something that our sauce needed.
Sauce needs Wood. Avalanche tonight. Is that a 9:50 affair tonight there,
yes.
Spring? 9:50 with Raj. Yep. Birdo's got your Nuggets action tonight on 92.5 against the Lakers minus all of their dudes. College buckets, CSU tonight. Oh, Andy, you know what time the Rammies tip off tonight?
10
p.m.
I
Mountain
was literally
time.
guessing.
10 p.m. 9 p.m. local. 10 p.m. If you're a sicko and you want to stay up and you're a Rams fan that lives on the East Coast, enjoy your midnight tip.
This is the semifinal, right?
Semifinals tonight.
Why is it tipping off so late? Because what is it? First game's at 7?
First game's at 7:30 Mountain, 6:30 local here in Vegas. The Boise, New Mexico game is first, and then the Rammies are in the second game against Utah State. There's massive games happening all over the country today. It's semifinals. It's either quarter or semifinals day all over the country right now, leading up to Selection Sunday. So these are these are bubble games. These games are massive. The next 2 days of college basketball is nothing but the highest consequence affairs, including the Big 12 tournament, which is currently happening in Kansas City. And, in fact, tipping off in about 10 minutes, BYU and Houston, Andy, in Big 12 play, because we live in a world where those two teams are in the same conference. Now, yesterday, BYU defeated Iowa State 96-92 in an instant classic. Richie Saunders went off for 23 points in that game for BYU. So the game prior to that in the Big 12 tournament, they're previewing the upcoming game between BYU and Iowa State. Roxy Bernstein, who we've had on the show, who is an outstanding play-by-play man, Roxy Bernstein he's previewing the next game on the telecast, and he revealed a fact about BYU's Richie Saunders as they were taking a look at the bracket that absolutely blew my mind. This was from ESPN Roxy Bernstein with an interesting factoid about BYU's Richie Saunders.
Keeps it extremely simple.
Was that before or after his grandfather invented tater tots?
Great-grandfather invented tater tots, which makes me love them even that much more. Wait, is this a true story?
True story.
100% it's a true story. Invented tater tots.
Yes.
Richie Saunders'
great-grandfather.
Great-grandfather invented tater tots. You learn something new every day, huh?
You heard that right. His great-grandfather invented the tot.
I like wait, is this a true story? Yes, it is a true story.
It is. His grandfather did in fact invent the tater tot. This is very true, and this is now kind of gone viral right here today. But Roxy Bernstein talking to Sean Farnham and King McClure on the broadcast. Looking ahead to the schedule, they reveal that note, and this apparently is true, that brothers Theodore Golden Grigg and F. Neffy Grigg, founders of Ore-Ida, invented tater tots in 1953, and one of them was Richie Saunders' great-grandfather, and this is the man who, according to Wikipedia, Andy, we're trying to devise a recipe to use leftover slivers of cut potatoes that would otherwise be thrown away. They chopped up the slivers, added flour and seasoning, and then pushed the mash through holes and sliced off pieces of the extruded mixture. The product was first commercially available in stores in 1956. That's how we came to have tater tots in our world.
All right. The way you describe that, that doesn't sound like a tater tot. I mean, tater tots are thick. They're not like leftover pieces.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
But
you're wasting a lot of potatoes.
They mashed them together.
Okay.
And then added flour and seasoning so they'd be crispy.
Oh, okay.
Dropped them in the fryer.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. All right.
And American cuisine forever altered, I would argue, for the better.
I forgot. You're right. They're always okay.
Yes.
It's not one thick piece of potato like I was imagining.
Correct. It's actually numerous, but that's how we came to get the tot. So thank you to BYU and Richie Saunders' great-grandfather for bringing this into the world. Let's see. Other great BYU products. Let's see. Jimmer Fredette.
Steve Young.
Zach Wilson. Jim McMahon.
Yeah, McMahon. That's who was going. How did McMahon go there? McMahon doesn't feel like the BYU kind of type.
Feel as though he may have run into the administration a time or two.
Right.
Yes.
He couldn't have been. He wasn't the poster boy. So where do you rank the tots in the fried side dishes of potato category? Do you like them more than the fries, the curly fries, the potato cakes? If you're an Arby's fan, where are you putting the tots?
I love a curly fry, like a well-seasoned curly fry.
So that's top the list?
I love a waffle fry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
If done right.
No
like
can
the
defend.
Kick.
By the way, speaking of that, and Utah State has this kid, Carson Templin, who's got the Johnny Lawrence hair, and he wears a headband.
Come on.
And all the Utah State fans, they have wigs and headbands that they wear so they can look like Carson Templin. And sure enough, last night he gets in a scramble on the floor and was kicking his feet. And it was just like, he's sweeping the leg. He's doing it right now.
Is he going to get sued for copyright infringement?
It's getting close, man. Although I think it probably is some good pub for the new Cobra Kai shows that are out there. So yes, thank you to Richie Saunders' great-grandfather, for one of the founders of Ore-Ida, for bringing the tater tot into our world. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. The Cooper Kupp news has happened. We have all of the details next. Diving into football news here on a Ska Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman live in Las Vegas, Andy in Denver. Oh, we're spanning time zones today. Let's get the football news. Spring.
It is the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary. At Bet365, hey, Kupp watch is over. Cooper Kupp has signed
Kupp check.
Yeah, we got kicked in the cup if you wanted Cooper Kupp with the Broncos. He signs a 3-year, $45 million deal, $15 million per, with the Seattle Seahawks.
So, Andy, a little bit of background on Cooper Kupp, and I'll make this into a little bit of a feel-good story, not just a Kupp check right here. Cooper Kupp, originally from Yakima, Washington, went to high school at A.C. Davis High School there in Yakima, played his college ball at Eastern Washington, despite over 2,000 receiving yards in high school, did not receive a single college football scholarship offer until Eastern Washington came in shortly before the season. He eventually did get another offer from Idaho State, but he committed to play at Eastern Washington. Had a great career there. Went on to be a third-round pick in the 2017 NFL Draft. Eventually wins a Super Bowl MVP as a member of the Los Angeles Rams. And now he gets a chance at the end of what has been a very good NFL career to go home and play for the Seattle Seahawks. So if you're a Broncos fan and you were dying to have Cooper Kupp, sorry, but at the very least, Cooper Kupp gets a chance to have the storybook ending to his career.
Sure. I don't think it'll happen, but sure. I thought he was from Pennsylvania.
Just looks like a Pennsylvania guy.
Got the Amish-style beard, so yeah. But anyway.
Pennsylvania Dutch?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I didn't even get the mummy on that one. Serbian guy didn't even want to check in on that one.
No.
There we go. Yeah, I guess.
Well, if you've ever been to the eastern half of the state of Washington,
little similar.
Fits in. Yeah, don't worry.
But good for him.
Works.
All I'll say is I'm glad the Broncos didn't jump in, especially at that price point. Like we'd been talking earlier, had it been $5 million, maybe $8 million tops, okay, let's see what you got left. But good luck to Cooper Kupp in the NFC. You and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I wondered if he'd go salty guy and stay in the division. And hey, look, he got his contract number from them, so good deal for them.
Yeah, worked out great for him and a chance to wrap up what's been a good NFL career. Hope he can stay healthy and produce for the Seahawks. But Cooper Kupp, that's where he ends up. Kind of the last fun big name. And when you're a Super Bowl MVP and a fantasy football stud, you're going to get that kind of attention. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Whoa, we got flute music.
We got beef. We got
boy.
We got beef tweets. Here we go. Okay, so this is beef between former Cowboys defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence, who just signed with the Seattle Seahawks. He'll play with Cooper Kupp, and DeMarcus's former Cowboys teammate Micah Parsons. Okay, let's start with what started the beef. So DeMarcus Lawrence is in Seattle, talking to some media out there with his new team. He talked with Hawks blogger. This is DeMarcus
Hawks blogger
Lawrence talking with
I think that guy actually plays in the National Lacrosse League, and Andy mispronounced his name.
I did.
Hawks blogger.
And all of Toronto hates me.
All right, let's hear what Hawks blogger asks DeMarcus Lawrence.
I mean, the main difference, as you can see, is it's cold.
It is cold. People don't feel that, but it's cold.
Yeah, got to keep my jacket on up
here.
Yeah.
But,
you know, definitely love the atmosphere. You know, change of scenery is always good. You know, but you know, Dallas is my home. I made my home there. You know, my family lives there. You know, I'm forever going to be there. But you know, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So. Yeah. We here.
All right, so he's talking about the differences between Seattle and Dallas, says he was never going to win a Super Bowl with the Cowboys. Micah Parsons saw that clip, quote tweeted it, said, "This what rejection and envy look like. This some clown bleep." Clown emoji. DeMarcus Lawrence replied to Micah Parsons and said, "Calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left." Grinning devil emoji.
Well, we got real beef here. It's something to go with your tater tots, Nate, or your curly fries.
So is that a hot take from Dexter Lawrence? I was never going to win a Super Bowl in Dallas. What do they have, 4 playoff wins since they last won a Super Bowl in 1995? Like, Dexter Lawrence, DeMarcus Lawrence, not Dexter Lawrence. He's another guy. DeMarcus Lawrence, though, this dude now he leaves and like he can look back and say, all right, well, I've watched enough ESPN and Fox Sports hot take shows that only talk about the Cowboys that I'm convinced this team can't ever win a Super Bowl. Oh, by the way, the track record's not that good. Oh, by the way, Jerry keeps doing weird things with his football team. What chance do they actually have?
Yeah, the history seems to suggest we got some more breaking news. Check Schefter's Twitter. You may want to add that story, Spring. That's what
Is
I'll
it
tell
that
you.
Dexter Lawrence used to be on the Cowboys?
No,
because that is breaking news.
No. We got some PED shenanigans going on. So,
ooh, fun.
But it's not for the Broncos. It's for 2 newly signed free agents. So I wonder if the team knew this was happening. Anyway, look, we know you're not going to win there. It's just another former player, basically. Now, he didn't say it in the interview, but can't we read between the lines? There's always a circus. There's always something. Jerry's just trying to put himself in more and more control. Thus, you hire Brian Schottenheimer. You don't like the head coach, but let me keep the guy on his staff so we can keep this thing going, apparently. Yeah. How does that make any sense? It just the cracks in the armor of what Jerry Jones used to be with that franchise show more and more every year. And here's just another example. So to your point, it's not a hot take, but apparently some Cowboy players, including Micah Parsons, who there have been rumors that they might trade this offseason, still believe that they got a shot.
And now Parsons knows, hey, perfect opportunity to get more pub for my podcast. Let me go ahead and put this out there. This will get a bunch of attention. This will get a bunch of clicks. And look, I get it. You're not supposed to trash your former team or anything else like that, and that's whatever. Frowned upon in the NFL. Okay, DeMarcus Lawrence, to me, just speaking truth, nothing wrong with the truth. Do we got breaking news, Spring? Break the news.
Yeah, I had actually seen this earlier today.
Okay.
The Bills signed defensive tackle Larry Ogunjobi.
Love that name.
And I believe last with the Steelers, and defensive end Michael Hooked. I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah, we'll go Hooked.
They are both being suspended 6 games for PEDs.
Oops.
You've signed 2 dudes that are now going to miss 6 games? What?
Also, what are the chances that you did it with 2 guys?
Yeah, not once, twice.
Did they know Kirk Radomski? What happened? Were they both hanging out with Victor Conte at the same time? What are the chances that would happen? You 2 guys and they both get popped for PEDs? Also, it's so hard to get popped for PEDs in the NFL. I'm convinced of it. Because, and this is like, this is my cynical eye. I assume they're all taking PEDs because it's the NFL and it breaks your body, and how the hell else are you going to be able to do it? So to get caught doing it in that sport, I feel like you really, really had to go over the line.
Well, and remember, not saying one's related to the other, but they added Nick Bosa, dropped Von Miller earlier this year.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that?
Yeah. Joey Bosa.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Joey Bosa. Got the wrong Bosa there.
Wrong Bosa, wrong Lawrence.
Because Joey's hurt much more often than Nick is.
However, we did not mention Joey Lawrence. Whoa!
You know what? Just wrap it up there. Call it good. Although, who have I called? Yeah, what are we going to do now that Justin Lawrence is gone and I can't call him Joey Lawrence? I'm going to miss that from the Rockies times. So,
why did his flannel have no sleeves? And finally, Spring.
Belichick flannel.
Hey, let's go ahead and do this one, actually, because I got to talk about Russell Wilson, who visited with the Cleveland Browns yesterday and today is visiting with the New York Giants. So Myles Garrett, he just had his press conference today announcing his big new fancy high
$40 million a year
high dollar deal. You know, who cares about winning when you're making a butt ton of money?
Nobody cares about winning at all when you're making $40 million a year. Winning is absolutely immaterial. The Browns cracked the case.
So Russell Wilson visiting with the Browns yesterday. Apparently, he did talk with Myles Garrett. Myles was asked about meeting with Russ.
I think it went well. I mean, him and I had a little bit of conversation at the Pro Bowl as well as here, and I definitely think he'd be a valuable asset as a leader, as a mentor to those young guys. A veteran leadership can't be understated, and I think he definitely has some juice left at position. He's plenty of arm left. He's very smart, and he knows what he's capable of. So he'd be a valuable asset.
Yeah, that's the problem, Myles. We've seen evidence he doesn't know what he's capable of. That's the problem. He still thinks he's capable of things he's not capable of, especially when it comes to eluding people in the pocket. I guess you got to say this in case he gets signed there, right? Isn't that a hedge your bet kind of comment?
Yeah, very much
I
so.
wonder what you'd be I wonder if you were to go back and ask him what do you really feel now that he's signed with, say, the Giants or goes back to Pittsburgh. Now how do you feel?
3 short years ago, I was here in Las Vegas when the trade went down.
Yep.
It was this very week. It was second week of March when the trade went down. And I'm thinking about Russell Wilson then, okay? 3 short years ago. Life comes at you fast. Russell Wilson arrives in Denver to as much fanfare as he could have possibly gotten. And again, like Andy and I will fully admit, we were on board. Hell yeah. Yeah, give us Russell Wilson all day long, and then it turned out that he was terrible. He walked in the building here in Denver. He got an office. He got full access for his family and his staff inside the building. The Broncos' social media accounts were putting out tweets promoting his wife's new album. Like, basically, it was like a partnership between Russell Wilson and the Broncos organization, and Nathaniel Hackett was over the moon, and Russell Wilson walks through the door and just is calling the shots for what's going to happen with an NFL franchise. And right now, Russell Wilson is at the NFL quarterback equivalent of going and turning in applications at a TJ Maxx. It's been a long fall from grace, relatively speaking, as an NFL quarterback for Russell Wilson.
Yeah, and what's crazy about it is normally you don't see it with the quarterbacks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, think how quick that went. At least Aaron Rodgers can point to an Achilles injury that led to what we saw a year ago. And because, again, people will point out the last 5-6 games of the year, he started to look like himself again as he got further and further away from the surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Russ just to the point where I was like, what is this? Where I kept asking any Seattle person that I could, what is going on? Anytime I turned on one of your games, he was pulling a game out of his backside that I thought you had lost, and now all he does is make it worse. Our guy Kevin laughing about it. Yeah, I don't know why you guys, I don't know what you thought you were getting. We had on his talk show host, we'd have on writers. As you said, all of Seattle knew what was going on, and yet the NFL is still thinking, because again, once Aaron Rodgers picks whatever it's going to be, the Steelers or the Vikings, I guess now the new flirtation is he really just wants to go to the Vikings and pull a Favre, at least that was the reporting as of today. Russ is going to get picked up by one of those three. The Giants, the Steelers, the Browns are going to pick him up.
Whoever doesn't get Aaron Rodgers then has to sign Russell Wilson and act like they wanted him the whole time.
We all know you didn't. That's the problem.
That's a rough press conference to have to stand up there and say, no, we were in on Russell Wilson the entire. We thought that this was what was gonna get it done for our fine franchise right here. Oh man. And again, I just want to point out 3 years ago, probably, Andy, it could have been 3 years ago to this day. You and I were over the moon on this damn show for that very signing. So we have as much egg on our face as anybody else, but like everybody has more information.
I have the damn
now.
jersey at home that I don't know what to do with.
You still have it.
That could house a small community. It's so big.
I wore it once. I looked like I was 6.
Yeah. Yeah, you look like you were playing dress up. You look like the kid in the Mean Joe Green commercial, like I threw it to you.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. An old pal returns to town this weekend. Are we going to Does he get to stay in the guest bedroom, or does he have to, maybe if he's lucky, gets a futon, or maybe if he's even luckier, an air mattress? We'll talk about the welcome that Mikko Rantanen gets this weekend next.
They skate to center ice. Rantanen. McKinnon 2-on-2. Rantanen gets it from McKinnon. Rantanen lets it fly. He scores! The Moose is loose!
The final goal. The final time the Moose got loose in an Avalanche sweater January 9th in Minnesota. Did not score his last 6 games in an Avalanche uniform. Barely scored any goals for Carolina. He's already scored 2 goals for the Dallas Stars. Avalanche in action tonight against Calgary. And then on Sunday, Mikko Rantanen will make his first ever visit to Ball Arena as a visiting player. The quote, Andy, from Mikko Rantanen: "It's going to be weird for sure. You spend 9-10 years in one organization and you get to know the city, and then change comes, and then you have to go back there and play in the visitors' room. So it's going to be different, but it's good to see all the players that I got to know over the years. It should be a fun game to play against your old friends." That from Mikko Rantanen. Andy, we have an awful lot of Avalanche season ticket holders and regular attendees of games at Ball Arena that listen to this show and listen to all of our shows here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And Andy, you are certainly more keyed in on the Avalanche dark web than I am. What do you think the reception will be for big number 96 Sunday?
Judging by the tweets that I've seen, there's going to be boos, and he just better be ready for it. Some of the most hard – because I do follow – you know me. I like following a lot of the Avs and Broncos and Nuggets fans just to see what they're saying. I can't say I got a lot of Rockies fans on my timeline, but if they were to get good, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Well, there you go. Hey-o. And the ones that I've seen, like some of the most diehard accounts that I've seen – that will defend almost any move to the end, have basically said, Mikko, you're dead to me. They are not happy that he decided to take Dallas as the destination. But, I mean, look, you know, a couple of the teams, and people keep going back and forth about this alleged list and who would he have said yes to, and on the list was Florida and Toronto, and it keeps going back from Dallas has always been one of the possible lists of 4 that he said he would go to.
Yeah.
And then it's either Vegas or Edmonton. And I don't know which is true, and who cares? But all of it makes sense. All those are contenders. Now,
he landed where he landed.
He landed where he landed. And listen, like the Avs tried to get him out of the conference and send him to the East. The Carolina didn't want him coming back and making them look foolish a third time because he's already done it twice, frankly, by basically by getting them to agree to the trade and then telling them I'm not going to sign with you. So they didn't want him hanging out, coming there often. So of course they sent him back west. When rumors that they may trade him again broke through Bissonnette and Whitney on Spit and Chicklets, I knew right away he was going back to the West. There was no way they were going to trade him to the East unless that was the absolute only place that would give him anything. And you know most of the West probably would have wanted in on these discussions had they known he was up for dealing. But you weren't going to send him there. It's just business. But I'll tell you what. So Avs fans, I think, will boo him. For me, I was just telling Spring when we got in here because I was hearing the great promo that Markey made. And Sunday Bloody Sunday is the background song that they're playing when they're talking about, the rematch on Sunday or not the rematch, but the return of Mikko Rantanen. And I told Spring, I go, Spring, is it just me? I'm not mad at the guy. And Spring and I share the same opinion of you're a better team without him right now. You could not have done most of the deals you did if you gave him the 11, 12 million. You would not have a lot of guys that you have right. You wouldn't have Natchez. You wouldn't have Drury. You might have been able to spring the Middlestat for Coyle trade, but you're not getting Brock Nelson. You're not going to be deeper. You're not going to be better. So I ain't mad at the guy. I'm glad it's over with. And I think he made the right decision.
It clearly, so far, it's worked out for the Avalanche. I totally agree with that. The comments of Rod Brindamore out of Carolina and seeming bad feelings that Mikko Rantanen had a list of teams that he was going to be willing to sign an extension with. Well, here's where I'll defend Mikko Rantanen on that, okay? He was due to be an unrestricted free agent at the end of this season, okay? He gets traded to Carolina. That was not where he wanted to go. And when a professional athlete earns the right to be an unrestricted free agent in the midst of their prime, and they're one of the best goal scorers on the planet, that athlete then has earned the right to write their own ticket, to go where they want to go. And he didn't want to be a Carolina Hurricane. He didn't want to live there. Fine, okay? He had a specific list of teams. Apparently Dallas was one of them. He lands there. He has signed his contract extension. He's now a very wealthy dude. Okay, so I fault him absolutely nothing for that. It was really weird to watch him get bounced around the league a little bit and playing in places that he didn't choose to want to play there, and that's an awkward spot for him to have to be in. Again, the Avalanche 100% did right by themselves and their own organization by moving on from him. Here's another part of the idea of booing Mikko Rantanen when he returns that's not sitting right with me is Carmelo Anthony, okay? To me, it's almost the closest comp I can come up with is what happened with Carmelo and forcing his way out, okay? And I get it. It's another one where I certainly understand, and maybe this is one of my faults. I tend to side with the athlete, or in the very least understand the athlete's perspective. But also, Carmelo Anthony's career never peaked in Denver.
Right.
Okay? It was an excellent career, but it was mostly just one and dones, one good run to the Western Conference Finals, and they blew it, and they blew their best chance to be able to win an NBA championship. And so it never got as good as it could have been, and then he forced his way out. Mikko Rantanen, he won a cup here, and he didn't just win a cup. He was the second highest scoring player on your team in terms of points on a cup run. In the Stanley Cup Finals against Tampa Bay, he actually led your team in points. He didn't score any goals, but he had 8 assists. That was a team high for the Stanley Cup Finals. Mikko Rantanen is a core key contributor. He was a Conn Smythe candidate on a team that won a Stanley Cup, that reached the very top of the top. Hey, Avalanche fans, you got the very best of Mikko Rantanen. It's a low salary cap league, a hard salary cap league. He has one more opportunity to cash in for generational wealth. Could he have taken a minute sliver less to stay here in Colorado? Sure. But also, to Andy's point, the Avalanche are already better off. To me, this feels like unearned sour grapes to boo a guy that is an all-time franchise legend.
Yeah, and I would also add this, because people, again, because the other thing Avs fans are upset about is, why did you basically take the $12 million from Dallas you wouldn't take from us? Mm-hmm. Well, at that time, and Mikko has been very clear about this, he just figured we'd negotiate into the summer, you weren't going to trade me, and ultimately, like Gabe, ultimately like Val Nichushkin, we would just come to our agreement, and I would go on being an Av. So they were still trying to play their negotiation games. The bottom line is, to me, and I've had a number of athletes tell me this. I remember Jeb Putzier, the moment he went and signed an offer sheet with the Jets and the Broncos matched it, he told me what was going through his head because, we'd become kind of buddies there. And he said the minute that the Broncos made him go look for money elsewhere, it became a business. So I'm going to tell you, for Mikko Rantanen, the minute he got traded, it's a business, and I am in business mode, and I am no longer in the place that drafted me in my home and those kind of Pollyanna thoughts that I will never leave here, and it'll be the Norman Rockwell painting.
Win one for the Gipper, all that.
That crap all left. Now you've made it a business for me. So guess what? I don't care. And this isn't a shot at the fan base, and this really isn't technically. It's not even a shot at the Avs. Mikko made it clear when we listened to him talk, I did not like Carolina. It was not for me. I did not want to stay there, and my opportunity came to get the hell out of there. So I left, and I'm gone. And frankly, it's a competing team in a place that I know. Boom, let's get out of here. I want you to hear this cut, though, from Gabe Landeskog, because it was very interesting. He was asked, because he went on the Spit and Chicklets podcast to promote his show that's on TNT. I think episode 2 aired last night. But he talked about he being Gabe, how are you going to handle the Mikko return? Here's what he had to say.
I don't know. I got to square it up on Saturday. The Stars come into town on Sunday, so we're going to take Mikko out. We're going to air it all out. But I love Mikko. Mikko's like a finished little brother to me, and it just I obviously wish we still had him, but I understand there's a business, and I understand he, it was a great chance for him to get paid. I get it. But, he's got a lot of dough. He's got a lot of dough. Can't argue that.
He better be paying for dinner.
Who's picking up the tab? McFarland and Sakic or Rantanen?
Mikko will be paying for it. Yeah.
So I did think the interesting part out there is air it out. And so the only person I think he may, I don't know if even answer to is it, but I do think his close teammates, and I was we heard Gabe made it clear there.
McKinnon's talked
Nate
about it.
Talked
This was
about
one of my
what
best
a buddy,
friends.
It sucks. Got to imagine Taze and McCarr and the guys that are the true, the stars. Lecky will probably be there. They're probably going to want to know, how did this get this way? How did this get so out of control? Right. And I think it's fair for the teammates to ask that and go have your dinner or whatever else. But I'm telling you, Nate, for my money, and Spring and I have talked about it a couple times this week, man. I just laid it out. You would not be. I think you are now a true Cup contender with gritty veteran guys that knows what it takes to get this thing done. You're bigger. You're tougher to play against in a 7-game series. And had you kept Mikko, you would not have been that. And I don't know how you would have fixed that in the offseason.
Now, here's the part where I'll step back for a moment and we'll fully acknowledge. And Spring will know what I'm talking about because he's a big pro wrestling guy. Everybody loves a heel turn.
Oh, sure.
Okay? Everybody loves watching Hulk Hogan pick up the chair and then smash Macho Man Randy Savage with it and turn into the bad guy, okay? And to get a chance to go and scream and boo and curse that guy, that part of the theater of it all is super fun. So go have fun with it, Avalanche fans, absolutely. But also, I have way more tolerance for the business BS end of pro hockey. And I think ultimately, Andy, when those players all go out and get together and have a few drinks and talk about all of this, one thing is for sure. Pro athletes, man, they respect each other's money, okay? They respect that situation, and they don't really talk about that stuff really all that heavily. So again, I get what Gabe is saying right there, but everybody's got to get paid, man. Everybody on the planet has got to get paid, and those guys get it. They get one window of physical health in their life to go and make generational wealth. They all get it.
Listen, 10 years of watching that guy play. You raised a cup. I wasn't mad at Kadri when he left. I ain't going to be mad at Mikko. And look, maybe it's just because we got halfway through this year and I started to wonder, I don't know if they can keep Mikko.
Right.
We cannot afford to have one good line.
They get it done. They didn't get it done. The more it went on, the more you wondered about it. And you're gonna have to pay Cale Makar and make him the highest paid player in the sport in what, a couple of years? You got to worry about that kind of thing. So was he even going to have a future right here? Personally, I ain't mad at Mikko Rantanen. I enjoy the good times. The Moose got loose an awful lot in this town, and it was some pretty damn good times. That's what I choose to enjoy. But if you wanna save that breakup text in your phone forever, by all means, go back and read that thing and get bitter. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. About to get out of here on a Ska Friday. Got the weekend preview, and Andy, I've got one more. I got to go a little get off my lawn on a rant about what has happened to college sports when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you are feeling like a taste of the ocean, stop at a Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's light and flaky. It's a whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. Nuggets hoping to have a good time tonight against the Lakers. LA down 4 starters. Luka Doncic out, calf and ankle injuries. LeBron James, we knew, was out with a left groin strain. Jackson Hayes and Rui Hachimura, both out. Both of them already back in L.A. The Lakers will have Austin Reeves. They'll have Alex Len and Christian Coloco and Markieff Morris. We talked to Jovan Buha of The Athletic earlier. 8 available players tonight for J.J. Redick and the Lakers as they take on the Nuggets. Andy, what's your pause level, your anxiety level? Where are the nerves at before they take on the G League team for the Lakers tonight?
Yeah, this is if you lose it, we're going full rage. You should not lose this basketball game.
What if they lose? What if they get swept in a back-to-back at home by the Laker nobodies and the Wizards?
Then you aren't even going to have positivity come Monday, my friend.
Nope.
You are not even going to be quoting me stats that tell us not to freak out about things. No, they need to go 2-0 this weekend. They need to up their win count. I still have the standings here. They need to put themselves back in second place in the conference. They're currently tied with the Grizzlies, and for whatever reason, I don't know what it is that it leads them to be one down, but they're in the 3rd spot. So by the end of the weekend, reclaim the 2nd spot. All will be good because you got another interesting week coming up next week. Real quick before, because I do want to, I think I talked to Mark Johnson yesterday, so I do want to pay off your tease.
I need a betting pick for you, Andy, from FanDuel. Bronny over under 5.5 points tonight against Denver.
Under.
FanDuel's got it at 5.5. I'm going to take the over on Bronny.
You think he plays that much then?
Yeah, I think down 25 fourth quarter. Bronny hits a couple of buckets. I got the over 5.5 on Bronny.
I'll stay under, but you're kind of talking me into it. If I actually think I had to bet this thing and not just do a radio bit, I'd probably go with you, but I'm going to stick with my under. Real quick, because I do want to talk about college sports, but look, we talked to Jovan Buha, and he thinks that this Laker team could be a threat. Nate, I ask you, these injuries aren't going away. LeBron's only getting older before the playoffs show up, and Luka's had health issues all year long, not just the fat thing. The guy's got legitimate health issues. Do you really think these two can survive a physical run to the Western Conference Finals even?
I don't. I would bet against it, but if they are both healthy, a lot of what Jovan said is true. The Nuggets didn't have anyone to guard Luka when he was in Dallas, and now LeBron only makes it tougher because of how good he is now as an off-ball player. Christian Brown's always been too small. Aaron Gordon is not quick enough to deal with Luka Doncic. They don't have a good matchup. To be fair, how many teams in the NBA do have a good matchup for Luka Doncic? The guy's a nightmare. He's a 6'8" bull in a china shop who can, hit 30-footers regularly. So good luck stopping that guy. But every time that they have played Dallas in recent years, it was always just Luka's hunting MPJ. That's all it is that Luka is hunting Porter and then killing him. And the Lakers are not going to do it any differently, and that's going to remain a problem for Denver, and it's a long series if they get the Lakers. And they're healthy. You're right about that. The health thing, major question. So, Andy, I'm here tonight in Vegas. CSU playing tonight against Utah State. I think Colorado State's going to have to win 2 games in 2 days to get into the NCAA tournament. I think they're going to have to get the automatic bid. I just think their resume is a little too late. But good finish for CSU. But here's the problem that I have is this is the penultimate Mountain West tournament here in Las Vegas with this league as a complete entity. And then this league splinters off into the new look Pac-12 and the what's left stays in the Mountain West conferences. But it isn't just that. I've been watching these tournaments around the country, and I want to give you some games today in college basketball tournament play, okay? These are games that we get today.
Conference tournament play.
conference tournament play. Arizona and Texas Tech.
Yeah, what?
Geographically not that awful, but what the hell? Arizona is – they should be playing West Coast schools. They shouldn't be playing Texas Tech, okay? Wisconsin beat UCLA today in Indianapolis. What the hell is UCLA, West Coast, traditional powerhouse, doing in Indianapolis?
A neutral site for their conference. The neutral site travel is stupid.
Michigan State beat Oregon today.
Yeah, cool. There's another weird one.
What are we doing? How about this one? I watched this one yesterday. Stanford and Louisville playing in Charlotte at the ACC tournament.
Sure, Stanford was psyched about that. That's 3 time zones?
What are we doing, okay? All right, I get it, okay? College football is the behemoth, and college football is a different entity. Get college football, this sounds weird, out of college sports, okay? Just make it its own professional entity. You can still put the school names on it all day long, and I'm fine with it, and they travel and they play 1 game a week, and you can go ahead and do it. Leave the other sports alone. We have screwed this thing up so royally. It is so stupid. The decision makers in that sport, or should I even say the lack of any competent single decision maker in that sport, has gotten us to this place. Again, football, you're your own thing. You're massive. You can fund it. You make money. I get it. Leave basketball. Leave every other sport alone. This is beyond moronic. You have ruined something that is so good. You should have left it alone. You should have separated football from everything else.
Yeah, you're right. And you know what? It's stupid because TV's the decision maker. You and I both know that. But don't tell me TV that we didn't want to watch Arizona UCLA play today rather than Arizona Texas Tech and UCLA and who'd you say, Michigan State?
Wisconsin.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Arizona Oregon would have been better than Michigan State Oregon. I mean,
what the hell are the Buffs doing playing a conference tournament game against West Virginia?
Right. No,
why,
you're right.
Why are we doing this?
All the conferences should have stayed together other than football because it affects softball, it affects volleyball, it affects a whole bunch of these. Why are they having to get drug into this thing? Because like you said, they're not generating the same revenue.
No.
That's going to hurt the program for travel costs.
Hey, the tennis team out there in Eugene, Oregon, go have a good meet at Maryland this weekend.
By the way, talked to Mark Johnson, and he said the buzz among the media to kind of further your story from yesterday, every coach going around to figure out what their team is going to cost them before they get out of this tournament here.
It's all I've heard this week. It's literally all I've heard this week. It's every rumor of everybody talking about, are they going to be able to keep that kid? What is it going to cost them? What? Oh, you got to – wait, I heard a story yesterday about a kid that the school is going to have to make sure – that the girlfriend gets into medical school.
Oh, come
on. College athletics today. Okay? The NIL stuff is one story, but the realignment stuff, you guys have butchered this, and you've ruined it, and it's idiotic. It is absolutely moronic. The fact that, God, we're going to have a Pac-12 and a Mountain West, which used to just all be one league 2 years ago, and it was because Washington State and Oregon State didn't get to go to the Big Ten with everybody else. Awful. Awful. Nuggets-Lakers tonight. Avalanche-Calgary tonight. Avs and Stars on Sunday. Oh, it's all coming up this weekend. That'll do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We had Jovan Buha on the show, and he was great. Dan Hyatt came on the program with spicy Nuggets takes. Jeff Legwald had NFL free agency updates for us as well. Cooper Kupp is a Seattle Seahawk. I'll be back on Monday, back at the shop, coming up on Monday for Andy Lindahl, for our wonderful producer, Mark Springer. The Blitz is next. Avs over on 950, Nuggets on 92.5. Everybody